gosh. Hi there, besties. Hi there. Let me do some things real quick. Hi. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I did. Maybe some of you are coming over from Terry True Crime's Midday Missing show. It's pretty good today. I thought those cases were pretty interesting. Let's see. So, oh, look at that. Speaking of, oh, thank you. We love you guys too. And speaking of Lady in Gray, I hear it's somebody's birthday today. Happy birthday. Thanks for choosing to hang out with us today for it. That makes me feel special. Oh, there's Kelly P. Hey, girl. Hey. Did you all have a good weekend? I hope so. So I've been keeping an eye on, yes, everyone give Lady in Gray all the birthday love today. Been keeping an eye on Nate Eaton's updates for today, which, by the way, it's also Nate Eaton's birthday. So look at that. It's a special day for people. So it looks like they're going to be a little delayed starting court. Court started about 15 minutes late today. So it's not up yet. I'll put it up as soon as they're live. But I do have some updates for you. So, let's see where we are. So, Oh, so I don't know if this trial is really going to be going on to the middle of May. And here's why. Okay. Apparently, the prosecution only has 9 witnesses left. So they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Chandler police officers. These are people on their witness list. A guy from the Department of Public Safety, the medical examiner, Dr. Derek Baumgardner, and an inspector general, and then a lady from the life insurance place. So that's not really like that many witnesses to go. I mean, I would say that prosecution might wrap up by the end of this week. So there's that. And then, of course, there's Lori's defense witnesses, which, I mean, I guess she's probably going to take the stand, and knowing her, she loves hearing herself talk. So she'll probably be on there for like 5 days. So maybe that's why it's so long. They just know she's going to be up there for a while. And most of her other people on her list are her family members. So I'm sure they are super happy about that. So yeah, so I don't know if it'll go, because I think they were saying like May 15th or something like that, but I don't know about that. Will we see the LE interviews? I would think so. I guess, oh, that's true. Those are kind of long, right? Because they have one, like, they have Lori's, and then there's Tylee's as well, if I remember right. So that's probably like a whole day of those. Her son Colby is in the gallery again, which, by the way, he has a YouTube channel. I found it yesterday, and he's been kind of going over what's been happening in court, you know, from his perspective. And I thought, you know, it's really brave of him to do. It's not easy when your parent is a criminal. It's really hard as a kid from that. So, you know, for him to go there and have to be a part of it is really brave of him and very hard. And I'm sure brings up a lot of different feelings. Let's see. And then they're going to talk about scheduling the Brandon Bordeaux trial. I don't know if we're going to hear that or if that's going to be a sidebar, but it seems very complicated, these dates and times. Questionnaires are going out the week of May 19th. On May 30th, walk-in jurors will be brought in for voir dire. Opening of statements and evidence starts on Monday, June 2nd. Trial will run June 2nd through the 6th, the 9th through the 13th at noon. The next week it'll be dark. Then June 23rd and 25th then June 30th and July 30th or 3rd. It's a mess. So that's kind of where we are. The first witness of today is going to be Dr. Derek Baumgartner from the ME's office. So, what do we got here? Oh, Lori just entered the courtroom. If you give me a second, I don't think they're starting right away because apparently her paralegal was late. So, and the camera looks so very green today. More enchilada talk, maybe. Maybe that's why the screen is green. I don't know. All right, let me remember. Sorry, guys. I'm new.
Received
there we go.
Some motions that the state filed since we were last here on Thursday.
The camera's
I
rough.
Did this morning, actually.
Let's make sure you have them all. So
I hope they work that out.
Last Friday, I received from the state. It was an email sent from the state to my judicial assistant.
There they go.
Email where the advisory councils, as well as I think your paralegal. Is your paralegal Anna Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay, so she was copied on that, and that had to do with the subpoena that was served on Bobby Vallow. Have you seen that?
I have not seen it. I did hear about it, but I did not see it.
So we have that to address. We have a motion limine regarding the questioning of police. Have you received that one?
I just received that one, yes.
State's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Have you seen that?
I just have those two, but not the first one that you mentioned.
It does, doesn't
How
it?
about
Yikes.
motion limine regarding the testimony of a video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett?
I do not have that one.
All right. Do you have does advisory council have a copy of that one? No.
Here's a copy.
Okay. Are any of these issues something I need to deal with for this morning between 10 and noon?
Judge, the only thing is I would like to have, at the very least, those subpoenas that have been filed sealed, since they are in violation right now of victims' rights.
It is, in addition to the one on Robert Bobby Vallow, which other one?
The state sent an updated. We also, Brandon Boudreau is not a victim in this case, but he is a victim in the CR 2022, and his subpoena was also filed with the clerk's office.
All right, it's ordered sealing those two subpoenas.
Yeah, hit the thumbs up. Thanks, guys.
Are there the issue regarding the questioning of police or detectives about why there wasn't an arrest immediately or why it took a while for the case to be charged? Is that something it's gonna come up this morning?
No.
Okay. Let's deal with, I want to give you a chance to make sure you read all these, and so that's something maybe we can deal with at about 1:15 today or later this afternoon. But do we have our jury? My staff is out there. I know one juror was running late. Do you want to have your next witness waiting in the back?
Sure.
Why don't we do that? Do you have everyone?
We're still missing one. I'm about to call him right now.
Okay, still missing a juror. So
And then they're not going to do much.
We're going to have to wait a few minutes to see if this juror's going to. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
And they're going to go on a little break. Yes, like Lady in Gray said, don't forget to hit like, and we'd appreciate if you shared and subscribed and hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live. Because if you haven't watched this Lori Vallow trial yet. She's representing herself, which is always a bad idea. Don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, she hasn't done terrible, but she doesn't know how to call objections, really. She got like one in, I think, last week there. Oh, I really do hope they work on that filter or something, because that's rough. It's very rough. Like, what are... sorry, hold on. Annie is... oh, I missed a phone call from my mom. I'll call her later. She's probably like, so where are you watching the Lori Vallow trial at today? I still haven't told her what we're doing yet. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to set up Annie. Yes. Tap the number shown on your other device. Sorry. She had an emergency. We probably should have done this at a different time. While we're setting that up, why don't you guys tell me how your weekend was? She's done, yeah, she's missed several, to be quite honest. Bad idea for her, great idea for us. She's also representing herself in the Bordeaux one as well. So, I don't know. I'm going to have to set Annie up later. She'll be fine. But Annie will be joining me today as well. So, we're not the best at multitasking. Lori's only representing herself so she can be in the spotlight. I think so too. I think so too. And, it causes, there's all that talk in Idaho where she got out the death penalty because of her mental evaluations. And now she's here representing herself in court. Do I think Lori is Delulu? Yes. Yes. But I just don't see how you go from point A to point B where we are now. I mean, she's in it's not like she's getting like amazing mental health treatment or anything like that. She's in a county jail. It's very interesting to me. Oh, thank you, Amos. Thank you. Oh, and there's Angie. Hi, Angie. Oh, Keita, you scared me. My dog scared me. I'm also supposed to have storms this afternoon, so let's all hope I don't lose power. I also made Elbow Feet pick me up like a buttload of Red Bull, so that should be fun for everybody. Let's see. What was I talking about before court came on? Oh, I am so good at this, you guys. I should make like bullet points or something. Keep me on track. I was talking about Colby Ryan's YouTube. That's what I was talking about. I recommend checking it out, giving him some love there. I saw a YouTube channel with Adam Cox on it, and he said this is not the same Lori he grew up with. I mean, I don't know. I kind of find that a little hard to believe. Maybe not as like alarming, but this, oh, look at them messing with the color of the camera there. I mean, a narcissist is always a narcissist. That's all I'm saying. Now, did they think she was probably going to be like, do what she did? No, but I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. Yeah. Oh, the cult stuff. Well, it's crazy. Very crazy stuff. But, yeah, so, well, I guess what you do, they'll probably, you think they're going to show the body cam that's out there of Charles trying to get her help? Do you remember that body cam video? I think it's body cam So they might have that video. Then they'll probably have the interrogation of Lori. I don't know if they'll do Tylee. Maybe. They should do it. I agree. So maybe that'll be a whole day of things. But I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. I'm trying to do time math. Trying to see when they have the timestamp, and I'm like, okay, what's 3 plus and 30? Oh, not good at that. Let's see. So at 12, 10, 12 would be. Kita, I'm going to need you to lay down, please. Sorry. I think she wants to be on TV. On the tubes. Not time math. I know. And the time math for this is just not the best. Lori and Tylee were together on one of them, weren't they? I think. So that would be 3 of them. I don't remember. I haven't watched them in years. So my memory's a little foggy. I really remember the one with Charles trying to, Kita, I'm going to need you to lay down, please. Was Charles, desperately trying to get somebody to listen to him about getting help for Lori. Like, that's, it's so sad. It's so freaking sad. What a nice guy. I didn't see if Kay was in the stand or in the stands in the gallery. I don't see if she was in there. Oh, you know what we could do while we wait? Let me see, how do I do this? Do that is Nate shared a chart, if you want to call it that, of the family. And as soon as I do that, they start talking in court. Just a second.
Annual conferences for the second trial.
There you go.
Is that something that we can sort of hammer down the schedule on for the next trial?
Oh, scheduling. That's what they're talking about.
No, June. June.
Talking to Mike, please.
The judicial conference is June 25, 26, 27. So I'm talking about June 25th, half trial.
It's fine with us also, Judge.
Okay, so.
Oh, there's Colby right there.
And
oh, you guys can't see my mouse.
I don't know what happened last time, but I think advisory council took the remote questionnaires that the jurors answered. Did you take them to the jail and go over them in advance, or you didn't? You did? That's a yes. Okay.
Yes.
So the remote questionnaire would be similar to the one we did for this trial. It would go out the week of probably May 19th. And we can set the cutoff date, maybe the 23rd, to give the parties a chance to go over it. And then we would meet to go over those remote answers on May 29th, the afternoon, 1:30 on. And then we would bring in the walk-in jurors and in-person follow-up voir dire for May 30th, and anticipate opening statements and starting the evidence on Monday, June 2nd. I'd like to go June 2nd through Friday the 6th. I'd like to go June 9th and maybe part of Friday morning into the noon hour, the 13th. So 2 full weeks there. The next week will be dark.
Hi,
Then
JT.
3 days, June 23rd through 25th. And then June 30th through June 3rd.
Oh,
That's
look who I
over
got.
2 full weeks of trial. I think depending on how
Boom.
much longer this trial lasts,
It's an
we'll
Annie.
be able to tell if that will be enough time or not. So I'm just putting that out there for planning purposes for everyone. Is our juror here yet?
Yes, Angie.
Yeah.
I know for March 20th, she said the afternoon. Guys, recommend the morning just because we have
Which date?
I've done that before.
pre-screening on March 20,
Not March, May.
May 29th, sorry. If we go in the morning, if we have 300, I know we took most of the morning on for this trial to go for 200 or 160. I just didn't know if we only did in the afternoon of the 29th.
Here's my issue is I was scheduled to be out of state and I'm actually going to fly back early that morning to get this done. So we can start at 12:30 or something like that, but I don't think I can get back early enough. There may be additional publicity issues as a result of this trial, but I still think 300 jurors would be enough. Does the state want to weigh in on that? All right. Does the defendant want to weigh in on any of that?
I agree.
Okay. Is our juror here? All right, our juror's here, so let's get started. We'll bring in the jury.
All right, for the jury.
Bring the jury. Welcome, Annie. You're on mute.
Hi, y'all.
Hi.
Had some issues this morning.
That's okay. You're here. That's what's important.
I'm here.
Welcome.
Hello,
We'll get all that.
hello.
We'll get all that other stuff worked out.
I know. That's fine.
I'm like,
Did you see my text?
I did. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, now I just saw it now because I never checked my phone.
Everything's fine. That's fine. But
All right.
almost flooded the bathroom, you
The
guys,
state,
just so you know.
The jury is now present. The state can call its next witness.
Oh, here we go. Witness guy. Man, I got a banner. Look at that. Doing all the things. It's true. It's always on vibrate, which is near silent. All my people are here. Who else do I have to talk to? You're on mute.
All right, sir, come on up.
I'm gonna.
You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in.
Baumgartner.
Mm-hmm.
Please raise your right. You do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you can have a walk around the court reporter, have a seat to my left.
Now, in theory, there should be no photos shown of the body in case anyone was wondering. That's usually
Good morning.
not a thing.
Hi, my name is Derek Baumgartner. I am a medical examiner at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office. So I
Talking to
perform
Mike,
autopsies.
girl.
I determine cause and manner of death for individuals who die under our jurisdiction in Maricopa County, run toxicology reports, and like today, testify in court occasionally.
Can you tell us about your education to become a medical examiner?
Sure. I completed a Bachelor of Arts degree in American History at the University of Arizona in 2005. In 2013, I got my Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Illinois in Chicago. From 2013 to 2017, I did an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Loyola University Medical Center. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship in Denver from 2017 to 2018.
And when did you start working here at the Maricopa County?
Yeah, Amy.
I started in July of 2018.
Are you board certified in any areas?
Yes.
Can you tell us what areas?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
She needs to talk in the microphone.
Board certification.
So board certification happens after completion of residency or fellowship. It consists of, in terms of anatomic and clinical pathology, a 16-hour multiple choice exam split over 2 days. And then in forensic pathology, it's
16
an 8-hour
hours?
exam on one
That's
day.
what I was just thinking.
Ew.
Can you tell us what forensic
Well, he's talking in the mic, but she's not.
Mm-hmm. She's really
Sure.
bad at it.
Anatomic pathology basically studies tissues, biopsies, surgical specimens, sometimes whole bodies to diagnose disease processes. Clinical pathology is more of a laboratory thing. So think of blood or tissues or other bodily fluids that are tested in a laboratory setting. Also deals with lab management and regulation compliance. And then forensic pathology is basically studying what the cause and manner of death is for a person.
Do you have any ongoing training as a medical examiner?
Yes.
Is that something you do annually?
Yes.
So you told us that you perform autopsies. Can you tell us what that is? What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy is an examination of the external and internal aspects of the body to essentially find out why a person died.
And do you write a report after you complete your autopsy?
I do.
Does each autopsy at the Maricopa County medical examiners have a case number associated with it?
Yes.
And are there also photographs that are taken in conjunction with first the visual observations as well as any relevant internal injuries that you know during the autopsy?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to talk to you about July 13th of 2019. Did you perform an autopsy on a Leland Charles Anthony Vallow at about 8 in the morning?
I did.
And was that associated with the OME case number 19-05897?
It was.
You told us that were photographs taken sort of throughout the process of your autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And if I can have my paralegal bring up to the witness 152 through 179 that have previously been shown to defendant.
Could you imagine taking a test for 16 hours?
Multiple choice, no less. That would stress me
Yes.
out.
It would. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but
Mm-mm. Some people do better with multiple choice, but I was always a short answer because I could just write and write and write, and eventually the right answers or words would come up,
mm.
and I would get good credit for it.
I mean, I was a pretty good test taker, but multiple choice, some of them I would think I knew the answer and be like, yeah, there's that. And then another answer would come up and I'd be like, oh, but like it could be.
That one.
And then it's really hard when you're a
Another-
very indecisive person.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Kelly,
That was
Counselor, do you
already a bad
recognize those exhibits 152 through 179?
I do.
And are they all photographs of different aspects of the autopsy that you performed on Leland Charles Anthony Vallow?
They are.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 152 through 179.
Any objection?
No objections.
152 through 179 are admitted, may be published.
Thank you.
he has great hair.
So when you first are assigned a case, do you begin with some type of visual inspection overall of the individual?
Yes.
I put up exhibit 152 here. In every autopsy is a photo like this taken.
Yes.
Why is that?
For identification purposes.
And is that the OME number we are talking about that is associated and that we see in all these photographs?
Yes.
Yes.
When you were first beginning this autopsy, do you take measurements of the height and weight of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In this case, did you note those in your report?
I did.
Do you recall that information off the top of your head right now?
I do.
What was his height and weight?
Height was 71.5 inches. Weight was 207 pounds.
So just under 6 feet tall?
Yes.
As you were doing an external review of Charles, did you note any injuries to the front of his face?
No.
Did you look at the back of his head?
I did.
Did you note any abrasions or contusions?
No.
Can you tell us, what does abrasion mean?
An abrasion is a scrape that takes off the top layer of skin.
And a contusion?
It's otherwise known as a bruise. It's a breaking of blood vessels that causes blood to pool underneath the skin and in the soft tissues.
Pay attention, everyone. There'll be a pop quiz.
So
16-hour pop quiz.
if we have seen photos of Charles Vallow laying supine on the floor of the residence, did you note any abrasions or contusions at the back of his head that would have been consistent with him being shot and falling straight back?
No.
I'm going to put up 153. As you were looking at Mr. Vallow, were you looking for abrasions on any other aspects of his body?
Yes.
Did you note any on his chest area?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On the sternal chest and on the left abdomen.
And so external chest, can you point out to us where that is?
The sternal chest is sort of right in the middle of the chest.
So we're talking in this area, and I'm going to pull it in closer. Oops. So if we see this wound here, where are we talking in relation to that?
So surrounding the defect.
Okay. Were you able to make any determinations as to whether those contusions or those abrasions actually were made at or near the time of his death?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your conclusion?
That they were perimortem or just around the time of death.
Okay. I'll put up some photographs of Mr. Vallow's hands.
What?
Do you look to
What does that
an
even mean?
individual's hands to see if there are any injuries on those?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Standard for your autopsy procedure.
Yes.
Pull this back out again. What do we see here in Exhibit 155?
Looks to be one of Mr. Vallow's hands.
And as we look at 156 and 157, would that be consistent then with his right hand?
Yes.
And did you note any abrasions to his right hand?
Not that I recall.
159, and a little bit more here on his fingers.
Yes.
On this hand that we see in 160, did you note any blood transfer onto his left hand?
Yes, there was apparent blood on his left hand.
When you were looking at the other portions of his hands, did you note any other blood on those?
No.
And again, 161 and 162, other portions of his hand, no other abrasions or contusions were observed?
No.
And no other blood transfer on those?
No.
Mr. Vallow was wearing a watch at the time, correct?
He was.
When the medical examiner is called out to a scene, do you go out there?
I do not.
Is someone from your office sent out there?
They are.
And are police basically told, to the extent possible, do not touch the body until someone from the medical examiner arrives?
Correct.
So when someone arrives at the medical examiner's office, are they still wearing whatever clothes they have on?
Typically, yes.
And if they have any jewelry or affects on, those are typically left on them as well?
Correct.
So in 163, is that a photograph then of the watch that he was wearing?
Yes.
Did you note any damage to that watch? Cracked face or anything like that?
I did not, no.
Put up exhibit 154, just so it orients better. What are we seeing here?
These are Mr. Vallow's lower extremities.
And did you note any abrasions or contusions on his legs?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On both knees.
Were you able to make any determination as to whether or not those occurred at or near the time of death?
They appear to be perimortem as well.
I'm going to put up exhibit 164. As you're visually looking at Mr. Vallow's body, did you observe a defect to his chest?
I did.
Is that what we see here in exhibit 164?
Yes.
What did you note that was?
An entrance gunshot wound.
Okay. And 165, is that a closer up of that?
It is.
And 166, is that again another close up of that?
Yes.
How do you know that that was an entrance wound?
It has characteristics consistent with an entrance wound. It is oval in shape. It also has a peripheral rim of abrasion. And there appears to be a punctate or small little red abrasions surrounding the wound as well.
All right, so when you are looking at gunshot wounds, are you trying to always determine if it's an entrance or an exit wound?
Yes.
And so you're looking for things that are normal and consistent throughout all entrance wounds?
Yes.
And in this case, you also noted something about some red abrasions around the edge. What is that?
There is a red abrasion around the defect or the hole. And it's a little bit eccentric on, if you think of it as a clock face, from about the 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock positions. That indicates that the projectile was coming in at an angle, and it kind of scrapes away the skin as it enters. There are also abrasions on the opposite side. They are much smaller and look almost like pinpricks. That could be consistent with what's known as stippling, which is when gunpowder strikes the skin after a gun is fired.
Okay. Can you tell us, when you're looking at an entrance wound like this and you're looking for, you said stippling, what is soot versus stippling?
Soot is combusted gunpowder, so it's like a black powder, while stippling is caused by, as I mentioned, partially burned or unburned gunpowder that hits the skin.
Does it basically burn the skin when it hits it?
It could, but it's typically, it causes an abrasion, which is just a scraping away of the skin because it's hitting the skin at such a high velocity.
Okay. When you are looking then at this entrance wound that we see in 166 that was in the chest, you noticed what appeared to be consistent with stippling. In your report, did you use the word stippling? Do you recall?
I typically don't. I don't think I did in this case.
Did you describe what you saw
Yes.
and photograph it?
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at the presence of stippling, does that give you any insight into the distance from the muzzle to the gunshot wound?
It does.
And can you tell us
Means you're
what
close.
that
Spoiler.
tells you about the distance between the muzzle and the gunshot wound?
Typically, a gun needs to be test fired to determine the exact sort of range that it will impart stippling to the skin. But if you look at textbooks for a handgun, typically the range is, an inch to up to 4 or 5 feet.
The closer that the gun muzzle is to the person, does that increase the amount of stippling that you would observe?
Likely, yes.
Would that also, the closer the end of the muzzle to the person, would that increase the likelihood of seeing soot?
It would.
Okay. So here you did not see soot, though.
I did not know.
So this, have you ever indicated that for this type of stippling that you observed, you believed it to be anywhere from 2 to 4 feet?
I did, yes.
Okay. And is that because there's not as dense of an amount of stippling observed at this entrance wound?
Correct.
Okay.
That's not very far. That was like an arm's length.
Now, did you recover a projectile from this wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with that,
Yes.
showing you 167. Where was the exit wound associated with this gunshot wound to the chest?
So it's on the thoracic back, which is like the middle of the back.
I'm going to put 168 up. Is that a closer up of that exit wound?
Yes.
Okay. And put up 169. Is that again closer of this?
It is.
How are you able to determine that that's an exit wound?
It has characteristics of an exit wound. Typically, exit wounds are not round like entrance wounds. They will sometimes be slit-like, as it is in this case, and typically they're a little bit larger than the entrance wound.
Now, when you are documenting injuries, do you measure the distance from the head to the entrance wound as well as the head to the exit wound?
Yes.
In this case, what was the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound that we saw in his chest?
I believe it was 18 3/4 inches.
Okay. And can you tell us, or do you recall what the distance was from Charles's head to this exit wound on his back?
I believe it was 20 inches.
So about 1.25 inches difference.
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you advise what the wound path is?
Yes.
What do you mean by wound path?
The wound path is what the projectile encounters as it passes through the body.
What was the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles's chest and exited his back?
So it passed through the skin of the chest, the sternum, which is the breastbone, the pericardium, which is a sac that surrounds the heart. It then hit 2 chambers of the heart, the right atrium and the left ventricle. And then it passed through the 9th thoracic vertebral body and exited the soft tissue and skin of the left back.
So for lay people, it went through
That's not
Charles's
great.
heart.
Yes.
Was that wound immediately fatal?
Not immediately, no.
Could Charles have lived for some period of time after this?
A short period of time, but yes.
Are you able to say when someone is struck in the heart, could they live from seconds up to minutes?
Seconds up to a very few minutes, yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't think
Up to,
that'd be
have
very
you
long.
testified previously or indicated previously in an interview that it could be up to maybe 2 minutes?
Yes.
When
No.
a person is shot in the heart such as this, could Charles have still spoken for that time period?
Yes.
Could he have moved after that bullet went through his heart?
He could have, yes.
So would it be possible for him to reach up and touch where he was shot with his left hand?
Yes.
Given the abrasions to Charles's knees, is it possible that he fell to his knees after he was shot?
It's possible, yes.
Would those abrasions on his knees be consistent with someone falling to their knees?
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you, well, let me first talk. As you were going through the description of the path, the wound path, you talked about the trajectory going through the 9th thoracic vertebral. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 171. Can you describe for us what we are seeing here?
Should probably be like, but did you
There's a
try
trajectory
CPR?
rod, passing through the defect that was created in that 9th thoracic vertebral body.
So this rod that you're using is helping to show the path of that bullet through Charles's body.
Correct.
And just to orient those of us who haven't seen a person this way, can you tell us, is Charles's head up here?
It is.
And so this would be down towards his legs at
Correct.
the bottom.
Yes.
When you are talking about the injuries to an individual, do you also determine the trajectory of that bullet through the individual?
Lori definitely gives
I do, yes.
love a bad
So
name.
for this wound to Charles's chest that exited his back, what was the trajectory?
It was front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
How are you determining that trajectory? Is there a modem that you use that's standard for all autopsies?
Yes, through measurements of the entrance wound and exit wound, and then also observing what organs and tissue have damage from the bullet.
So let me go back to Exhibit 164. You're looking at this entrance wound here, correct?
Yes.
And the exit wound that we see in 168 to determine that front to back, and then you said right to left and slightly downward?
Yes.
So the downward is the 1 1/4 inch difference that you saw from the head measurement.
Correct.
Could that downward angle be the result of someone just holding a gun at a slightly downward angle?
Yes, that's possible.
Could it be also from just the arm itself moving up or down some,
Yes.
or a size difference between people?
Yes.
You're not here because to tell us which one of those it was, correct?
I can't determine that, though.
As you were performing the autopsy of Mr. Vallow, did you note another gunshot wound to Mr. Vallow?
I did, yes.
And I'm putting up Exhibit 172. Where was the other gunshot wound that you observed on Mr. Vallow?
On his left abdomen.
And do we see in 172, is that what we see sort of above and to the side of his belly button?
Yes.
Were you able to tell what we see in 172 here, whether that was an entrance or exit wound?
I was.
And what was this?
This was an entrance gunshot wound.
And again, were you following the same view of looking at all the same aspects of this wound to determine that it was an entrance wound.
Correct.
In this entrance wound, did you note any stippling,
I did not.
any soot?
No.
So would that tell you that the individual or the muzzle of that gun was more than 4 or 5 feet away from the victim?
Most likely, yes.
So probably shot one.
Did you recover a projectile from this gunshot wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with it.
Correct.
You put up Exhibit 175. Where was the exit wound?
It was on the back of the left shoulder.
And is that what we see in Exhibit 175 here?
Correct.
I'm going to put some closer up photographs, 176 and 177. What did you note about this exit wound?
I'm over here doing that too, Annie.
This
Like,
exit wound appears
see
a little
what
bit atypical. It has characteristics of a supported or a shored exit wound.
What is a shored exit wound?
A short exit wound occurs when the body is pressed up against a firm surface while the bullet is exiting the skin.
Does that cause sort of this different tearing that we see going on here in that exit wound?
It does.
If a person was, for instance, laying on the floor when they were shot, would you expect to see a short exit wound in that situation?
I would.
When you're talking about something pressed up against the skin, have you ever seen a shored wound from someone wearing a t-shirt?
I have not.
What about a
Have you
bamboo
seen
one?
other shored wounds in your experience?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many have you seen in your years of working?
She found the mic.
I mean, they're relatively rare, so maybe less than 50.
Herb.
When you were looking at this exit wound on Charles Vallow's left shoulder, was the injury itself what you would call sort of a typical shored wound?
This is textbook worthy.
Now, just like the other wound, did you
Ellie?
determine the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles Vallow's abdomen and exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was the wound path for this shot?
So the bullet passed through the skin and soft tissues of the left abdomen. It then hit the left lung. It then hit the back part of the left fourth rib, and then exited the soft tissue and skin of the left shoulder.
So to be clear, the left fourth rib, is that in the front of him or his back? Where is that located?
In this case, it struck the posterior or the back part of the left fourth rib.
Is that sort of in the location where we see the exit wound right there?
The exit wound is a little bit above the fourth rib.
You talked about sort of the soft tissue. So when this bullet was exiting, did it sort of hit both the rib and the connective tissue between the ribs?
Yes.
Did you also measure the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound on the abdomen?
I did.
What was that distance?
I believe it was 27 inches.
And did you measure the distance from the top of Charles's head to the exit wound on his left shoulder?
I think
I
the
did.
whole day.
What was that?
I believe it was 14 inches.
So the prior shot had a 1 1/4 inch difference. Was this one 13 inches?
Yes,
So more than a foot difference between the entrance and exit.
correct.
Did you determine the trajectory for this wound?
I did.
What was that trajectory?
In this case, it was front to back, right to left, and upward.
Did you also use trajectory rods in this wound to help better describe that trajectory?
I did.
Put up Exhibit 179. Can you orient us first on what we're seeing here?
So the placard with the case number is positioned towards the head, and then the opposite is positioned towards the feet.
When you perform an autopsy, how do you open up the individual?
It's called a thoracoabdominal incision. You've probably seen it on TV as the Y incision.
So what we see here is that sort of the abdomen of Mr. Vallow.
Yes.
Okay. And what we see here is that his back.
Yes.
And is this the spine?
Yes.
So does this reflect then the entrance being down at this portion of the body and the exit in that up left shoulder?
Yes.
So in this case, were both gunshot wounds front to back?
They were.
Were both gunshot wounds right to left?
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest was slightly downward,
Correct.
and the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen was upward.
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest that exited his back was not shored,
No, it was not.
but the gunshot wound that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder was shored.
Correct.
Doctor, given the trajectory that you observed, that from the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen that exited his left shoulder, and the fact that the gunshot wound was shored, would that be consistent with the shooter standing somewhere near Mr. Vallow's feet and firing at Charles Vallow as he was laying on the floor?
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Now, you told us that you don't go out to the scene, right?
I do not know.
So you would not have seen if there were any defects on the floor consistent with a bullet strike underneath Mr. Vallow.
I did not.
If you were advised that there was a defect on the floor that was consistent with a bullet strike underneath Charles Vallow's left shoulder, would that further support the theory that he was laying on the floor there, causing that shored wound when he was shot?
It would, yes.
When an autopsy is performed on anyone, is blood collected to be tested for toxicology?
If we can get it, yes.
Was that done here?
It was.
Were there any drugs found in Charles Vallow's system?
No drugs were reported positive on toxicology.
No alcohol found?
No.
Based upon your autopsy of Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, what did you determine was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
She keeps saying Leland Charles Vallow. Is Leland his first name? I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Dr. Baumgartner,
Oh,
you
here
did
we
a
go.
toxicology report in this case.
I sent blood for toxicology, yes.
And what did you test for? What substances did you test for in that toxicology report?
Oh, what is she
There
going to get
are
at here?
16 or 20 substances that are tested. Typical drugs of abuse, a limited amount of therapeutic medications, and then alcohol, methanol, acetone, and isopropanol, I believe.
But not generally like someone's regular medications, like for high blood pressure or something like that?
That would not show up on this test, no.
And if someone was taking testosterone, that wouldn't
I
show up
knew
on
it.
there?
It would not, no.
I knew
Human
it.
growth hormone would not show up on there?
No.
Just trying to say he's a rage monster.
So just basically the substances that you mentioned
Yes.
are typically tested. And then if law enforcement were to ask you to test for something specific, then you would do that as well. Is that correct?
It depends.
On what?
The case type, what their request was, if it's even possible.
Okay. So if they were to say, we want you to test for a certain something, you would say if you could or couldn't?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And is that typical in your experience?
Is what typical?
For them to ask for things other than what you normally, the normal 16 things that you test for?
That would be atypical.
Okay. So normally they don't ask you to do that in a common manner.
They do not know.
Okay. And so in this case, you did just test for the typical things and no other requests were made. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. As far as the abrasions on Charles' knees, could those have been, you said that they were consistent with having been close to the time of death. Is that correct?
They had that general appearance, yes.
And so those abrasions could have been caused by a scuffle before he was shot. Is that correct?
Yes,
And not necessarily falling forward onto his knees.
correct.
And then the abrasions on his hands as well,
What about them?
that they could have been caused from a scuffle beforehand.
Yes.
Okay. I know that the state asked you if it was consistent with him, with the second shot, the shot to the abdomen, that it was possible that he could have been shot on the floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
But would it also be possible that he could have been falling when that shot happened as well? And then hit the floor?
Not really. If he was falling and still passing through air, not yet having hit the ground, that would not have caused a short wound.
So if he had hit the ground and bounced on the ground from the first shot, as the second shot was traveling, that could not be possible that he hit the ground when that shot was exiting the shoulder?
He would have had to have been on a firm surface to create that short wound.
And it could not be caused by tight clothing?
Tight clothing and short wounds is typically like a supportive garment, like a belt or a bra. In my experience, I've never seen it with like a t-shirt or anything like that.
Are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I am not, no.
Or how
I knew it.
tough that material would be?
I am not.
Jeez.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Oh.
Right, redirect.
Doctor, if clothing like a t-shirt, bamboo, or whatever they're made of, would have caused a short wound, would you have expected to see a short wound also to the other exit?
Certainly if both exits were covered with that shirt, yes.
So if the person is wearing a t-shirt that covered his back and shoulder,
Yes.
then if that type of fabric somehow was restrictive enough or tight enough or stiff enough to cause that pressure, then it would have caused a short wound to both exits.
I would expect that, yes.
But you didn't see that here.
No,
Only one short wound.
correct.
The other exit, not at all.
No.
You were asked a lot about different drugs Was there anything about Mr. Vallow's autopsy that indicated that his cause of death was anything other than the result of multiple gunshot wounds?
No.
Thank you. No other questions.
Oh, that
Are
was
there any
pretty
questions for this witness from a member of the jury? I do see at least one question coming up.
simple. Ooh, jury question. I can't believe she asked about the bamboo shirt.
I can. As soon as she mentioned a shirt at all or clothing,
So obsessed with it. He likes the shirts heavily starched. I mean, does the military know about the magic of bamboo? I feel like they would be interested to know that.
need some bamboo clothes for the army of snails.
Yes. Yes, we do. Army of snails and ducks.
Snails and ducks. I have to get my ducks from outside later.
I'm surprised she didn't ask him about the distance for the second wound. Like, sir, could you say it's more than 10 feet? Like, she is insufferable. Kelly says, I really need to get off my butt and do stuff. But do you, though, Kelly? Do you?
This is doing stuff.
This
You could
is
just
doing stuff.
stand and keep doing this.
It's true. We're a horrible influence. Don't listen to us. What is... Let me see. Oh, I don't know what that's about. What is going on? Let's do a little refreshy fresh here.
Froze on a
See
good
what
picture.
happens.
Tax Act knows taxes can be confusing, so we've got experts, live human
Oh,
experts,
thank
to
you,
talk.
Adam Scott. Thank you for that. Oh, there we
Live
go.
human
Fixed it.
experts.
That's what they say. I don't believe it. The
You have
military.
to say they're human.
What's that, Annie?
I said, if you have to say they're human,
Why is this happening? I guess we're probably going to need to get that fiber. Oh, okay. So it's a them. Oh, look. Ah, did you see that? I guess we're probably going to need to get. Oh, it's me. Oh, we don't like that. We don't need any of that, you guys. Give me a second while I look for something else. Hearing yourself during a live. Okay, I'm better now.
welcome back.
Let's see.
Or welcome.
It's the zombies. It must be. It usually takes them like a minute or two, but that's okay. Let's see. Oh, well, if we miss the jury questions, I do know what it is, but we'll just wait.
Oh, wow. I need to pull up X.
Oh, no, you can just go to eastidahonews.com. You don't even have to go on
What?
Twitter.
Really?
Mhm. Yeah. You think I got a Twitter?
way
for
better.
this? No.
That's what I thought you'd been on Twitter. Miss
No.
social media.
I would never. They're at neither. For some reason, the feed went down.
Oh,
So
unfortunate.
waiting for that to happen.
Does he put all his updates?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you go to the live update one, yeah. I feel like we're gonna miss the juror question. Okay, so while I'm waiting for that, because it does take a few minutes. I mean, I've been on that side where a stream has went down, and to get another one up does sometimes take a couple of minutes. But I'm assuming we're gonna miss the jury question, so I'll go ahead and read it to you. Jury questions: was there a significant amount of blood in the left lung? Baumgartner says not the left lung, but the chest cavity. Next question. Does that suggest the heart was still beating during the second shot? Garner says the heart could have been beating, but it's also possible the blood spilled into the left cavity from the heart. Then was there blood in the throat or mouth? There was not. No other questions. So,
Kelly, I didn't hear them mention break or lunch, but I mean, we could have missed it.
well, no, there's not a thing. Okay, give me a second. Let's I
wouldn't think so, Kelly. She said, I wonder if any of the jury will ask where are the kids. I wouldn't think so because it's outside the, or at least if they did, the judge wouldn't.
Yeah, I would say they'd be like, deny that question because
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but.
Okay, well, all right, then I guess we'll go to a different one then. They don't have it up yet, so. I just like their feed because there's like no commercials. Because I'm not a boss babe who has YouTube Premium, so. Give me a second.
Get it.
Okay. All right. I don't know where they are in this, but they did do the jury questions.
All
They're
right,
calling
sir,
next
come on up. You're going to
witness.
stand right in front here and be sworn in.
Mark,
Okay.
sorry. Oh.
Yeah, come right up. Come right up here.
What? I don't know how I made that so big when I did it, but there we are. I don't know why
I
it's
like
not
it.
up.
You're going to walk around the court reporter and have a seat to my left.
Hold on. Oh, because I didn't click that. Okay. Look at us learning together.
See, elbow feet. We've been looking at the same thing.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Mark Sari. I'm a special agent with the Social Security Administration, Office Inspector General.
Oh, that's like right over his face.
What do you do there?
So I investigate crimes and allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security.
Frog waste.
How long have
Right,
you
that's not
worked
gonna
for Social Security?
Approximately 6 years.
And as an investigator with Social Security, are you familiar with the reports that are created and kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, I am.
And for instance, are you familiar with sort of the meetings and processes and notices of award letters sent out by Social Security for survivor benefits?
Yes, I am.
What are survivor benefits?
Those are benefits paid to a recipient. For example, if someone were to die or pass, their children would be possibly entitled to benefits on their behalf after they were to pass.
When a child becomes an adult, what happens
Nope.
to those survivor benefits that Social Security has been paying?
They would cease.
What if a child is taken to or adopted by or guardianship is given to another individual while they're receiving survivor benefits?
They would transfer to that new individual.
When a child has a parent that passes away, are any benefits paid out to the mother of the child?
Yes, they could be.
How does that depend? What makes the difference on whether or not the mother gets benefits or not?
So it's a benefit called mother, child, and care benefits. So for example, if a mother is married to her father at the time of his death, she would receive called a mother, child, and care benefit. So it'd be a dual benefit for the child as well as her benefit for herself. It'd be the same dollar amount that she would receive as well.
So if the parents were not married at the time that one of the parents passes away, then does the other parent get any survivor benefits?
They would not.
If a surviving spouse remarries, what happens to those benefits given to, say, the mother of the child?
They would then cease upon that marriage.
Would the child still get benefits?
They would.
Were you asked to look into survivor benefits involving Lori Vallow and JJ Vallow?
Yes, I was.
In your investigation, did you also become aware of benefits being provided to another child of Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that starting in June of 2018, Tylee Ryan was receiving survivor benefits from Social Security for the death of her father?
Yes.
In
Which I
2019,
think is
how much was
suspicious.
Tylee Ryan receiving?
We have approximately $18.59 per month.
Whoa.
Is there a representative payee for a child who is receiving Social Security benefits as survivor?
Yes, there is.
What is a representative payee?
So based upon a child being a minor, we would appoint a called representative payee. So that person would be the payee on behalf of that child. So they would have a bank account and they'd pay money from us on behalf of that child to pay for shelter, clothes, money, that sort of thing, food, that sort of thing.
So in the case of Tylee Ryan, was Lori Vallow the...
Are you overwhelmed with identity management in the context of omnipresent threats to your organization?
Hi, so no one knows what that means.
Sorry.
benefits you said are put into a bank account that can be held by both the child and the payee?
Correct.
Now, if Lori Vallow was married in June of 2018 to someone else, not Tylee's father, would she still receive that mother of survivor benefits?
She would not.
Okay. How does a person go about applying for survivor benefits from Social Security?
So upon the passing of the recipient, say a father, they would have to go into the office or apply online, and then have an appointment to confirm the details for that survivor receiving benefits on behalf of that descendant.
And so that's the normal course of business, is to have someone come in eventually and speak with someone about verifying different important aspects to consider when determining whether or not to provide survivor benefits.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you become aware of Lori Vallow going to an appointment with someone from Social Security Administration related to JJ?
Yes.
When was that?
On or about August 12th, 2019.
During that meeting, did Lori Vallow have to answer questions relating to her relationship with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Did she have to, for instance, provide the date when she and Charles Vallow were married?
Yes.
When was that?
The date of the marriage, and have to be refreshed from a document for that.
Sure. I can have my paralegal approach.
Trying to figure out why Court TV and East Idaho News are at two different points, even though they're both live.
Interesting.
Yeah, because their feed's back up again.
It would have been on February 24th, 2006.
But I'm going to wait.
You can move that one. During that meeting on August 12th of 2019, was Lori Vallow questioned about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were living together at the time of his death?
She was.
And what did Lori Vallow tell Social Security on August 12th of 2019 about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were still living together at the time of his death?
She confirmed they were living together at the time of his death.
But they weren't.
Is that important in trying to determine survivor benefits?
Amy said Court TV delays theirs.
Agencies determine if benefits are entitled to the recipient, correct?
Now,
I did not know
part
that.
of your job sort of working for the
Very
Office of
close. I think she was
Investigation for
about
Social
almost
Security.
18, I think.
Did you become involved in looking at these benefits that were awarded to Lori Vallow and to J.J. Vallow as a result of the death of Leland Charles Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you were familiar with the notice of award letters that Social Security sends out.
Yes.
And are those letters created in the normal course of business?
Yeah.
Why
And
is
are they
Amy?
created at or near the time when that person goes in to make that appointment and the decision is made to provide those survivor benefits?
Yes, correct.
Right.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 213 and 214?
I guess this guy testified in the Idaho cases too. I don't remember him, but he was there apparently.
Do you recognize what those two exhibits are?
I do.
And are those the notice of award letters sent to Lori Vallow regarding survivor benefits for both herself and for J.J. Vallow?
Yes, they are.
And those are the documents you talked about that were created in the normal course of business
Yes.
at or near the time of that decision?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 213 and 214.
Did you guys bring snacks?
No objection.
I got my gummy bears.
And if I can get those so I can publish them as well.
Gummy bears, gummy bears.
Oh, well, please, thank you.
These are so good.
Start with 213. Maybe autofocus there. Okay. So what we see here in 213 is this the letter that would be sent to Lori Vallow on behalf of Joshua Jackson Vallow, JJ Vallow.
Yes, correct.
And we see it was sent to an address in Santan Valley.
Yes.
Okay. Does this letter provide or advise how much money that Lori Vallow would receive or that JJ Vallow would receive as a result of the death of his father?
It does.
And how much would he receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It'd be $19.51 per month, and also mentions the back pay from the date of death for Charles up until that date of the letter.
Okay. So monthly, the $19.51, and then a back pay of $3,902?
Correct.
Exhibit 2014. When Ms. Vallow went in on August 12th, would that be the same, during that meeting, would they have been questioning her with regards to both JJ as well as her survivor benefits?
Yes.
So this letter is from that same meeting.
Yes.
In 214 again, this one we see that it's only addressed to Lori Vallow, but at the same 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley.
Yes.
And how much money was Ms. Vallow set to receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It would be $19.51 per month.
Is that the same as what JJ was getting?
Yes, it'd be mirroring the same amount that JJ was receiving. Yes, correct.
So basically, she's getting about $4,000 a month?
Approximately, yes.
Crazy.
Now, in these letters and the other documentation you reviewed, we see her as Lori N. Vallow, correct?
Yes.
In your investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Lori N. Vallow ever remarried and became Lori N. Daybell?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your investigation what the date of that marriage was when Lori N. Vallow became Lori N. Daybell?
November 5th, 2019.
And who did Lori Vallow marry?
Chad Daybell.
No other questions for this witness, Your Honor?
Cross.
Yeah, we're getting some Lori.
Mr. Sari, the Social Security, as a surviving spouse, can you get benefits if you didn't have any children?
I believe so, correct? Yes.
Okay, so if you've been married for longer than 10 years, you get spousal surviving benefits. Is that correct?
There are some rules for that. I believe that is correct, I believe, yes.
And so if I had been married to my husband for 10 years and his previous wife had been married to my husband for over 10 years, she would also get that surviving spouse benefit?
What's your question again? Who's the she part? Didn't follow that part.
Okay, just a previous person who has been married to my husband previous to me for more than 10 years. I mean, that's what Social Security does, right?
I'm not sure. What is your question? I'm trying to.
Okay, sorry. So if there were two spouses to a deceased husband consecutively, and they were both each married for over 10 years to that same husband, they would both receive a spousal benefit or could apply for and receive that spousal benefit. Is that correct?
That's more of an administrative issue. I have to obviously I'm not aware of all those policies for that kind of issue. So I can't really answer yes or no to that question.
Okay. So if it was explained to me when I was at the Social Security office that I could receive that.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. But it is possible. You're just not aware of it. Is that correct?
I would have to ask an expert in our agency for administrative rules on that.
Okay. And what is your expertise at Social Security?
I'm a special agent.
And so you just investigate. Is that correct?
Investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse with Social Security, correct?
You investigate fraud. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's why he's been investigating you, man.
But you're not really privy to what an agent might be telling a person as they come in to get Social Security. Is that correct?
Move on.
What they tell an agent, an employee, or what is your question again?
Yes. So you're not really privy to what the employees are telling the regular people that come in to the Social Security office.
I'm not there for those appointments, correct?
So you don't really understand what all benefits can be given?
We with OIG investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse. So we are the experts for that. And we also have experts internally in Social Security we look to for guidance on internal rules that are more complex, if that kind of helps you out.
Okay. So you had said something about mother in care benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and it's the same dollar amount as the child in care benefits. Is that correct?
There's two benefits for the child in care and also for JJ. They're mirroring same amount, correct?
But wouldn't the mother in care benefits be for the child?
It would be if that individual had the child in their care, correct?
Right. So, but a spousal benefit, if you've been married for over 10 years and you didn't have any children, you would still be entitled to that.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Business taxes was always so all-consuming.
Gets me.
To get that benefit, to be a certain age to apply for that.
I will switch to the other one.
Situation here, due to the decedent Charles dying, there was a benefit for the child only that was receiving, as well as child in care. So only two benefits were received for the child, also child in care as well.
So my question is, how is that determined by the employee? Like if it's spousal benefit or if it's a mother in care benefit?
It'd be up to the applicant to apply for the benefits.
So if you applied for the spousal benefit and they gave you the mother in care benefit instead, how would you know the difference? You just know that that was the monthly amount you were getting?
You would receive a letter in the mail. You also would be at the appointment very clearly told what you're applying for. It should not be any confusion at all what you're applying for at that appointment.
Okay. So if you were told that you were getting the spousal benefit,
Yeah, it's sustained.
if an employee told a recipient that they were getting a spousal benefit,
I'll allow him to answer that hypothetical if he knows.
If an employee were to tell someone they were getting a spousal benefit and they received a letter in the mail saying it was a mother and care benefit, should they call the Social Security office and clear that up?
It would be up to the applicant if they received a letter in the mail to contact Social Security and say, hey, this is the wrong benefit I'm receiving. So it would be up to the applicant to let Social Security know that benefit is not correct.
So if the employee put it in as something other than they told the recipient, then it would just be up to the recipient to correct that. Is that correct?
Social Security goes off of information that's provided to the agency by the applicant. That makes sense. It's up to the applicant to be truthful and provide the right information to the agency.
So do you have a copy of my application for either of these benefits?
I'd have to ask the prosecutor for that information.
Okay. Have you ever seen one to your knowledge that you remember?
Yes.
You've seen my applications?
Yes, I have.
And were they for mother in care?
It was for survivors for JJ as well as for mother, child, and care as well.
So the application that I filled out was not for spousal benefit. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I'm sorry.
he can answer if he knows, if he recalls the answer.
Repeat the question, please.
I'm saying, so of the records that you saw, I did not have a spousal survivor benefit application.
The records I saw were an application for survivors benefits for JJ as well as for child and care as well. Two different benefits that you were receiving.
Okay, so
Ms.
is
Vallow.
there an application for spousal benefit?
I'm only aware of the two benefits you were receiving, which was for JJ and for mother, child, and care.
So it could have been a mix-up of the employee. Is that what you're saying?
They would have been relying on information you would provide at that application appointment, August 12th, 2019.
And this is a filled out form application? Is that what you're saying? It's not just something you verbally give to the employee?
I believe you could do it online ahead of time, but you were present, I believe, on August 12th at the office to go through line by line, I believe, with that application.
I don't know.
So
maybe if the money was really all about me, I would have
if I
gotten
thought I was
spousal.
getting, if a person
Ugh.
So in your investigation of this fraud, you have seen all of my applications, is that correct?
I reviewed any and all documents that we have in relation to JJ as well as to you receiving benefits on his behalf, correct?
And you do not recall seeing any spousal surviving benefit application, is that correct?
Oh my goodness.
Seeing was once again the two applications, one for mother, child, and care, and one for JJ as well.
And isn't that a redundant benefit?
Your questions are redundant, ma'am.
Which benefit?
The mother and child care and the child in care. Isn't that that's basically the same thing?
JJ had a benefit for himself solely, then a second one to be mother, child, and care.
To take care of the child.
Oh my good grief.
Correct.
Who ended
The child
up
has to
dead.
be under your care, custody, and control during that time period, correct?
So
She's just the worst.
when you're receiving these Social Security benefits, they want them to be for the things that you stated previously, right?
I gave a few examples, but it is for the benefit of the child, correct?
Right. And it's supposed to be spent on food and clothes, and it could be spent on an electric bill, and it can be spent on rent. They want you to utilize that money on a monthly basis. Is that correct?
Correct. Or you could also conserve it for the child as well, but that is correct.
And that they can do an audit any time of your account to make sure that you're spending it on those correct things. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And they want it to be spent every month, and you can't really save it for college. Is that correct?
No.
It's not true.
So if an employee told that to a recipient, that would be incorrect?
The benefit is for the child. The money can be saved, or spent on the child.
So if a recipient was told that all the money has to be spent every month on the care for the child and could not be saved for college because it is Social Security.
The objection sustained for, it's straying into you testifying, ma'am.
So it is not your understanding that that benefit has to be spent every month. Is that correct?
Sustained.
So you are not aware of that?
Sustained.
Oh my gosh.
Can I have a moment to confer?
Go ahead.
Oh God.
Dude,
Ugh.
good grief, lady.
All right. She has that shock belt underneath of her too. Like, I don't understand, like, how her thought process of, like, she's trying to come across like she's a caring mom, knowing damn well what happens, like, 3 months later.
Come on.
She's the worst.
Mr. Sari, you weren't present at the interview with me and the employee at the Social Security office on August 12th, were you?
I was not.
So you do not really know what was said. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you just saw the applications in a later time?
Yes.
What time about when you started investigating this fraud?
In or about January 2020.
When you were in Hawaii, without your
And
kids.
who is your superior?
Is your question who my boss is, or?
Yeah.
I have a special agent in charge who's my immediate
Where's
boss.
the manager?
Elbow feet.
Sustained.
Yes, and wedding dresses off Amazon.
Who assigned my case to you? That's my question.
It's not really relevant, but you can answer, sir.
Are you asking for the name, or what are you looking for as far as your question?
The name would be fine.
At the time, it was special agent in charge, Joe Rogers. He's now retired.
And he was your direct?
He was my ASAC at the time.
And that came to you in January of 2020?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
August 12th of 2019, when Ms. Vallow went to Social Security and had a meeting, what is the point of that meeting?
The point of that is for an applicant to come into Social Security, apply for benefits, and then have Social Security determine if they're eligible or not for those benefits.
You have up with you a paper that was provided to you earlier to review. After that meeting, was a letter sent to Mrs. Vallow relating to the answer she gave and the benefits she was requesting?
Yes.
Is that what you were looking at when you were looking at some of the information that she had provided?
Yes.
So in that letter that was sent to Ms. Vallow, what address was that sent to?
It would be the 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley, Arizona.
And so that letter covers the answer she gave that we previously discussed of when she married Charles Vallow, for instance,
Correct.
children that they had,
Yes.
that they were still living together,
Yes.
and then discussed what she would be applying for.
Yes.
When you, in your understanding and having investigated these crimes, does Social Security just start deciding for people what benefits they feel they might want? Do they make decisions for them? Hey,
No.
you look like you might want these benefits.
Not at all. No.
So regardless of whether any of us understand why Social Security would give benefits for a child and for the mother of the child if they're still married to the spouse, that is what you
I
get.
agree, Kelly.
They would ask the applicant what they are applying for, correct, as far as for that benefit.
So when a couple is married and they have a child together and one of those spouses dies, the other spouse may be entitled to benefits for the child.
Hardee's hand-breaded chicken on a bun or home-style platter with your favorite sauce, like new Duke's Carolina Gold Barbecue. There's nothing quite like the goodness of Hardee's. Get 5 free tenders or a free chicken sandwich with purchase when you download the app and join my rewards.
Enjoy the Hardee's.
Your red light therapy session is now complete. Find your bliss at Palm Beach Tan. And take that feeling with you wherever you go.
I hope you guys find your bliss.
With new red light therapy. And infrared saunas. Plus, the best of sunbed and spray tanning. Palm Beach Tan makes it easy to see yourself in a new light. Join and get a free $25 gift card.
I always want chicken fingers, Kelly.
Did not see any surviving spousal benefits.
I did not.
All you saw in looking through reams of documents was that Mrs. Vallow was receiving those 2 benefits that we've discussed.
Correct.
You were asked about when you began investigating this case, correct?
Yes.
And would those benefits for Lori Vallow have terminated when she became Lori Daybell?
Yes. Upon a remarriage, that mother child and care benefit would immediately cease.
But the benefits for JJ would have continued.
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one coming down.
Let me see what's happening on this other one. Okay, I got time to switch to the other one real quick. So hold on. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I'm getting faster, kind of. Not really. I think this one. Yes. Okay. There we go. Still waiting for the juror question. Oh. Oh, she is totally doing everything to own Lori.
100%.
Oh, thanks, Angie. We're getting there.
Techie llama.
Techie llama. We're getting there. So what'd y'all bring for snacks? I got gummy bears.
I got an orange. Trying to be healthy.
That's like a tangerine.
You're right. I think it's a clementine.
Oh, okay. Like that's a small orange.
I don't know the difference in a clementine and a tangerine and whatever.
I don't either, now that I think about it. And there's mandarin oranges, which are my fave. Are those clementines?
I have no idea.
I don't know either.
It's not what I want. I want French fries and chicken fingers.
French fries and chicken fingers.
But whatever.
I mean, that does sound pretty good. Someone please ask about benefits if spouse is caught cheating. Oh man, she is just act like you weren't trying to defraud them. Like, get out of here.
Come
on
now. She's the worst.
She is the worst. She is the worst. Now, I know that they said that, like, or she asked if you had to spend money, like, and Angie said something about she had a situation similar to that, oh, here it is. I was told it had to be spent every month, had to claim spent on what every so often. I don't know. I have a friend who their stepkid receives survivor benefits, and they had put it in like a savings account for him and stuff. I don't know though.
I would think that still counts as long as you can show where it's going.
Maybe that's,
But
proof that you're spending it on the kid, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I learned new things about it today. I didn't know how that worked. So I brought Llama. She's a legit snack. Oh,
she is such a snack.
Elbow feet. Look at that. I got a secret admirer in the chat.
Get a room.
God. Oh, goodness.
Does that make your couple name Llama Feet?
Yeah. I think
it's
so.
better than Elbow Llama Feet.
Llama Feet. I think that makes more sense. I think this court reporter kind of just ever so slightly, when she's in her profile, kind of looks like Kathy Griffin. I think it just might be the hair and the bangs.
I'm gonna look it up. Hold on.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Annie.
I know.
You don't know who anyone is.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
She's a comedian. Oh my God. Oh, you sweet summer child. I love you.
I love you.
Oh my gosh, what is that? Jury questions.
I know. Was she in a movie?
Yeah, she's like a stand-up comedian. She's been around forever. Oh, Kelly thought that too. See? So we have Angela from The Office.
Which I did know. I knew that one.
You didn't know. That's true. You didn't know that one. And then a younger Kathy Griffin.
How old is she?
Oh, she's like in her late 50s, early 60s, probably.
Oh, 64.
Okay.
I was going to say, that makes sense. That's why I don't know her, but I don't want to offend the people. What, Polly?
I'm about to kick you off this show, young lady. Just kidding.
Wow. Goodness. Sorry, Polly.
Yeah, she used to host New Year's Rockin' Eve with Anderson Cooper. But you probably don't know who that is either, Annie. Stop it. Stop. No. Annie.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I tried to look it up so I could play it off.
Were
I love you.
payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation?
They were, yes.
Yeah.
And during your investigation, do you know if Lori Vallow notified Social Security of her new marriage?
She did not.
And
Based on those questions, did the defendant have any follow-up for this witness?
Can I?
Do you have any follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Of course she does.
Mr. Sari, you said that I did not notify Social Security of my marriage
Correct?
that you know of.
To my knowledge, you have not? No.
Okay. So you don't know if in Hawaii I was at the Social Security office and notified them?
Did you notify that your kids were dead too?
So again,
But you're
testifying.
So would you have all of the information from every office? in that regard?
From our review of the records, there is no notification at all of you ever notifying Social Security of that marriage.
Of the records that you had access to, is that correct?
From our review of the Social Security databases, which would encompass notifications, we have seen 0 notifications.
And what would you have to do to put in a notification?
An employee would have to go on the record and make a change or make a report of contact, that sort of thing.
And so that would go into a major database, and then it would be available to you as well?
We would have access to view and see if there was any changes made. There were no changes made after August 2019 on your behalf.
So none were made in November, to your knowledge?
There were none made.
And is that something that you would be made privy to
Yes.
in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
So it's not something that you could have just missed?
I did not miss it, correct?
Okay.
It's like you're missing kids.
I did not miss it, correct.
Ah, she's the worst.
Does Social Security use computer systems to keep all this data?
They do.
Talking to Mike, Trina.
This is a paper lying around that maybe you missed.
Correct.
So whenever anything is updated anywhere in the country, it's put into a database that you were able to access.
Yes.
And you did access it.
Yes.
And you reviewed everything that was in there.
Yes.
And you at no point saw any information to indicate that any changes were ever made to those benefits after August of 2019.
Correct.
And Social Security was not advised that Ms. Vallow had been married in November of 2019.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Can't believe she was trying to pull the whole. Well, I
Do you have
went
another
to
witness
Social
we can start?
Security.
Go ahead.
Again, your kids are dead. You expect them to believe that you were honorable and told them you got remarried when your kids are dead in your new husband's backyard? Get the fuck out of here, Lori.
Was it his backyard or his parents? I was trying to think of this the other day.
Chad's backyard.
Man.
Yeah. Yeah. Ugh.
Did they find something in his parents' backyard?
No, not that I know of. I mean, maybe they searched there once. I'm not sure. I don't know. Lori banks on everyone in the world being incompetent. She's the worst. Gaslighting the witness is a bold choice, Cotton. Let's see how it works out. And that's really what she's been doing this whole time. Ugh. I'm kind of annoyed they can't bring up the kids.
I know. Oh, I thought the judge
All
was
right,
going
you're
to say
gonna come
something.
right up here.
Oh, that's right. He was just burying a raccoon, is what he told
Right up here
Tammy.
in front of this bar, and my clerk will swear you in.
Oh, we got a new one. I think I already wrote this in. I did. Sorry, guys. This feed doesn't have closed captions, so it's either no commercials
Reporter, have a seat to my left.
or closed caption. And I'm with no commercials. So,
Mm-hmm.
Do you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Robin Smith Scott.
I'm going to have you move up or pull down that mic so we can hear you a little better. Thank you.
oh, says
Where do you work?
Katrina.
I work at Banner Life Insurance Company,
How long have you worked there?
13 years.
What type of, well, let me start with what does Banner Life Insurance do?
We are strictly a life insurance company. Customers can purchase life insurance policies.
And what do you do for Banner Life Insurance?
I work in the claims department as a claims representative. I process death claims.
Have Have you previously had to testify before about a payout of policy?
Yes.
I'm going to start by asking some real general questions so we understand sort of life insurance. How does
Okay.
someone go about getting life insurance?
I should probably take notes.
They could go through an agent. More recent years, you can apply online. There's information, you fill out an application, basic information regarding yourself. There could be some financial questions, health questions.
Okay. And you talked about a agent. What is an agent in there?
An agent is someone outside of our company, but they do business with us. They'll generally try to, find the best coverage and possibly best prices through, different companies for their clients.
When we're talking about life insurance, is there something called a policy owner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
Pretty much exactly what it states. The policy owner owns the policy. They are the ones that basically can make any changes to the policy during the insured's lifetime, such as they can relinquish ownership. So basically do an ownership change. They can change the beneficiary. They could decrease the value of the policy, if they chose to. They basically have complete control of the policy.
What's the difference between the policy owner and the insured?
So the insured, the policy covers that person's life in the event of that person's passing. The death benefit would be paid to the beneficiary, but the policy owner, if that person is different than is not the insured, again, the policy owner is the only one who can make changes to the policy.
So there are times where the policy owner and the insured are not the same?
Correct.
Can the policy owner and insured then be the same person?
Yes.
As well? Okay. And you said the policy owner is able to change the beneficiaries. What do we mean? What is a beneficiary?
The beneficiary is who will receive the death benefit in the event of the insured's death.
Okay. Can the insured, if they're not the policy owner, change the beneficiaries?
If they do not own the policy, they cannot make that change.
Can the beneficiary, if they aren't the policy owner, change anything about the life insurance policy?
No.
Can they, when someone passes away,
Oh, I bet they're going to play the phone call.
who
I hope
decides
so.
who will actually be paid out? Who makes that decision of who will get the benefits paid out?
Well, as us claims examiners, we are going to review the policy, any documents that have been submitted through the lifetime of that policy, and we are going to determine and confirm who the primary beneficiary of the policy is.
So if someone obtains a life insurance policy and initially has one beneficiary, they can later file some new forms and create and change that to a different person?
Yes.
So you have to look through and make sure that you have the most recent beneficiary.
Correct.
When someone calls in to make a claim on a life insurance, I say so-and-so passed away, is it customary for claims adjusters like yourself at Banner Life to sort of take that information and then look into all these things to make sure you know all of the different changes that may have occurred?
Yes, that is our standard process.
Does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of all of those policies as part of sort of your normal business practice?
Yes.
And does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of any modifications to a person's life insurance policy as part of the business practice?
Yes.
If someone wants to modify who the beneficiary is, how do they go about doing that?
They would request a beneficiary change form. They can also access online if they are able to provide the proper security things through the website. But they would normally contact our customer service department, request a beneficiary change form, and complete it and return it. It is then reviewed by our customer service representatives to make sure it is completed appropriately. And if so, the change will be made. If not, then it's rejected.
Okay. Does a beneficiary modification form have to be notarized?
It depends on the amount of the policy. I believe anything that's $500,000 and above would need to be notarized.
So a policy for $1 million would require it to be notarized if you're changing the beneficiary?
Yes.
When people call in to the claims department requesting a payout, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And is that done in the normal course of business with Banner Life Insurance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the life insurance policy with your company for Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how much that life insurance policy was for?
Yes.
How much was it for?
$1 million.
Prior to February 26th of 2019, who was the beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance policy with Banner?
Prior to that date, Lori Vallow was the beneficiary.
So prior to February 26th of 2019, if Charles Vallow had passed away, would his wife, Lori Vallow, have gotten $1 million?
Correct.
In February of 2019, did Charles Vallow call Banner Life Insurance and request a beneficiary designation form?
He did.
Was one sent to him?
Yes, it was emailed to him.
And did Banner Life Insurance then receive a beneficiary designation form on February 26th of 2019 from Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that notarized?
Yes.
And in that beneficiary designation form, did Charles Vallow change the beneficiary for his life insurance?
Yes.
Who did he make the primary beneficiary for the life insurance?
His sister, Ethel K. Woodcock.
Ethel K. So they all go by their middle names? That's interesting. Well, I think it depends.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with 215?
I think it was probably easier to get, since even though he was murdered at the time, they said it was self-defense and not your typical kind of murder. But usually they hold on to it. And won't release it to anybody.
Looking at 215, do you recognize that both as an affidavit authenticating the Banner Life Insurance documents?
Yes.
As well as the beneficiary designation form change from February 26th of 2019?
Yes.
That we were just discussing. In there, is there also a CD?
Yes.
Does that contain a recording of your call with Lori Vallow on July 15th of 2019?
Yes.
Would you like to listen to that to verify that?
Yes, please.
Yes, we do. Are we all going to hear? If they don't play it, I do have it in queue, by the way. So. Let's play it all for the class, please. Please, Miss Trina. Oh, she's giving her headphones. Boo.
Lame.
That is lame. Why aren't they playing this stuff for everybody?
Yeah, they're not doing a very good job of sharing the evidence.
I don't understand.
Oh, well, if that's the case, Amy, then.
I guess maybe she's just verifying it at this point. Oh, she has to hear it first. Oh, look at Big Brain over there. Big Brain Amos. big, beautiful brain.
I brought yogurt. That's my
Ooh.
snack.
Nice. Well, Elbow Feet's still watching. Elbow Feet, what do you want to do for dinner tonight?
And do you recognize that as the call from July 15th of 2019?
I do recognize the call.
Your Honor, the state will move
Amy's
to admit
pregnant.
Exhibit 215.
Any objection?
Shut up.
215 submitted.
And if we could perhaps break at this point,
Okay.
since it's 12:01, otherwise it'll be playing for a
All
while.
right, let's
Oh.
take our lunch recess for the jury. Please remember the admonition will resume with the jury at 1:30.
All rise for the jury.
All right. 5 minutes long. We could have played it before lunch. It did sound like they were going to play it after lunch, though.
Polly is having issues with this decision.
No, but what? Oh, going to lunch? I know, it's so rude. They'll be back for just a quick second, and then they'll go to lunch.
Oh, it's almost time for her to leave.
Oh, no, that is during your commute.
Yeah, you can step down, ma'am. We attempted a sidebar during the previous witness. There were a number of questions. We had some technical difficulty with our headsets, so some of it didn't get captured by the court reporter. So for the record, on juror question form number 8, there were 3 questions. First question was, were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation, which we did ask the last witness. Neither side objected to that question. The second question, if an applicant lied on an application, would an applicant have to pay back money they received? Both the state and the defense agreed that that question should not be asked, and it was not asked. The third question, did Lori notify Social Security of her remarriage or new marriage? The state did not object to, the defendant did object to that question as to its relevance. The state's argument was that it went toward motive. The court did ultimately ask that question of the witness. I think that's a accurate recitation of what happened at the sidebar. Does the state want to add anything or correct anything? Does the defendant want to add or correct anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Secondly, before I forget, I'm going to order that the clerk file the email that was sent by the state to my staff advisory council and the legal assistant for the defendant on Friday, April 11th at 4:35 p.m. And that's the email regarding the service of the subpoena on Bobby Vallow. Can we take up these motions that we referenced this morning at 1:15? We have a time to read those over the lunch?
I will try to, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll address those at 1:15. Anything else from the state? Defense?
Not at this time.
All right, we'll be recessed till 1:15.
1:15, that means 4:45 our time, East Coast time. Well, I guess we won't watch the insurance call because it did sound like they're gonna be covering that. Ooh, look at those big faces. Ooh, let's go a little bit. Ooh, there we go. A little bit more reasonable.
Yeah.
A little bit more reasonable
Nobody
for
needs
us.
to see us that way.
But what we can do in the meantime is, because we got cut off last time, is we can go over the handy dandy little family tree thing that shows who all the major players are here. Hold on. Let me Oh, you know what? I think I might have found a better way.
Karen Reed lost another juror today, according to Angie.
Oh, really? 30 more left to question. I thought they had them all, but interesting. Okay. We'll just do photos. This way, hopefully I can like zoom in doing it this way. Yeah.
Do they want people that never heard of the Karen Reed trial?
I mean, probably preferably. Would be my guess.
Good luck.
Oh. Hold on.
All right. I'm going to stop eating.
Oh, there we go. Okay. I did it. Okay. So family tree here. Oh, that made it much too small. Let's just zoom in a little bit. We'll make it bigger and zoom. There we go. All right. You all can see that pretty well. Let's do that one. There we go. All right. So we have this who's who of this whole story, in case anyone has forgotten, because this story has many major players, much like the Zizian cult that we've been covering, where there's just so many people. It looks like our Game of Thrones straight. It does. All right. Can you guys see my mouse? Oh, yeah. Okay, this works. So we have the Cox parents, Lori's parents, Barry and Janice. There's a lot of talk about Barry. What did they say this morning? A subpoena went out for Barry. I believe that's what they were talking about, because Barry is on Lori's witness list. Janice is not. Then the siblings are Summer, her sister Summer, Alex.
We have phone calls between her and Summer, don't we?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. There were phone calls at some point. I don't remember them where they fall into place. I've kind of forgotten a lot of this stuff. But there are phone calls between Summer and Lori. Then we have Alex, who's dead, but is the one that shot, allegedly. Well, no, he did. He said he shot Charles, just that it was in self-defense. But he's also behind the deaths of JJ and Tylee and Tammy. So he's a real neat guy. So then we have Melanie Bordeaux. And Brandon Bordeaux. The next trial that they're doing in June is about Oh, I just realized our faces are in the way. Hold on.
Yeah.
There we go. So the next one is about Brandon Bordeaux, which would be Lori's niece's husband, nephew-in-law. Is that a real title? I don't know. But that's what he is. To which Alex allegedly tried to shoot at him from the back of a Jeep shortly after the death of Charles. So then here we have Lori, who, and all of her husbands, Charles, Joseph Ryan, that's Tylee's dad. Then William and Nelson. I don't know if one of these is Colby's dad. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, here's Colby. Where's this little thing go? William Lagoya. There we go. That's his dad. Okay. But Joseph Ryan adopted both Colby. Well, had Tylee, but adopted Colby as his own. Now let's see. So then Lori goes and marries Chad Daybell. Well, shortly after the death of his wife, who died 2 or 3 months after Charles. And they have these 5 kids here, who I believe were all out of the house at the time. Maybe one lived at home, but where is Adam Cox? Adam is not on here. Adam is not on here. Adam is the 4th sibling of the Cox. So I don't know why Adam is not on here. You guys can write Nate an email.
Excuse me, sir.
Excuse us. We're missing one. And then up here we have Larry and Kay Woodcock, who are Kay is Charles's sister and the grandmother of J.J. Vallow. That part gets a little confusing, but so yeah, so there's all the players of that. Jay and Larry are heroes. Melanie, I think she sucks, if I remember right. I get her and the other Melanie confused, so not a big
I
fan.
can't remember, but I think we liked Summer because she didn't seem crazy. I think.
No, I think she aligned with Lori for a while, but then, you know, which that happens, especially with family members. You know, you're going to want to believe that your family member couldn't have possibly done the things that she was accused of doing. But now I think Summer doesn't have anything to do with her.
Maybe that's what it was.
So yeah, that's their little tree for this. And let's see, 1, 2. I like how they have Joseph Ryan as deceased. Like all the other ones were murders except for Joseph Ryan, but I'm suspicious about it.
And Alex.
How long after the third? Oh, she was already married to Charles when her ex died, because her and Charles were together for like 12 or 13 years, I think it was. So, but Joseph Ryan died just the year before Charles did. So
2019, man. Good grief.
Right? What a crazy time. COVID hadn't even happened yet. Crazy. So there's that. Now, I do have something, unless you guys want to hear us talk for the next hour and a half, but I doubt it.
I'm just going to make people mad. I looked up young Anderson Cooper and I still didn't know him. So, like I said, what was your thing?
Danny. I'm Chad over Charles. I mean, well, you know, that's what happens when you are a reincarnated goddess who has lived many lifetimes. We can't possibly understand Lady in Gray. We're simpletons. Simpletons. I think she just liked Chad because Chad bought into her delusions too.
Mm-hmm. They enabled each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She thought she was going to be like big shit, I think. Did you all know that Adam Cox is a radio DJ here in Sacramento? Remember the girl that died in the We for a We contest? Adam was part of it. I worked with her. Shut up. Really, Kelly? I do know the incident you're talking about. Do you, Annie? Probably not. Just kidding.
No, actually.
Just kidding, babe. So there was this radio contest out in California where the last one to go pee won a Wii. Okay, it was like when the Wii came out. They had to like drink so much water or something like that. Anyway, the woman ended up dying because she drank too much water. Because that's a real thing, you guys. It's a very real thing.
Did she drown?
It's kind of basically what happens.
Wow.
Yeah. I think
what
it
kind
like
of a stupid idea.
Yeah, they didn't think it through. Now they all had to sign waivers, if I remember right.
Wow.
So like,
I mean, it was a Wii. Come on. Good grief.
yeah.
She died over a Wii.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Chad bought into her goddess delusions. I think he helped feed them to her. Oh, he's such a scumbag. I hate that guy.
Oh,
She
that's
was
too
trying to
sad,
get,
Kelly.
yeah, it's super sad story, a very sad story, and a bizarre way to pass away there. But I didn't know you used to work with her. That's wild.
Wow.
And I think Wees were really hard to get when they first came out. It's pretty.
I mean, they were pretty like cool, new.
Oh yeah.
Technology.
It was a big deal. They're just stealing the Hawkman woman story. I don't know what you're talking about.
Me either. Google.
What does that mean? Hawkman. Is he a hawk? Tell us, Annie. Though sometimes we got to be careful looking up stuff that Elbow Feet brings up, because usually it's.
I have not learned that lesson, but I should have by now.
Yeah, you probably should.
Yeah. I don't think I looked up the right thing. Elbow Feet.
Hawkman. I would type up, my keyboard's so loud.
I didn't hear it.
That's
you didn't.
I'm like gently, just lightly hitting each one
finger.
because it's so loud. Hawk, man, woman. Are you talking about Hawkman versus Wonder Woman?
That's what I'm.
What does that even mean? I don't know. Who would win?
Explain it, Elbow Feet.
I don't think this
Explain.
is.
Explain.
Explain. We're such nerds. We're such nerds. No, so I did save, since we're on break, if you guys want to. Last night I found an interview with Kay and the additional brother and sister of Charles Vallow. Gave like an interview. I think it was the day after Kay testified. So it's about how she felt about testifying and all of that. If you guys wanted to watch that, we can, or we can just hang out, you know.
I'm down for that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not the audience, but
I haven't watched it, so I watched like 2 minutes of it. So I don't know, how great it is, but I'm curious how it went for her. Let me find, where did I save it? Oh, there it was. There we go. Just a second. Again, I apologize for commercials. Okay.
This for her brother, Charles, already accomplishing that for her grandson, JJ Vallow, in 2023 and 2024. But this moment she's been waiting for a long time, facing off with her nemesis, Lori Vallow Daybell, the pro se defendant accused of plotting Charles's death. Kay takes us inside her testimony. I'm Justin Lum, and we are on the record.
We love you, Kay.
What a week of trial it has been in the Lori Vallow Daybell case, and I am joined by some special guests right now. I've been waiting to talk to this family. We are speaking with Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister, Jerry Vallow, Charles Vallow's brother, and Susan Vallow, Charles Vallow's other sister. You guys have been through such a journey. First off, I want to start off with Kay. How are you feeling coming off yesterday's testimony? Everybody's eyes were glued to the screen when you were taking the stand.
I am probably the most depleted I've ever been in my life.
No.
I told you, I'm like, I don't want to interview today. I'm just exhausted. It's exhausting.
I bet.
Being in that courtroom every day. And it was just like it in Idaho. At the end of the day, you're just drained. And so it's the same thing here. And, but yesterday after testifying, it's such an emotional thing, and it just wiped you out. But I mean, hey, I'm here. I can only go up from here, so I'm good.
Yeah, you're done as far as trial number 3.
Yes.
You have. I mean, isn't that? I was saying this yesterday to our viewers watching.
Imagine
being a key witness and testifying in 3 murder trials. And I know that's not something that anybody wishes for, but that is the hand that you were dealt.
Yeah.
I mean, do you ever think about that? Like how you are a key witness in these cases?
Not really. I just know what I know. I mean, it's not that I know anything more or less than the next person, but
in some ways you do.
Everybody together, collectively, it's one big story, and it's one big mess that Lori and Chad made to everybody's lives that have been affected by this.
Jerry, how proud were you of your sister yesterday, seeing her up there?
My sister rocks.
Yes, she does.
She is a badass.
We love you, Kay.
I was very proud of her. She said what she said, and it almost fell out of my chair. But it was a really great testimony.
Because this is about justice for your brother.
It is.
It's been a long wait to even get to this point.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're here, and let's rock and roll.
Susan, how about you?
I was so proud of her. When she came back at Lori, and Lori just didn't really know what to do. But yeah, she rocked. She really did.
That's awesome to hear. Now, what you're talking about right there is what leads me to this, how you basically clap back at Lori Vallow Daybell, who's representing herself pro se, and we're all waiting to see the kind of questioning she had for you in cross-examination after this very, very thorough testimony and direct exam by prosecutor Trina Kay. But
it was amazing.
She only had 3 questions. Let's listen to that exchange right now.
Thank Brunch. Thank Bob Evans. Double blueberry hotcakes. Our famous farmer.
Mr. Cox, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
How long is this? I forget. Oh, okay.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I can't
a while.
hear you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of his murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Yeah, okay. Get her.
Hi, Terry.
Nice Terry True Crime. Hi, girl. Hi.
Miss Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Bravo. Bravo. Kay.
Wow. So what we just saw there, that last bit of the exchange, Lori Vallow Daybell says, thank you, no further questions. But she had asked you if you personally saw her conspire with Alex Cox to kill your brother, Charles Vallow. And you just said, no, but I've seen the evidence.
Yeah.
I mean, was that something that just came to mind, or did you foresee that happening because she had asked some witnesses that question at the end of cross?
That just popped out of my mouth. I didn't.
No
No forethought.
nicest
I
thing
just
she could say.
said it, and after that, I was talking to Trina, and I said she could have objected to a lot of that. I don't know exactly what, but and she said, "Oh yeah, but she didn't pro se, so she doesn't know what she's doing."
Because after you said no, you did elaborate there.
Yes.
You threw some back. It's similar to what Nancy Jo Hancock did.
Yes.
Saying don't flatter yourself. I mean,
Right.
but that
Love
she
it.
left it there. I mean, that was another contentious cross-examination. But what was it like for you seeing Lori Vallow Daybell? Really, you've seen her in court, but this is you face to face, just like this, and she's asking you the questions. This is something you've been waiting for.
This is the first time I have spoken with her one-on-one since March, in person, March 28th of 2019. That's it.
Wow.
That's how long it's been. So 6 years, and I've waited and waited for this. And when I found out she was representing herself, I just I was over the moon.
Yeah, girl, us too.
Gratitude that I would be able to speak to her. And I mean, I was nervous, but it's hoping I wouldn't open up the door to Idaho, or that's something we had to be very careful about. But I just, listening to the last few days' testimony, I feel like those jurors have to feel that there's something more that went on here.
Yeah, I think that is
not
happening.
necessarily here geographically, but in this whole story. Because I said the last time I saw JJ was in, May 18th of 2019. And I bet I don't know. I think
the murder,
putting myself in their place, I would be wondering, well, wait a minute, where's JJ now?
I think the jury's definitely wondering, right? Where is Alex Cox? Where is Tylee Ryan? Where is JJ Vallow? Where are the people that were at the home July 11, 2019? And I've heard her use these names sort of in present tense.
That's a good point.
And then I've heard witnesses, and maybe this was you, using their names in a past tense.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they're picking up on or how much they know. But I think at some point, as more evidence comes out in this trial, they're going to wonder why maybe they're not in the courtroom, why they're not called as witnesses. And then how much more does the door open? Because it almost really opened the other day when Lori wanted to keep on cross-examining Nancy Jo Hancock and we went to lunch.
I think I truly feel that if they wouldn't have broke for lunch right there, she would have opened it, because she had to know that were talking about her the whole evening long. That's Lori's ego. That's Lori's narcissism. And that was so close. So I was, man, if I wish the judge would have broke for lunch then. Just 5 more minutes and she would have sunk herself.
And maybe
still time.
She learned from that. I don't know if her counsel told her, to not keep that witness on cross too long, because we saw her not even cross-examine her old friend Christina Atwood. There's some witnesses that she's just decided not to cross at all. When we get into the really technical stuff with police, there's some moments throughout court where the jurors are really trying to pay attention because they're being taken through this whole crime scene. I want to ask you two, what's that like, being in trial and you're seeing photos of your brother, you're seeing body camera footage, and it does bring up trauma,
so hard.
I bet, as you're going back to the crime scene.
It wasn't a pretty sight to see. It really wasn't. But it was just hard to see. It really was, for me, Susan, and Kay, and everybody else.
Yeah.
But I'd seen them before, but not in such graphic detail.
Yeah.
And it was upsetting to me to see him sitting there laid on the floor dead.
Time is running out. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes
to
100% free now. Plus,
what the jurors had to see in Idaho.
It wasn't nice. I mean,
Yeah.
he shot him in the chest, then he fell down, and he gets shot again.
That's what the evidence is showing. The prosecution keeps hammering that home of how the projectile went through the baseboard and how it's very clear that Charles was flat on his back for the second shot. And then we even talk about the baseball bat and how there's no real conclusive evidence to prints that match Charles. And the whole narrative by Lori is that there was this huge fight. And I wonder about July 12th and on 2019, as you guys are learning about this fight, how did you wrap your minds around that the narrative was that this was self-defense at the time?
I thought it was BS because it was a setup, and
It was an ambush.
ambushed and executed. And that was the plan, and I think that's what they did.
Larry truly believes, and as time has passed, I agree with them that we think Lori shot him when he was down. Alex said, "Here, you need to take a shot and think about it." But I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just our speculation.
The only person still alive is her.
Yeah.
Out of that whole scene.
Yep.
And at some point, like we were just talking about the jury, when do they wonder about everyone else involved? They don't necessarily know that Alex died in December 2019.
Right.
Just the trail of death. I mean, it's overwhelming when we get into Idaho. And I told people this yesterday. I said I never see Kay get too emotional. It's been rare and occasional throughout this saga where you have cried.
Yeah.
And yesterday, when you went back to July 12th and finding out from Cole, Charles's son,
that was sad.
that Charles was dead, and there was no information, and then Larry goes on Google. Larry is Kay's husband, and finding out the actual details. That's when you broke down. Now, what is it about that moment?
It was just trying to wrap my head around it. And I mean, I'm the one that can handle an emergency situation. I don't react. I just keep my head collected and, okay, what do I have to do? I have to take care of business first. And
I don't know.
And that's what I was trying to do. That's what I did do. I got to call my siblings, and so that's what I did. I started with the oldest and worked my way down, and called everybody. And it was a horrible time. I mean, it's whoever wants to tell anybody that, hey, I got some bad news for you. Charles is dead. That's all we know.
I've heard you deliver that news
everybody's
before.
asking me questions, and
Did not like it.
there's no answer.
You don't have the information.
I don't have any information. But I think after that, Larry and I called the Chandler detectives, but we didn't really learn that much. But I did, say, hey, we're going to be there at noon tomorrow, and who do we need to speak to? We need to talk. And anyway, it went from there.
You said that in examination to her. You said, you didn't tell me anything. You wouldn't tell me anything.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, she asked you, do you know about the morning of? And,
Yeah, that
it wasn't really a complete question. But.
It was a stupid question on her part. Like, what am I supposed to know? I was at home living life.
And you literally told the court that you didn't know anything because everything you found out was on July 12th.
Right.
And you still didn't know.
Right.
As far as the family dynamic between the siblings here, was Charles someone that you guys never really had to worry about? He's just doing his thing, busy guy, just living life.
Yeah.
Like what? I've talked to Kay about Charles and his personality, but for you both, like what was he like?
You want to go first?
Susan?
No, you go first.
Well,
What if the lottery was on your phone? With real tickets,
Sorry, guys.
he was my big brother, my protector, taught me. When we were kids, it was just growing up. It was, we hung out a lot. We had a lot of the same friends. We'd go camping, fishing down the bayou and the river, and go play baseball. We'd always have plastic ball games in our backyard, and then we go to Little League or minor league and play ball, and it was always about baseball with us. But he was he was a protector and a fun guy to be around with. Lots of friends.
Yeah, he has many childhood friends, and to this day, and a lot of them have reached out to us and reach out to me and offer condolences, and
They've watched this unfold.
Oh yeah, it's amazing just some of the people that we've heard from, that like, oh, I don't remember you, or oh yeah, I do remember you. Hey, since I saw you last when I was 8,
Yeah.
So
they came out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
You know, I heard from people I didn't even know that were Charles's friends. And yeah, they can find you through Facebook or whatever. And they did.
I
And
mean, he
got
traveled a
several
lot. He
calls
probably knew
and,
people everywhere.
yeah, I knew Charles and back when and this and that and in college, whatever.
I did, when he was in college at McNeese, our university in Lake Charles, he was in Kappa Sigma, and I don't know. All I knew is they were always partying. So, and he had a lot of friends there too. It was.
I went to a few of those parties.
And
I was still in high school, but you know.
so he's very likable and charming.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And we hear the adjective is chivalrous and the term gentleman. And even, you know, this witness, Nancy Jo Hancock, saying that he didn't have bad things to say about Lori. Even then, the night before he was killed, he wanted to make life good for JJ. I think that was the priority. No matter what was going on between him and Lori, he wanted to make sure JJ was in good hands. Now, you got the D-backs baseball shirt on right now. So, like, you've got the baseball love and experience, and you just talked about playing with Charles. You know, everyone that we've talked to about this case, and I think people will wonder, hey, this guy was a fit man, played baseball, semi-pro baseball, played in college, right? And if Alex Cox is saying that he got hit in the back of the head with the bat by Charles, I mean, I just want your take on that whole scenario.
Why weren't you bleeding out your head?
I had a head left.
Agreed.
If Charles hit him with a bat, you know, that was all the setup. That was phony.
I don't know if you guys remember, Alex was just like,
I mean, I think it's described as a 1-inch cut.
I've seen a close-up picture of it, and it was nothing. I mean, it barely split the skin.
Well,
I mean, it was ridiculous.
If you swing a bat and just tap somebody with it, it's gonna do.
Yeah, this Rawlings bat, this metal bat, it's no joke.
If you swing it hard, it's gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
You know, knock him out kind of damage.
Oh.
I agree with that.
I have to ask you, Kay, like in the Idaho trial, you know, all the evidence is just flowing out there, like just
so
a waterfall.
Much. Yeah.
But there's a different approach here, like you said, trying not to open the door to Idaho, right? It's almost like the rules of the game have been changed a little bit and the jury doesn't know anything. Like, how was that different for you as you were being questioned by Trina Kay, and like more challenging?
Yes. Number one, I just had to, don't talk about Idaho. Don't, you know, it was, I really had to think about that a lot yesterday. I just stayed focused. Don't talk about Idaho. Don't mention Idaho. Don't, you know, just don't say JJ's dead. Don't say, you know, well, you killed him. You know, I mean, I could have spouted off a lot of stuff, but I just really had to be careful yesterday. And honestly, I was a little surprised that I said what I said, you know, about, well, you didn't tell me, you know, I just kind of.
You did great, Kay.
Yeah. And it went by so quick.
There. Yeah. I just wish I want to do it one more time, and I'll have a lot more snarky stuff to say.
And were you surprised that she only had the 3 questions? I mean, I thought she was going to keep going.
You know what I learned after my testimony? Some friends that were sitting on the front row with me, and they saw when Trina was questioning me, Lori was visibly shaking. She was shaking, trying to get her to turn the page on her pad. She was shaking.
What?
Yes. She was afraid.
I believe
and
it.
I'm like,
it should be.
Good. That was wonderful to hear that.
You were nervous, but at no point were you going to be intimidated.
No, I was not intimidated.
I mean, this is someone that you were close with.
Yes.
And there's stuff needs to be resolved in your mind.
Yes. There was no intimidation. Yeah. I felt zero intimidation. And obviously, she felt intimidation. She was worried. What was I going to say? And I'm glad. She needs to fear me, because if I just had her for a couple of minutes by myself, she should fear me.
And in this case,
We'll
it's
turn them
different
the other
because
way,
in her
Kay.
first trial, she got to watch her public defenders do their
Yeah.
thing and cross-examine, but she's now leading the show here. And so that's why I think everybody was expecting more fireworks and seeing how if this got more emotional or intense
I do
between
wish
you
it was
both,
longer,
but it was quick and she had something. She went longer with Adam, and I'm sure you got to see that with Adam
Yeah.
Cox, her brother.
Adam did a
What
great
did you
job.
take from that whole testimony?
From Adam?
Yeah,
I know Adam is in a terrible position with his family, that they would ostracize him and Zach for speaking up about this wrong thing their daughter did and son. And so I appreciate Adam being honest, 100%, totally honest and open. And
he did a good
job. Adam did the right thing. It's his family that is very questionable.
Well, Rex Connor, the uncle,
And I say her immediate family.
Yeah.
I don't mean Rex and
I know.
Yeah.
Like Rex said that they were really
And
close.
Megan.
Rex
Yeah.
said that Adam and Lori years ago. I mean, these are siblings.
Yeah.
They're all close.
Yeah.
Just like you guys are close. And then at some point in 2018, the relationship gets strained, and Adam is on the stand saying that once she asked him what he thought about her beliefs and what she was saying about her priesthood and being a celestial being, he had to just say, well, I don't believe you. Like, I'm not going to criticize you, but I just, and so she took offense, it seems, because he said they just stopped talking. Is that her nature though? Like how she treats people, even if loved ones, if you don't agree with her?
I never saw that, but what I did see over the years is it's like when Charles and Lori moved to Hawaii, then, the next time we went, her parents were there. And I was like, why? It's like the family just followed her. And I don't know. A lot of kids follow their parents, but it's like they were following her, like the whole family. She was their leader. I don't know. That's what I saw in my perspective. So I don't know.
You know what I like about them too, the Woodcocks, is they made sure that Tammy
And I gotta
was
know
always
this.
thought
Maybe you
of,
guys talked to Charles during
not
this
an
time, because
afterthought.
this
I love that
2019
about them. And
timeline
Colby.
from January
They've
into
been very kind
July,
to Colby around
and your testimony discussed so many details. And you obviously you have like an encyclopedia now from doing these two trials, but like knowing when she was AWOL for 58 days, helping Charles move to Houston, and he's kind of back and forth, right? And then the reconciliation, the divorce that never really processed. But like, did Charles want to get back with Lori and go from being separated to finally living in the same home together? Like what was going to be the next step if things didn't go the way they did?
Lori would have never have allowed it. All she did when she came to Houston, excuse me, when she went to Houston after being gone 72 days, she went for a money grab. She went to grab money, 100%. And that was it. And then she was gone again.
So they were pretty much separated. She did not want to, because the affair was happening.
Yes, the affair was happening, and I have a bank statement showing where, because I knew when I looked at it, I didn't know what happened, but the weekend Chad Daybell was in Houston, and Lori was in Houston. There was a restaurant charge for, I don't know, $90 or something like that, and a hotel room charge, and I just knew that wasn't Charles and Lori. I knew it wasn't, and I don't know why I knew. I just did. And then as things have rolled out, that's exactly what it was. It was Lori and Chad. And I mean, Charles knew about Chad then.
Really? I was trying to figure out when he really finally knew that she was cheating. And I know that the whole letter thing came out in June of telling Chad to come and write a book for him.
That was one of the things he and I talked about after I got there when he and Lori, did this when Lori didn't come home, and that was just early February 2019. And one day we're talking, and he said, "Hey, she's sending videos to this guy," and I was like, "What do you mean videos?" And dance. She would get in her big room and dance. It was lined with mirrors, and she would record it and send it to this guy, Chad Daybell. And I was like, "Well, Charles, okay.
Does anybody else want to watch
Okay,
those?
you need to understand. I didn't see the videos.
He described the video.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like it'd be like some Britney dancing
I was
with
like,
knives.
Charles, okay, she's either about to have an affair or she's in the middle of one right now, because you don't send stuff like that. That's totally
Correct.
inappropriate as a married, as a married person. And no, he just didn't want to see it. He did not want to see it. It hurt him. It hurt his heart. And oh, well, maybe not, so he was still, I guess he was still kind of doing like what I did when we couldn't find JJ. I wouldn't accept the fact that he might be dead. Even when a detective told me in December, they don't think the kids are alive. And I was like,
wow,
I won't believe it. I'm not
December
believing
2019.
it. Yes.
Detectives were already thinking the worst.
Yes.
And that had crossed your mind, even though it was a missing persons report at the time. But did it cross your mind?
It never crossed my mind. The worst thing I felt Lori could ever do to me, because she wouldn't hurt him. I just that was not even in my mind.
And they just
but
made it so
to
much
me,
worse.
the worst thing she could do to punish me would be to, since she was a single parent, she could have given JJ up to someone and then never told me where he was. She could have kept me guessing for years, for the rest of my life. And I would never have known. To me, that was the most cruel thing she could do. But boy, was I wrong. Very wrong.
Yeah. I know what you mean. It's basically leaving you without answers for so long. And you're just going out of your mind.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
And then that percentage of thinking he's okay is just going down. every day.
Yeah.
And then you obviously see her in Hawaii. You see the video.
That was
because his entire body was wrapped in duct tape, right?
Mind blowing. It really was.
Like the whole thing.
That was January.
That was it January
2020,
or February?
end of January 2020, where the
That's
video
right.
came out.
That's right.
Is that when you were like, okay, there's danger now because I don't see JJ on the screen or anywhere?
No, I knew there was danger when Brandon got shot at.
Okay.
Then when
October
Alex
2019.
died naturally, I'll never believe that as long as I live.
Agreed.
When Alex died, I'm like, holy cow, this is just, it got more and more ominous, but I still kept, he's okay. They're okay. Then, I mean, it wasn't until the end of November we knew that Tylee hadn't been seen. So,
you had all these people that are really unaccounted for.
Yeah.
And then Tammy Daybell's body's exhumed the day before Alex died in December 2019.
Coincidence?
What's it like for you when you guys are hearing all this from her and she's reporting all this information back to you in this time frame?
Try Free Tax USA this year to get the same tax refund without paying extra. We all know that.
I think so.
It's hard to hear. I mean, but Kate kept on top of things. I was always working.
Yeah.
So I couldn't really track it. But when Nate Eaton went to Hawaii and saw Lori and Chad, where's the kids? Where's the kids? And she nonchalantly, okay, whatever. And that's when I kind of knew either she's hiding them in some cave somewhere or they're dead.
Wow.
And I suspected the latter. And it wasn't too long before we found out that They were.
That was in February, March, April, May, June. Yeah, it was 4 months after that.
Yes, but to see what she did to my baby sister really is beyond anything I've ever known.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because to look at her and see what she has gone through in the last 5-6 years, it's hard to look at. I mean,
Dang.
it's just
It's almost
no,
like,
it hurts my
yeah.
heart.
I
when see it.
know.
Okay,
I was
you
just
know?
messing with you.
It's just Lord. I mean, him and JJ were at my house like 3-4 weeks before he was murdered.
Mm.
And JJ's in the wife's china cabinet rearranging everything because he's a hyper kid. And she was in there with him. Me and Charles were talking, and he said, "Jerry, we're getting a divorce." And I said, "Well, I'm sorry, Charles. I really am." But we didn't go into detail. I didn't know all the stuff behind it, what was going on, because we, I guess the ego thing between brothers or something. I don't know.
Yeah. You weren't going to pry either.
I didn't want to pry.
How could you
Right.
prepare for what he was telling the police back in January 2019 about being called a dark spirit and being threatened? I think that's at the time, and he confided in you early, but was he embarrassed about it, trying to figure out why this was happening, and how serious was Charles taking it? I mean, we know that he called the police because he was locked out of the house, but I mean, being called a dark spirit, you don't think that someone might take this literally and murder you or do any harm to you or your loved ones?
Justin, I gave you the that email that Chad had sent Lori in January of 2019, where he labeled dark and light and
numbers,
and there were all those attachments to it about I don't even know, but all that. I didn't understand it. I totally didn't understand it, so I didn't talk about it. And I know you asked me a few times, can I release this? And I was like, no, I didn't know. I didn't understand what all it was.
Yeah, trying to grasp it. I think that was my challenge too, is how do I explain this and report this and lay down the facts of the correspondence, improve the correspondence between Chad and Lori via email, verifying the emails. Anybody could come up with a Word document, but obviously now it's all been proven that this was going on. This information was not just being exchanged on the internet, but in text messages and in these group meetings, and they're talking about death percentages. I mean, this is all now on the record through the Idaho case. But getting back to Arizona, I mean, we've got 12 witnesses that have your witness number 12. There's supposed to be 21. I mean, what do you expect to come in this next week or so?
I have no idea. Just I'm there for whatever happens. I gave up trying to guess the next thing in any of this, so I'm just there for whatever happens.
5 civilian witnesses have gone, obviously, including yourself. But in the Idaho trial, we did get a roadmap of there's just so many text messages that are probably going to come out via Chandler PD between Lori and Alex and Lori and Chad, and kind of Charles's concerns are being verbalized through text and emails. Have you guys been able to look at the jury and their reaction?
I'm not good at reading people like that. I did notice. Excuse me. Can y'all get my mic for a second?
No, it's okay. Go. Well, I would ask Jerry.
My Spectrum services help simplify my day, and it helps our business just run really smoothly.
Ads
Orange
listening to
juice
Kay.
through a curly straw. And those piggy pancakes? Yum! Family favorites at a family-friendly price. Brunch is better at Bob Evans.
To me, the jury is very hard to read. They're kind of stoic, if you will.
Yeah.
They are stoic, yes.
And I sit on the front row, but when sometimes I would lean over the rail, just looking intently at what's going on in the court. And a couple times they would look at me, and I didn't know if they knew who I was or not.
They
really
don't. They don't.
But they're hard to read. There's all men except for 2 women, I believe.
Okay, so 12 men and 2 women. Yeah, because we lost 2
Oh, yeah,
jurors.
we did.
Lose 2.
But that was interesting.
They're a different group, but they're hard to read. They don't. I haven't seen any of them, go
Have a big reaction.
Yeah.
And there's not taking notes. There's only probably, I think I counted 5 people the other day, either 4 or 5, that had a notepad with them. In retrospect, in Idaho, both trials, each juror had a notebook, and then some people went into a second notebook.
Wow.
I mean,
dozens of witnesses they had to listen to.
But what's different is they can write a note to ask a question to the judge. I've never seen that.
Yeah, very unique to Arizona. I'm not sure. I think there may be another state but yes, that was interesting to see that we've seen a few juror questions to get things clarified by the witness. So yeah, this is just how do you think the rest of your family is doing? Just seeing this, it's been a long time. That leads me to this: when you have family gatherings, like, is this not talked about? Is it just kind of in everyone's back of the head that you know what you've been through?
We talk about it.
We talk about it.
It's not a big secret or anything. It's just, it's a whole different level of the conversation at a family crawfish boil or whatever.
Yeah, you just face it. It is what it is.
It is.
It's part of your family's history now.
Yeah.
With the jury, do you think that Lori thinks that she has an advantage with the jury being mainly men?
Probably.
I imagine she thinks she does, but she doesn't. She's 10 years ago, maybe she would have been able to sway 1 or 2, but she's aged just like I've aged a lot. I've aged a lot in these last few years, and so has she. So she's past her peak, and I don't think her looks are going to get her anywhere like she thinks they will.
Do you feel like you just don't know her anymore, like that person that's sitting there?
I have no idea who the hell she is. She's a total stranger.
She's a translated being.
Well, yeah.
And a deity.
When you were close to her and she had said, like, "I love you, KK."
Mm-hmm. With
was that
tears.
Was that a genuine?
With tears rolling down her face.
Yeah.
And I was like, "I'm just so sorry, Lori. I hate
you
this
were in a
is
tough
happening."
spot.
Yeah. But I mean, I was mad at her. Number one, for saying that she didn't want JJ anymore. I initially thought that she said that to just to make Charles mad, but she truly didn't.
Yeah.
And she didn't want Charles, and she didn't want Tylee. She told Charles that's all things that I learned from him. And I was like, well, maybe she's having an extreme midlife crisis. I don't know. Maybe she's got menopause gone wrong. I don't know.
Menopause gone wrong.
It was just not the person I knew. However, throughout all of this, I've learned, I think Charles had blinders on, and he just did not want to see that side of her that was the manipulative, greedy, selfish person that she truly is.
When people ask the question, the age-old question, like, are you a lover or a fighter? So Charles, I assume you guys will say he's a lover.
Oh yeah.
Even though he looks like this tough guy, right? Like, but he's sensitive. Would you? Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because I know the quote that he had given even to his former lawyer is "Love always wins." He didn't go through with the divorce.
Yeah.
So is that his attitude? It's just, love will conquer all.
Yeah.
Do you wish that he would have? You say had the blinders on, but just taken off those blinders and snapped out of it?
I tried, believe me. I tried. Just, Charles, stop. Listen, look at things for the reality is right there. you need to open your eyes and quit seeing her the way you see her, because that's not who she is.
I think he just thought he could fix it.
Oh,
He
yeah.
seems like a fixer.
I tried.
You know?
Franklin University makes it possible.
Advance in today's most.
There we go.
He loved her. He was blind.
Yeah.
He loved her, and she killed him.
And this is, you know, I don't know which number of his relationship or marriage exactly, but obviously he probably had multiple relationships in the past, but you're saying this was the woman that he truly was in love with out of everyone that he had been
That
with.
is so sad.
I
You can
believe
tell.
that. Absolutely.
I know who he should have married, but
That's another
Yeah.
conversation.
That's another conversation.
But is also the sad part is because you know how much that Charles cared about her, and you're seeing him plead for help on body camera video and reaching out to family members, all to walk into the home on July 11, 2019 to be shot down. And you guys here now, I mean, how has this brought you all closer as siblings, this whole ordeal?
we hang out a lot more, you know.
Yeah. We
do, and it's more of a deeper relationship.
We call each other more.
You know.
Call each other
and
more.
we're older now, so we're not all raising kids, and you know what I mean. The running around, the busyness you are with your children when you're raising them, and so now we're just older, and we just can take more time and talk to each other and visit, and you know, drive to Houston and spend the night with he and Melanie, and you know, just to get away for a night. And
another Melanie.
and
Melanie
Lucy.
is a very popular name with these people. Three.
Yeah.
Gotta watch out for them.
And you guys can enjoy the simple things because life is short, and you guys
It
have
is.
each other to appreciate.
Yep.
So, thank you all for just spending all this time with me to talk about your brother, getting justice for him, and just everything that you've been through. I really appreciate it. So,
Well, Justin, we
Yes.
appreciate all the hard work you
You
have
have done.
in
Thank
this
you.
case. You really have worked hard, and we know that, and it is greatly appreciated. And hello, Phoenix. I love you. It's a good town, and I'm going to a ball game tonight. So,
and you like the
Buy-
heat. You don't
buy
mind
him a
it.
beer. He'd love a beer.
Oh, you're fine, Susan. It's good to just have you here and also
Yeah.
share in this. So, I appreciate you guys. And I'll always remember that first FaceTime interview with Kay and Larry trying to
He
figure
had to
out.
walk us through every single. We're like, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, and now
Yeah.
you guys have just been so graceful with the media, and I think it's important to recognize that because a lot of the time for us journalists, we need the people who are affected to come forward and speak their truth. And if you're not willing to, I mean, we can only help so much. So I think from day one, Kay and Larry were adamant that they had to come out there and speak about this, no matter how crazy it sounded at the time. So that deserves a lot of credit.
and in Idaho, I was afraid of the media, and like
Yeah.
when you talked to me, you know, I was just like, heck no, I'm not doing
Jerry,
that. Plus, I was
yeah.
sick as hell, and
Yeah,
I didn't feel good.
it's all good.
He's not a big talker anyway. He's pretty quiet. So yeah. it's
Well,
just-
that's why we have Larry Woodcock when he's available.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but
you're
now
lucky my little brother isn't here. He never shuts up.
Yeah.
but it's good to finally have you on and you know to open up about all this. So appreciate you guys again. Those of you watching, back to trial Monday morning at 10 a.m.
All right, so there's that.
All
You know,
right.
it's really nice that they are all together because, like, the potential for that generational trauma, you know, like, I couldn't imagine, you know, that's enough to destroy any sort of family. And it seems like, you know, they've still decided to stay together and all of that. Oh, they are just
Does
so
Kay have
sweet.
other grandkids?
Does what? Kay have other grandkids? I don't know, but
Yeah.
I think so. I don't know for sure.
I don't either.
Because I know that her and Larry got custody of JJ, and then they weren't in the best situation or health or something like that to take care of him, because his special needs and everything, and he was so young. So then that's when Charles stepped in, and
they thought they were giving him a better.
And I mean, he did have a pretty good life with Charles around,
Yeah, up until,
until Bitchface McGee came around and ruined everything.
Pretty much.
Gosh, she's the worst. Yeah, no, Kay's a hero. I love her and Larry. Because I remember like when the news broke, right? Like, where are these kids? And they were states away. What if they weren't very active in asking questions? But I did forget that it was the day before Alex died that they exhumed Tammy's body. Like, I forgot that was the catalyst.
That too.
Well, what I think was the catalyst to Alex dying. Because I mean, what are the freaking odds here? Okay.
This whole oh my gosh, just every aspect of this case is insane.
Yeah, absolutely batshit insane. Just batshit. And here we are watching Lori represent herself in court. That's how the story is going to end, with her being found guilty again.
I really hope she opens that can of worms, though.
Oh, I do too. And I wonder, the jury is made of mostly men. What'd they say, like 8 men?
Yeah, something like that. 8 men and 2 women, I think.
Yeah, and I feel like they're going to, especially if they play the body cam of Charles, which I'm assuming they will. Like, I think those men will find Charles like relatable, So it's not going to work in her favor, in my opinion.
No, but she certainly thinks it will.
Oh, of course she does. Kay being like, that bitch looks old.
I know, the shade.
Oh, I love her so much. I don't remember if they released her as a witness or not.
I don't either. I don't think they said, or at least not that we heard.
I feel like they haven't asked them either.
Yeah. Yeah, because that wasn't the first one. I don't remember that I noticed not being dismissed, like on camera at least.
Sorry, my keyboard's so loud. I had to mute myself.
I'll look it up. She was released from the stand, obviously.
Mm-mm.
I don't see anything that says she was released as a witness.
I don't know. I don't know.
I hope not.
I hope not too.
I want
Trina, if you're listening, I don't know what relevance it is bringing her back, but let's bring her back after rebuttal before closing. Okay, great. I would appreciate that. Give Kay her time.
It's the only time she's going to be one-on-one, face-to-face with her.
Mm-hmm.
Let her have it. Let her at her.
Ugh. I couldn't imagine having to be that close to somebody like that.
I can't imagine being as polite as she. I mean, she was snarky, but she was still well behaved, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the Woodcocks, they have, they're really good people, because not only were they trying to get justice for JJ and Tylee, they did it for Tammy. They made sure Tammy was always mentioned in everything and, not cast off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done that with Colby as well. People that were Lori's responsibility that they've reached out to and, tried to get.
I mean, she sat there and talked about how Lori's brother has been doing a really good job.
Mm-hmm.
They're not self-centered people.
Oh, yeah, exactly what Kelly said. It's classy, well-being, snark, class act. They are. And, I hope
Is
after
a
this,
classy lady.
I hope after this, they get to have the most relaxing life. There it is. I'm sure they'll be happy that it's over.
Is this the last trial for her?
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know if she's on the witness list for Bordeaux.
That's okay. I knew there was one more case, but I
Yeah, there's
wasn't sure.
Brandon's, now that I think about it. But I don't know what Kay could have contributed. Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder,
So I
but
guess
she'll probably
go.
Listen, keep tabs, I guess.
Yeah. Because I don't remember when the Brandon thing happened. How long? But, it's crazy. The amount of damage they did in 6 months? Things escalated quickly.
If they had, they would have been caught either way, but.
Same. I mean, I don't know. I think Lori was just thinking nobody gave a fuck about those kids. Because she didn't.
I mean, did she think that nobody was gonna wonder? I mean,
who knows? Who knows?
I can't wrap my head around that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's another reason why I think that they offed Alex in some way, shape, or form. Whether or not somebody did that to him, or maybe he decided to do it. Because all the people around seem to be dead.
But natural, natural,
right? Ugh. So sad. So sad.
Ooh, I'll be right back. I think my other ducks are at the front door.
Oh, more ducks. This is 1,000 ducks, probably. Oh, you're muted.
There's a lot of ducks.
There's a lot of ducks. Okay. Rachel Morin case. The jury is now deliberating. I'm sure we will get a verdict very quickly. Oh, wow. Okay. That case moved quickly. They were just doing opening statements last week, right? I don't think Lori wants Kay back as a witness. She knows she will go head to head with her lies and have proof to back it up. Yeah. I don't know. She probably didn't want her up there anyway. But I do love how delighted Kay was about when she found out that Lori was going to be representing herself. She was like, yes, I'm ready for this shit show. Oh my goodness. She's great. How do I set that back up for the next one? That one. Okay. Look at me doing the things. Court is not back yet. I should be starting in a couple minutes. Or I can refresh the feed and see what's happening. Probably nothing. Right? She was like, she could have objected, but she has no idea what she's doing. I love that comment too. Because, to let her say, well, I've seen all the evidence. Ugh. Yikes. Not good for you, Lori. That's also why you have a lawyer. And don't represent yourself. Okay, where are they back at? Oh, they haven't been back yet. So, right, 1:15, 2:15, 3:15, 4:15. Yeah, 4:45. Look at us doing math together on our hands. Because they're supposed to go over motions first. So, should be any moment. And I think here soon in a little bit, I think Miss Amos is going to be joining us when she's done with work, I think. Turn into a real party around here. Also, her being like, yes, Lori is. How long were her and Chad having an affair for? I forget. Was it over a year?
They met. I don't think it was over a year.
Or did that escalate pretty quickly too? Should have brushed up on this over the weekend. Oops.
I know. I think. Let's pull up a chart. Excuse me. I apologize for that.
That was my can of Coke, Sam, in case you were wondering. Sam's usually like, I heard something. It's my Coke.
Okay.
What are you all having for dinner tonight? Let's have some dinner options because I know Elbow Feet is going to be getting off work later and be like, what do you want to eat? I'll be like,
what do you
I
want to
don't
eat?
know. I had like 2 Red Bulls today. So.
Ducks.
Oh, those are adorable. And they're all different colors.
I know. We're having homemade. We're having pasta with Alfredo, like a pesto Alfredo sauce.
That sounds good.
And beef. They're so cute.
Do you want to tell people the duck story?
Okay.
Oh, it's so tiny and adorable.
So
Quack.
I love my mother-in-law. I love her to death. I got blessed with a great mother-in-law. So because she's so great, I harass her. Really.
That's Annie's love language, in case nobody knew.
Yeah, I'm a great daughter-in-law, really. So she every year for Christmas she decorates, and it's like her house is like a Christmas catalog. It's beautifully done. It's impeccable. Just pristine Christmas, winter wonderland. Anyway, nobody touches her tree. Her kids were not allowed to touch her tree growing up. Like everything's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So I get married to her son, and I started buying the ugliest little ornaments I could find and putting them on her tree when she wasn't looking. And so it's become a thing now where she, every year she like has to find the ugly ornament. And now she's so sweet. She has a separate tree that she adds my additions to every year because she still can't go on her main tree, but she loves me.
Right.
So anyway, we're upgrading now because that's only Christmas and I have to harass her all year round. So I bought these teeny tiny little ducks, and we're just gonna hide them around her house when we go visit.
I love that.
The jury's not.
What else do you do with a gracious mother-in-law?
That's adorable, and she's gonna be finding them for years.
I know.
After we're finished with this witness, we have Jeff Moberg and then Cassandra and Clan.
Jeff Moberg.
Are you able to estimate yet when you think you're likely to conclude your case in chief?
I think likely Thursday.
Knew it. Nailed it.
So we are moving at a fairly quick rate. Let's talk about these motions. One of them may be relevant this afternoon. The motion in limine regarding the questioning of police. Has the defendant have a chance to review that motion?
I did get a chance to review it, Your Honor.
Can you pull the microphone down?
I did get a chance to review it. I did not get an opportunity to discuss it with my advisory team. We were able to have like a 30-second discussion right before we came in. So I would like to have an opportunity to do
Well,
that before I have to.
I think you said Mr.
Who was the other person? They
Did you
said
say Mr.
Cassandra.
Moffitt's testifying this afternoon?
No.
Oh, you didn't say
Moberg.
it. Moberg,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, no.
Moberg, I got him.
I see the witnesses.
No. So theoretically, she could, if we get to cross of Detective Cassandra in plan, that could become potentially an issue there. I don't know. I only put.
Well, I guess here's the issue is, I don't know to what extent you might have intended on crossing police officers about why you weren't arrested that day, or why your brother wasn't arrested that day, or why it took however long for charges to be submitted, or those types of things. Were those things you were planning on questioning anyone about?
Not exactly in those terms.
In what terms then?
Asking those specific questions, those were not on my list. However, it will become apparent that we were not arrested that day, so I don't foresee it being a problem. I'm not trying to
I think that the timing,
go into detail on that.
the timing of what was happening, how the investigation unfolded as far as timing, who was charged, who wasn't charged, would not be relevant. And I think that's what the state's motion is toward, because I think one of the first witnesses in the case, there was a question about why you or your brother weren't arrested that day, which again isn't relevant because if you go down that path, you could foreseeably open a door into.
Let's open it.
There's a lot of reasons why the investigation probably took quite a while, that the jury doesn't really need to know about, nor is it relevant for them to determine what did or didn't happen on that particular day that you've been charged with. But I'm just kind of giving you a heads up that I don't think it's relevant. If you think it's relevant and we get to cross of this witness today, and you think you have a question regarding the timing,
just ask it. It's fine.
Or who was or wasn't arrested, ask if we can take a break. All right.
Okay.
Stop being so nice.
Then we have.
I like how she's like, but no one was arrested though. Bitch, it is not a CSI episode.
Well, let me ask the defendant this. You've subpoenaed Robert Bobby Vallow, apparently was sent that subpoena or served that subpoena for a date that's already passed. Is this, again, someone that you believe has relevant information to your case?
No, Your Honor, that was just an oversight. That was a mix-up of clerical error. So we apologize to him or his family or any distress that caused. That was mixed up with an exhibit. His name was mixed up with an exhibit. It's very difficult on the phone at the jail when they cut me off every 20 minutes. And sometimes the notifications that get to my paralegal and my investigator do not come through clearly.
All right. The court will find that that subpoena, first of all, wasn't effective in the way that it was served out of state on an out-of-state witness. It sounds like the defendant's withdrawing that subpoena. Can we say that?
Absolutely. You can crush it.
So that one's withdrawn. Are there other?
Your Honor, I know you filed the state's email. I did have attachments of that on there. If those are part of the record, can we seal that as well? Because obviously it still has.
I can't believe she doesn't write letters.
I've only sealed your email and I've sealed the actual 2 subpoenas that we discussed this morning.
Thank you.
Was there another, Mr. Boudreau was served with a subpoena for this case, is that correct?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right.
Those subpoenas were sent out from OPDS. We turned them into OPDS before you struck that witness, Your Honor. So.
Okay, so that subpoena is effectively quashed, and as I said, that one would be filed under seal.
I don't use that word enough.
Then we have, let me just check the time here, 1:23. the motion in limine regarding the testimony of the video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. Have you had a chance to review that and discuss it?
I haven't had a chance to discuss that with advisory council, and I would like the opportunity to do that, Your Honor.
All right, that's fine. I don't think that's imminent for today.
No.
What video do you think they're talking about?
I think we can also take up the state's third motion to preclude later today or sometime tomorrow. Is your next, let's have the witness come back in. I think all our jurors are present, so we can start a few minutes early.
Yeah, let's go. Let's listen to this phone call. I'm going to be annoyed if we don't listen to this phone call.
I know.
If not, we'll play it after the whole, or maybe
His
during
haircut.
the afternoon break. Oh, that's Colby, Lori's other son. I'm pretty sure that's Colby. He definitely got a haircut between yesterday and today.
Staff, they
Quite a haircut.
Friday, I mean.
All right, so.
All right. Oh boy. I hope she opens that door, you guys. I like her whole thing. Wow. She wants to bring up that no one was arrested and charges didn't happen right away. So therefore, nothing bad happened. Otherwise, the police obviously would have arrested them because, you know, that's how it works. Mm-hmm. Of course, she probably got her law degree from Law and Order. So there's that.
That's where mine came from.
Let's see. So let's see. The two next witnesses look like the ones from Department of Public Safety. I don't really know. Maybe they had a previous job. And the other one, Cassandra, was police. So I think we might get some video today.
Will we actually get to see it?
I hope so.
I know.
Won't that be annoying?
Yes.
If that's the case, we'll pull it up.
Yeah, we will.
Somehow make it work.
Right, please be seated. The jury's present. You can continue with your direct examination.
Jury is present. Talk to the mic, Trina.
Took our break for
right.
lunch. We had just admitted Exhibit 215, I believe.
Yes.
And inside this contained the beneficiary designation form that was filled out by Mr. Vallow. Oops. Wait till we get our Elmo up. Correct. This is the form that we were discussing from the February 26th beneficiary change.
Yes, that's correct.
So we see that it's signed and notarized.
Correct.
I don't know why it keeps freezing.
And what this then shows is the primary beneficiary is now Ethel K. Woodcock.
Yes.
And then were there also contingent beneficiaries?
Yes, there were.
What are contingent beneficiaries?
Oh, I need to order new glasses.
Contingent beneficiaries are listed in the event the insured passes away and the primary beneficiary had predeceased the insured, meaning passing away before the insured. Since the primary beneficiary was no longer living, it would then drop to the contingent beneficiaries to receive the death benefit.
Okay. So if Kay Woodcock had not been around when Charles passed, then it would have gone to Nicholas Charles Vallow and Zachary Chase Vallow.
That's correct.
When a primary beneficiary or a contingent beneficiary is removed from someone's life insurance policy, does Banner Life Insurance call that person up and let them know, hey, letting you know you're not the primary beneficiary anymore?
No.
Do we know, are Charles's sons there?
They're not the policy owner,
I don't know.
so they would not be entitled to that information.
So again, the policy owner is the person who and do whatever they want with the policy.
Correct.
On July 15th of 2019, did Lori Ann Vallow call Banner Life Insurance to make a death claim?
Yes.
And was that call recorded?
Yes, it was.
And
yes, it was.
Is that the audio that you listened to before we took our break for lunch?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, if I may publish this?
Let's go.
And again, that's just something that's the normal course of business that Banner Life records all of those people.
All of our calls are recorded, yes.
Oh, I forgot about the banner. Oh, shoot. That's fine. We'll take it off for now.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure.
Are we not? Where's the audio?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, one moment, please.
Oh.
May I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow.
I was wondering, Polly.
Yeah. It's the future.
And who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. And your relationship to the insured? He's my husband.
Mm.
Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards.
She's not going to like how this goes.
Great. Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please? Sure. It's
Oh, they blocked some stuff out. Duh.
Oh, that makes sense when I gotta let my dogs out.
And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing? July 11th. And what was the cause of his passing? Well, he was shot. Okay. So I don't know how I want to put that. Okay. All right. And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident. An accident. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what state did he pass away in? Arizona. Okay. Just bear with me for one moment. I just need to pull up a few other things. Okay.
Elbow feet's home.
Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is? It's me.
Message.
Okay. And may I have your, I'm sorry, one moment. My computer just went away for a second. Okay. And may I have your current mailing address? Sure. It's 55.
Heights policy. I think you can get life insurance on like anybody, right? Wasn't there that scandal with Walmart?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence? Email would be great.
Portal.
Okay, what is your email address? It's
Portal.
Lori, Lori.
Portal mail, please.
Okay. All right. So you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 business days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay. Is there anything I can help you with at this time? That's it, I think. Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself.
She's
Thank
not.
you. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, so we hear in Exhibit 215, that's yourself speaking with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
It was this whole time.
And we hear her, you ask her if she knew who the primary beneficiary was, correct?
Yes.
And who did she advise was the primary beneficiary?
Herself.
We also hear you ask about sort of the cause of death for Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And you asked when there was a pause if it could be, well, after she told you he was shot, right?
Yes.
Did you need to know sort of, was it a suicide? Was it a homicide? Was it a?
Correct, yes.
And so did you follow up by asking her if it was a homicide?
Yes.
And she advised you it was an accident.
Correct.
Oh, yikes.
You got a phone number from her, the 808-755-5452 number?
Yes.
And her email address, the Lori for Style at iCloud account?
Yes.
Lori for Style.
And then you had verified with her that she wanted to receive any correspondence by email, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in fact, did you advise her that the named beneficiary would receive information via email then?
Correct.
They are.
Is it normal when you have someone call in to make a death claim to wait and look up things before you let them know?
Yes, that is our standard procedure.
Okay, so you weren't doing anything weird there. That's just what you guys have to do. So what does Banner Life do to verify that that person that Lori Vallow was the beneficiary?
We review everything on the policy file in the system, as well as any paper document that has come through, such as an ownership change, beneficiary change, anything of that nature during the entire life of the policy since it was issued, to confirm that information, to make sure that we are providing the information to the appropriate party.
Did you in this call know at some point that there was perhaps something incorrect about her being the beneficiary?
Not during the call.
Did you look up afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. When somebody calls in to notify that there's been a death and try to get the policy payout, what would normally be required? Do they just have to call in and then you have to send them a check if their name's on there?
No. We review each policy to determine the claim requirements for that specific claim. They can vary from claim to claim, depending on the situation with that particular policy. That is why we do prepare a claim packet specific for each claim that has been reported. We provide a packet of information with the cover letter that lists the claim requirements that are needed. And the two things that are always going to be required is our specific claim form that we provide for the beneficiary to complete, as well as a death certificate, which states both cause and manner of death.
Okay. So after Lori Vallow calls saying she's the primary beneficiary of that life insurance policy for her husband, Charles Vallow. Did Banner Life Insurance actually determine that she was not the primary beneficiary?
That's correct.
So now that you know she's not the primary beneficiary, how did you notify her of that?
I believe there was a letter that was submitted to her via email as she requested correspondence to be delivered to her in that aspect.
I bet she is so
would the
salty
letter
about
tell
it.
her who was the primary beneficiary?
No.
But the letter told her when that was changed?
No.
It just advised her, would have advised her that she was not the primary beneficiary. Would Banner Life ever tell anyone who the new beneficiary is?
No.
Why not?
We can't release that information. That's personal and private information.
And that's something that just the policy owner has the right to determine.
Correct.
So was an email sent to Lori Vallow on July 18th of 2019 to advise her that she was not the beneficiary?
Yes.
And did she call back to speak with you about
Let's get another one.
About the issue?
Yes.
And was there sort of a back and forth of phone tag before you were able to finally speak with her?
Yes, I believe she left a voicemail for me as I was unavailable. I returned her call, and I believe I had to leave her a voicemail, and then she did call me back, and we were able to connect at that point.
Okay. Karen, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 280.
Yes. Another phone call. Hopefully.
And if you can listen to that and see if you recognize that as yourself and Ms. Vallow again from the July 18th of 2019 conversation.
How do you guys think she's going to sound on this phone call? Is she going to be a Karen about it?
Salty.
I hope so. I hope so. What's like a reasonable, and I have no reason to ask this, but like, what is a reasonable time frame to like file for life insurance? Like, when's the normal time to do that?
Heard and recognized.
Like a week after they pass, a month? What's
of 2019 call?
Maybe a week? Because I mean,
yes, I do recognize the phone call.
Thank you.
You can use
Karen, our
that
state
for
will move
legal
to Exhibit
arrangements.
280.
Yeah.
$280.
How long does it take to get a death
280.
certificate? I don't know. I've never had to get one.
No objection, Your Honor.
280 is admitted.
And if we may publish that.
Like, especially when it's one that's like under investigation, like this one, right? Like a suspicious death. Like, how long does it take to get that kind of death certificate? I have so many questions.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number?
Sure.
Okay, I do have the policy pulled up. Who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. I'm returning your call. Yeah, I missed you. Okay, no problem. Let me just get all of this information up.
Do we think she's going to say, let me talk to your supervisor? Or you can chat.
Okay, so in your voicemail, you stated that you had something that stated you are the beneficiary of the policy?
Right. So I have the original policy where I was the beneficiary, the sole beneficiary, and then we changed the policy to where I was 80% and we added two people, the Porches, who invested in our company for each 10%. And that's the last one I have. That's the last update that I have. So can you tell me when that was changed again? I mean, I know my husband is the agent on record, so he can change it. He's the owner.
Okay, I don't see anything regarding the second change that you said. I don't, and with those percentages, I don't see anything at all with you as 80% at any time.
Okay.
But
I thought that
that's
sounded
something
weird.
You just told him he was going to do. That's just a handwritten copy I have that I found. So.
Okay, so well, I really can't give too much information, but I can tell you that the beneficiary was changed in March of this year.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm trying to figure out what he was doing since we have 5 kids and we've been married for 15 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
5 kids.
So I know he owes a lot of people money, and I was worried if I got money, they'd be coming after me for money.
Right. No, I understand that.
But now I'm
Please.
with none. So, but did he change it to one person or was it several people?
Unfortunately, I can't release that. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I know you can't tell. We're in the business. My husband is the agent. He's the agent,
Okay.
so
Got it. Okay.
we deal with this business all the time. So I kind of know how it works, but I'm completely surprised.
Right.
We have our 7-year-old with autism that we adopted together. So I am surprised that he would do that without telling me.
I'm so sorry.
So,
So
I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, even though it's community coverage, and it's his policy.
This is a contract that we have with the insured, exactly. So he's able to make any changes, during the lifetime of the policy.
Well, can I check? I mean, I have a policy, a $2 million policy on me. And since he's the agent, would he have been able to change the beneficiary on my policy?
Not if he was the agent. He would have had to have owned the policy, but I can certainly check.
But if he would have signed my name, could he have done that? I wonder.
I mean, I don't, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but let me just pull up. Okay, let me just take a look and see what I can find on you.
It's under Lori Vallow. It would be under Lori and Vallow. We have a $2 million policy on me, but I'm not even sure it's with Center Life.
I'm not showing that it's with us.
Okay. It might be Life of the Southwest. We work with several companies.
Right.
I could call them and ask, I'm just asking the question, like, I could call them and ask them and make sure the beneficiary is who I say. I mean,
I would. I mean, if you have a concern of that nature, I certainly would call and check on your own policies if you, have concern if something may have happened.
Well, and I would have to change it anyway because he was the beneficiary as far as I know on my policy.
Right. So you would definitely want to update that at this point. And,
what happens, like if something happened to me, say today, and it's under him and he's deceased, what happens to that policy?
Well, if there's not every contract's different, but I mean, more than likely, if there was not a contingent beneficiary named, it would go to your estate.
To their estate.
Yeah. But if there's, if there's a contingent beneficiary named, then it would go to that person.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you. I just needed that information.
Okay. No, not a problem.
Hi, Amy.
All right. You take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
In this call, we
Look at that
hear
cutie.
yourself again with Miss Vallow. Yes. And we hear her telling you that her husband left her with 5 kids to care for, right?
Yes.
And she told you that she understands how life insurance works, right?
Correct.
That she and her husband run this business about it, right?
Yes.
But then she asks you if an agent would be able to change who the beneficiary was?
Correct.
So she didn't really understand it.
I felt that she did not understand it fully.
And again, she told you
Sounds
she
like
understood
Lori.
how this all worked, but then she asked you what would happen
So-
if she died at this point, who would get, her money since her husband had been her beneficiary.
Yes, she did.
So you had to advise her of the fact that if there were contingent beneficiaries, they would get it.
Yes.
Ultimately, did Banner Life Insurance have any insurance policy with Lori Vallow?
No, she did not hold any coverage under Banner Life.
When she was talking to you, at one point she asked you or said, there's nothing you can do about that, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing you can do to change that. That is something that the owner is able to do.
Correct. We could not make any changes.
Regardless of if you feel bad for someone.
Exactly.
Is it awkward for you when you have to talk to someone who thinks that they were the beneficiary and learns they're not?
It can be, yes.
Was that your
Pretty
last
awkward.
interaction with Lori Vallow?
To my recollection, yes.
31 subscribers today.
Ooh,
Who
you're very
did
quiet,
Banner Life
Amy.
Insurance Company ultimately pay the $1 million policy to?
To Mr. Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock.
I don't know why.
Oh, there you go. You're fine.
And before
Okay.
the insurance company, before Banner Life would pay that out to Kay Woodcock, did you actually have to call and verify with the police that she was not involved in the homicide or the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes, that's correct.
Excuse me?
No questions.
All right, are there any questions for this?
No
witness
questions.
member of the jury? I don't see any. You can
That's
step in.
disappointing.
No question.
Well, because she said she knew how insurance works. So
Clearly not.
I don't know what you're talking about. She sounded like a pro.
yeah, totally. All right. Good job, Robin. I think I'm getting feedback, Amy. I can hear myself.
Let's just fix
Oh boy.
My little pineapple is just rolling around right now.
Is that the size of the baby, a pineapple?
Yes.
I mean, it
Made
probably
it
feels like one.
to pineapple. I was walking earlier, and he is significantly heavier. Like I mean, there's just weight.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, guilty
Wow.
on all counts.
Wow.
Good justice for
Good.
Rachel. That's
All right,
quick.
so come on right up here right in front here and be sworn in.
Who's it?
It is Jeff Moberg.
Do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're gonna have a seat. Just walk around the court reporter. Have a seat to my left.
Okay. Could be fun.
Who does he look like to me?
I don't know. Nothing's coming to mind for me.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you now. Mm-hmm.
Herb, I hear something else.
Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Moberg. I'm a forensic scientist with the Arizona Department of Public Safety in the Firearms and Toolmark Unit.
Oh, guys, it's ballistics.
How long have you worked there?
I've been
Nice.
with DPS since February of 2013. I've been assigned to the Firearms Unit since October 1st of 2018.
Can you tell us about your education and training to work in the area of firearms identification?
Sure. Part of the hiring standards for the DPS crime lab is I do have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Arizona State University. My specialized firearms training is I attended the National Firearms Examiner Academy hosted by the ATF in Laurel, Maryland. The academy consists of 4 phases. It's approximately a year long, with phase 1 being research and history of and all of the techniques that go into it. Phase 2 is a full on-site 17-week training experience in Maryland, practicing exactly what it is that we do. Then we go into practical examinations, meaning I'm doing competency tests and proficiency tests throughout the summer and preparing a research project, which in phase 4, I will present and conduct mock trials.
Do you have ongoing training as well?
We do. Every year we're offered the opportunity to attend SHOT Show, which is the firearms industry trade show in Las Vegas every year. There's also the Association of Firearms and Toolmark Examiners meeting once a year, which is our annual training. It is nothing but peers within my discipline doing seminars and presenting on findings for various cases and various new technologies coming out.
And in DPS itself, is there any type of QAS or means to ensure that all of the firearms examiners are continuing to perform appropriately?
Absolutely. After the training, we are all given a competency test. We have to demonstrate our ability to do the job. So it's a very complex test consisting of all of the disciplines that we do, tool marks, firearms, serial number restoration, various other aspects of my job. But then every year we're giving a proficiency test from an outside source, so we're testing our continued or demonstrating our continued competency within the field.
So I want to start by asking you just some generic questions about how a semi-automatic handgun works.
So a semi-automatic gun, meaning a semi-automatic means that it is designed to fire one round with a single pull of the trigger, but it's also meant to cycle the firearm. And what I mean by cycle is the process of loading a firearm means introducing a magazine, particularly in a semi-automatic, which contains a number of cartridges. Cycling it means pulling the slide back and allowing it to go forward. When that happens, it strips off one of the cartridges from the magazine and loads it into chamber. So we call that chambering. At that point, it is ready to fire. When the trigger is pulled, the firing pin is released on a striker type system. It's a spring-loaded firing pin, or a hammer type system where it's a weighted hammer that goes in and strikes the firing pin to hit this back of this cartridge to ignite the round. It then begins, the pressure builds up within that cartridge, expels the bullet down the barrel, but that same amount of pressure is also working to push it back. So it pushes that slide rearward. So it starts to move it back, unlocks the barrel, lets it go all the way back, and then it comes forward and loads the next one.
So I'm going to put up first, I have Exhibit 76 here. Is this a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to put 85 in here. Is that what a live round looks like?
A live round, or we call it a cartridge, it's just a single unit of ammunition, consists of the cartridge case, primer, powder, and projectile.
So when a handgun is used and the trigger is pulled, we have a projectile that goes out to the barrel of the gun. What happens to the rest of that cartridge or live round?
So the rectangular portion on top, the black portion of the slide that's on top, that whole thing moves. So it will actually, when the cartridge is fired, the pressure of that cartridge will force that rearward, and it opens up that chamber so that the expelled cartridge can be ejected, the cartridge case will be ejected, and the new one can be loaded in via the magazine. The very bottom here, where the kind of the hand is grabbing at the bottom, is where the magazine is inserted.
So Exhibit 77, is this where you're talking about where the cartridge is going to eject from.
That is actually showing the side of the barrel that which houses the chamber, but that section opens up and that is where the ejection takes place.
So you had talked about this in some of the different jobs that you do as a firearms analyst. When a person fires a semi-automatic handgun, are there any sort of identifying tool marks that might be left on the projectile or the bullet?
Absolutely. All of that pressure that builds up and is pushing the cartridge case back, it is resting against what we call the breech face. The breech face has a hole in it where the firing pin comes through and it strikes the primer. Primer is just that little button in the center of the cartridge. It's actually a very volatile compound that ignites the powder charge instantly. So all of that pressure builds up and presses against that breech face. This being a semi-automatic, as it cycles back, the barrel has to unlock. So it moves slightly back, but then as it unlocks, it drops down. And as it drops down, that cartridge case is scratching up against the surface of that breech face, imparting all kinds of marks that we use for comparison purposes.
When the projectile itself is fired out the barrel, are there any tool marks left on that?
Yes. So when the bullet is being pushed out of the barrel through the barrel, all of that pressure is pushing it through. A barrel is rifled. Now, rifling is a pattern of lands and grooves that are in a rotational pattern that impart the spin on there. All of that pressure causes the back end of that projectile to expand and to fill that void. So as it's going through, it's dragging along the inside of the barrel, picking up any of the imperfections from the manufacturing process that are there, similar to a fingerprint. So when it comes out, we're able to look around there and you can see the pattern of the rifling all the way around the bullet and the individual striations or scratches on the surface coming from the inside of the barrel.
So if you are provided with a gun, casings, and projectiles, are you able to determine in any way if those casings or projectiles were fired from a specific gun?
Yes, and we do that by doing what we call a comparison. So we go ahead and we take that fired evidence and we're going to look at it. We want to verify that there's markings on there that we can use for comparisons. Then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to test fire this firearm. I'm going to collect those test fired cartridge cases and projectiles if need be, and I'm going to do a comparison side by side on my comparison microscope. It's just a high powered microscope that allows me to see two things simultaneously side by side at the same magnification. So I'm going to have them side by side and try to line up those scratches and marks that are left on there from the machining process to the next.
So when we're talking about a barrel, you said there's like lands and grooves in there. Is that alone enough for you to identify if a projectile was fired from a specific gun, or are you looking for more specific, unique characteristics from each gun?
So each one, we start with what we call class characteristics. The class characteristics are those that are pre-designed before manufacture, such as what caliber is it? Is it a 9mm? Is it a 45, 40, whatever it may be? Then we're going to look at how many lands and grooves are there. If there is, maybe there's 5, maybe there's 6, maybe there's 8. All of that we use as an initial screening. Can this come from this gun? Say I have a gun that's a 9mm and I have a 45 bullet. That's not possible. So it's an automatic rule out. But those imperfections from the manufacturing process are what we use, and how the scratches translate into there are very unique to those barrels.
So you said you test fire the weapon. Why do you do that? What are you using that for?
Well, when a case like that comes in, whenever we receive a weapon, we first and foremost, we want to verify, number one, that it's safe and unloaded. Number two, that it's actually operational as a weapon. So we're verifying that it can fire and it works as designed. But then I'm also using that time, I document the condition of it as I received it. I document any of the features that are on there, such as in this particular case up here, we have a brown and black gun. That's one of the notes that I would have on there.
When you are doing this comparison and looking for these unique characteristics that you may see from the tools or the actual combustion of this, Are there different levels of interpretation or conclusions that you're able to reach during this comparison process?
Yes, when we're doing a
I
comparison,
really hate to say this, but this guy looks like
we're
Richard
first and
Allen.
foremost looking for marks that recreate. So the
little
different
bit.
levels of opinion that I can form at the end is
There
I
it
can
is.
identify. I can say this piece of fired evidence was fired from this gun. I could say this piece of evidence was not fired from this piece of
It's
gun.
the facial hair.
Or this particular gun, excuse me. Or if there's just none of those marks
Or the
that are
fact that he looks
reproducing
like every
or an
other
insufficient
Midwestern
amount of
man.
marks for us to actually compare, we can actually
Sure.
go out inconclusive, meaning I'm not sure whether it was or not.
So I'm going to have my paralegal go up to you with a few items here.
I hate that name.
Jeff. Is exhibits 235, 38, 40, 239, and 246.
Going back to work.
I'm going to let you sort of keep those. And I'm going to start with 246, the handgun. Were you provided
That's got to be
with
done in
that
like 25 minutes.
gun as part of a request?
What's that?
To determine
It'll
if
be
you
done in
could-
25 minutes.
Well, were you provided with that gun?
I was. When we receive evidence such as a firearm, we actually initial, date, and put the identifying information to the case on the firearm. Right here, just underneath the slide on the frame of this firearm is the DR number, our department record number, the item number. So the combination of that DR number and the item number is our unique identifier to track that piece of evidence. And then my initials and date.
Were you provided with a couple of casings, 238 and 240?
Yes, I was. And again, when I received these, when we receive evidence such as this fired casing here, which is 240, we initial and date the day we receive it. It's here. There's my initials and date from when I resealed it. It's currently hiding up. It's actually right up here at the top where I initial and dated it when I received it.
Oh, what is that? A little cat?
And were you also provided
little
with a
black
projectile?
cat.
If you can look at 235 and 239.
This is my daughter. Bought a
And I
bunch of
believe you only
these
had
and put
one
them
of
around our
those.
house after
That's
Regal
correct.
passed.
The one bullet I
that.
received right underneath our unique tracking, we barcoded everything.
Along with
It's
ducks
got our
and little
department record
babies.
Number, item number, I initial and dated it as I received.
And which number was that?
This is item 239.
Thank you. What were you asked to do with these items?
This particular case, I was asked to compare the cartridge cases and the bullet back to the firearm.
And that's the firearm that we see here in Exhibit 77. What we see is 246.
Yes, it is.
All right. So starting with this, what can you tell us about the gun itself? What is the caliber? What is the brand of that?
The firearm is a Springfield Armory XDM 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol.
And so when we talk about 45 caliber, what does that mean?
45 refers to just the size of the bore. In this particular case, it's a 45 auto caliber, so or 45 ACP, common to most 45s made today. But that's actually the measurement of the bore.
Were you able to, when you looked at you told us you often look to see just initially, do these all match together? When you looked at the caliber of those casings that you were given, did they match with the 45 caliber?
The two cartridge cases I received were Fiocchi brand 45 auto caliber cartridge casings.
Okay. Now, what about the projectile, the bullet that you're given? Is there a way for you to determine if that is consistent with a 45 caliber being fired from a 45 caliber handgun?
Yes. So when we receive a bullet like this, I'm going to go ahead and measure the diameter across the fired bullet to achieve that. And it measured, I don't know the exact number, but it's approximately 0.45 inches.
Okay. Now, when were handed the gun, you said you'd make some notes about that. Did you note anything about it as to whether or not the gun appeared to have been previously fired at some point?
The only notes that we take is we do look down the barrel of the gun. When what I'm looking for is mainly safety purposes. I want to make sure there's no obstruction, because if I fire it and there's an obstruction, could be catastrophic failure of the firearm. But I'm also looking at and documenting the rifling. And when we look down a barrel, we can see, I would notate that it's slightly fouled barrel or whatnot, meaning that there's powder particles and or traces of bullets going through the firearm.
So that would mean it was consistent with having been fired at least.
Correct.
So you talked about test firing. Did you test fire this gun?
I did. I test fired this particular firearm into a water tank. I used the water tank because we wanted to collect projectiles for comparison purposes, and the water tank allows us to do that without damaging the bullets.
What kind of ammunition do you use? How do you determine that?
So first and foremost, we would like to use like ammunition. So this was Fiocchi brand ammunition. We hopefully would have some of that in our reference collection. However, I did not, so I would grab the next closest type of ammunition. I believe it was Winchester that I used in this particular case, that has the same exact type of primer, the same exact type of casing, and the same exact type of projectile.
When you talk about the same exact type, are you talking about like the metals, or what are you talking about?
For instance, the bullet in this case is a copper jacketed round nose full metal jacket. So I would look to test fire a copper jacketed full round nose bullet.
Okay. So when you test fired this gun, did you know anything with regards to the functionality of it?
I noted that it functioned as designed. I did test fire this by hand chambering. I didn't try a magazine in there because one wasn't submitted with it, but it operated with no problems.
Okay. How many times did you test fire it?
We collect a minimum of 3. In this particular case, I only did fire it 3 times. That's all that I needed.
And so each time you're having to put a bullet in there and pull the trigger each time?
That's correct.
If you'd had a magazine, would you still have had to pull the trigger each time to fire it?
Yes, it operates still semi-automatic, so the trigger would have to be pulled each time to fire a cartridge case. I just wouldn't have to reload one into the chamber each time.
So once you created these test fire, let's start with cartridges, did you attempt to compare those to the ones you were provided, exhibits 238 and 240?
So one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to collect my test fires, and I'm going to compare them to each other. And why I'm doing that is I want to make sure that there's marks on there that reproduce over our test fires. If there's no marks reproducing, how would I be able to compare it to the evidence? From there, once I determine that it's a sufficient, and I do photo document all of my comparisons, once I figure it's sufficient for an identification there, I'll go ahead and do a comparison to the unknown evidence and make my opinion based on that comparison.
So the test fires that you have, you look to make sure that those are creating each time the same, both class characteristics and individual characteristics.
Correct, yes.
And the class being sort of the generic ones that every type of Springfield might create?
Correct, yes.
And these individual ones are characteristics that are specific and unique to this weapon?
Correct. They're from use, abuse, cleaning, anything like that, and the individual manufacturing of each component.
When you compared those 2 cartridge casings, 238 and 240, to the test fires that you created from exhibit 2.
Oh, no.
No.
I blame elbow feet.
46
Just kidding.
handgun. Were you able to reach any conclusion? Also,
Well, okay. Oh, come on. Let's do a refresh. Oh, we might get a commercial, just by the way.
Fast fiber-based internet from BreezeLine is the reliable choice for your local business. With BreezeLine, get speed.
46, the handgun. Were you able to reach any conclusion? Also,
Oh, no, I didn't do anything.
Okay. Oof.
this Springfield semi-automatic 45 caliber handgun.
Everybody be quiet.
Did that end your work in this case?
That ended.
Did that end your work in this case?
That ended my analysis from this case. From then, I go ahead and I take all of my notes. The entire process I'm photo documenting. So when I opened this up and I was documenting the condition as it's receiving, I'm also taking photos. When I'm doing the comparison, I'm also taking photos of the evidence side by side and any kind of areas of interest that I'm looking at. So from there, I'm going to go ahead and document my opinion and my results on our worksheets. I'm also going to print out all of my photos. I am then going to take all of that evidence. I'm going to hand it to another trained examiner. That other trained examiner, without looking at my results, is going to take all of that evidence and do a comparison himself. And then he'll form his own opinion and then verify that it matches or is similar to my results.
And was that done here?
Yes, it was.
Did that alter in any way your opinion?
Not at all. He was in agreement of my results.
When you talk about the photos, so in your report, you're actually showing all of those characteristics that we've talked about so anyone else could later look at them and see how you reached your conclusion.
It's the photo documentation it's just a snapshot of one portion of the comparison, but yes, a trained examiner should be able to look at them and understand what exactly I was looking at.
So ultimately your conclusion was both those cartridge casings and that projectile that you were provided was fired from the gun you were provided.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Cross-examination.
Oh, we got questions. Let's go, Lori.
I just have a couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Boberg, when did you receive the request to test this firearm?
It was early March of this year.
So March 2025?
Yes.
Okay, well.
And then how long after you received the request did you test the firearm?
I was notified that the request was coming in a couple of days. I received the evidence on a Wednesday, which my week wraps up on Thursday, and I did all of the work on that the following Monday, and the report was put out by Tuesday morning.
Okay, do you know what the date that Tuesday report was put out by?
I don't know the exact date. If you'd like, I can refer to my notes and give you that exact date.
Sure, that'd be great.
That'd be great. I don't need this information at all, but.
Anything to take up more time.
Yep.
Because I'm on vacation and I'm having a cosplay as a lawyer.
Oh my goodness.
So the report was authored on March 4th of 2025. The evidence was received in our property and evidence unit on 2/26 of 25, in which I also received them on that 2/26/25 and returned them to our evidence room on the 4th of March.
Okay, thank you. And who requested you to do this test on this firearm? Where did your request come from?
This particular request was made from a detective who reached out to me via email explaining could I assist him with a rush. I passed it through my supervisor, who allowed me to contact the detective and have the evidence submitted. And then it was assigned to me because the request was sent directly to me.
Do you know what detective that was?
Detective Duncan.
Okay. And then who did you send your report to?
Once I'm finished with my analysis, my report is then reviewed by another examiner, and then a supervisor to make sure that it's all technically correct, and then admin, and then they're electronically released to Detective Duncan.
Okay. And then you said you had done some photo documenting. Were those photos attached to this report?
They were attached to all of my case notes, yes.
Okay. So there's a report, case notes, and then the photo documentaries?
It's all part of, yeah, the notes and the photo documentation is all one.
And how long do you think that report was total?
Oh, it's roughly 13 pages total, 13, 14 pages with the actual
Still more than
report.
10?
So you fired the firearm 3 times, is that correct?
That's correct.
In your testing?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And then if you were, did you point it all in the same direction when you fired?
When I did my test firing, I was firing into a water tank. The water tank has it's approximately 10-inch thick stainless steel tube with a rest inside of it that I fire it into. So it stays in one place and fires at a specific angle into the water so that I'm not striking anything or being unsafe in any way.
And what's your distance at that point?
Oh, approximately a foot.
Oh, just a foot away into the water tank?
Into the water. Yeah.
Okay. And then did all of the
Close to
casings go
anything.
into the exact same place, like close to the same place?
So around the inlet tube that we shoot into, we have a big net that catches the cartridge cases.
So you can't really tell where they land then, I guess, because the net catches them? Is that what you're saying?
It's land as far as they kind of shoot out of the gun and then get caught by the net.
Okay. So they don't.
What the fuck is your point?
But do they roll? I think is what she was.
But you kind of got a feel for this gun because you shot it, right?
I did.
So if you were
pretty
to
cool,
shoot
though.
the gun straight and then move 40 degrees to the right and shoot it again, do you think that the casings would end up in the same area?
Objection as to speculation without foundation of.
Everything.
Without any foundation, period.
Hold on. He can answer if, first of all, if he understands the question.
If I may clarify?
Sure.
So you're asking if I point a weapon, say this way, and then turn this way.
Correct.
Okay. I can't answer that.
Go ahead.
I would expect the cartridge case to be slightly different from the very first one, but not much, depending on what interacts with it in its flight path. Did it bounce off of something? What's the floor type? What is, or whatever it hits first? I couldn't say without knowing any of that.
So now she's a ballistic.
So would it be safe to say that the casings would end up in the same place if you didn't move and you fired 2 shots? They should end up close to the same location.
Again, it really depends on what is around, because typically when a semi-automatic firearm is fired, the slide comes back and the cartridge case ejects up and to the right. So if you moved slightly, you're changing that angle slightly. So it could be slightly different. It could be in the same location, depending on how they bounce and roll.
Okay. So if you fired the gun and and the casing ricocheted off the wall, but then you moved the gun and fired it again somewhere else, it could miss the ricocheting of the wall altogether, right?
Again, without knowing the scene, I couldn't say.
Okay.
Wrap it up, Lori.
So in your report, I don't want to simplify it because I know that you are a scientist, but is it basically saying that this gun, that those casings came from this particular gun?
My exact wording would be very similar to that. It would say items, whatever the unique identifier is, were identified as having been fired from item, which is the gun.
Okay. This particular gun, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And then you would say that those projectiles also came from this particular gun. Is that correct? Okay. And then, and this testing was done this year on March 4th, is that correct?
March
Right.
4th is my report date, meaning all of the analysis is completed and it is done. At that point, my analysis was actually conducted on the 3rd.
Okay. Okay.
Why does that
No more
matter?
questions? Thank you.
Redirect.
What does anything
No.
matters?
No. Is that your new camera, Amy?
No.
Oh.
Which side did the casings eject from on this Springfield?
On this particular Springfield, the ejection port is angled to the right and up.
So in order well, let me ask you this. When casings are ejected and you're not attempting to move your arm or the gun, do they always land right in the exact same spot?
They do not.
Do they bounce and roll?
They do. Again, it's a very violent action. That slide is moving very quickly. A lot of times the cartridge case is spitting, so they can tumble through the air and again bounce off of anything such as the floor, walls, anything around.
So even as each time you pull the trigger, if you're trying your hardest to keep it as still as you can, does that mean the casings will land exactly right next to each other?
No, they won't.
Where the casings land, does that depend on multiple factors?
Absolutely.
So the type of flooring or ground would be one thing?
Any kind of intervening objects, type of flooring, if it lands on grass, it's probably going to stick or stop, or if it lands in carpet or tile, wood, all bounces differently.
If it bounces off a wall, that would impact where it might land?
Yes.
So having fired guns multiple times, semi-automatics, at your best in trying to keep them together, are they maybe grouped in a general area together?
Typically when we're firing,
Not even sure
multiple
what
rounds
her story
repeatedly,
is.
they tend to generally land in like kind of a pool area. It's not small, but it is
Trying to prove
a
that
generalized area.
It's kind of random. Like, I don't know.
And in a situation where a gun may be slightly moved, that cantering of a gun, can that change the location of the casing itself?
Absolutely. I mean, it's designed, as it's designed, it will eject up and to the right. So, I mean, if you turn it this way, it's up. It could change dramatically, however you're angling it or turning it.
When you are talking about casings and where they land, even if you go and
I
see
think so
them,
too,
are
Sam.
you able to look at them and say that was from shot number 1 or that was from shot number 2?
Oh, no, we just generalize an area of where a shooter might have been.
And again, that's just because they're landing at best in a pool area, even if you're trying to shoot as straight and uniform as you can.
That's correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one coming down.
Ooh. Jury question. Okay. That was a lot to say. Yeah, this is the gun that we already knew was the gun. But okay.
She's just wasting time at this point.
I mean, the fact that they didn't test until this year, I mean, they weren't concerned that it wasn't.
Yep.
You know, so.
Amy, before you got on,
okay.
I was talking about this witness, and I said that he looked familiar.
I
And I
have a
couldn't figure out
question
why.
from a juror. Where would the casings go if the gun was held sideways?
Just for clarification, sideways either way.
Why don't you tell us for either way?
So if
You
I was
shoot
to
like a
cant
gangster.
it sideways and the butt was down, it could potentially go up and fall to the left side because of the way the gravity would be. However, if you turn it this way, it's angling it further down. And again, it depends on how it hits the ground, what it can bounce off of.
Land the plane.
All right, any other juror questions?
It's been
Not seeing any
84 years.
follow-up from the defense based on that question?
No.
State?
Sorry.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Okay.
While we're waiting, I saw an article about this guy, hold on, who got arrested in Florida for going behind the counter and trying to attack a Subway employee. You guys, guess
Like
what his
the
name
sandwich
is?
shop?
Yes, yes. You guys guess what his name is? His real
Ethan.
name? No. It is Edward Cocaine. Is his real name.
No.
Yes.
That's fake news.
Not fake news. And in Florida. And the guy's pupils are like this tiny.
Okay, his parents set him up for that.
I mean, yeah, what do you expect? Your last name's Cocaine. That's your name.
Change it. It's not expensive. It's not that expensive.
It's kind of like Prison Break.
Come on, right up
You
here
expect
in
the kid to
front
do.
and be sworn in.
Right,
Wow.
Oh, wow. 80s is here. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's been here for a little while.
Hi, 80s.
Hanging with the
I took a life
ladies.
insurance policy out on him.
Yeah. We did.
Smart.
Oh, goodness. My throat is scratchy, you guys. Have me some gummy bears. Not too many gummy bears.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Oh.
My name is Cassandra Anglon. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department in our robbery homicide unit.
Can you tell us about your career with the Chandler Police Department?
So next week, I will have 24 years at the department.
Wow.
Started in patrol, graduated through the Phoenix Police Academy. I have no prior, all my experiences with Chandler. Started in patrol, I worked there a couple years and then was selected to move into a newer unit they created, which was more of a general investigations unit. Worked assaults, burglaries, thefts, kind of entry-level detective type cases. We had a reorganization I'd been in that unit about a year and a half, and that unit morphed into our family violence unit. So at that point, my cases became primarily physical child abuse cases, some missing person type cases, and then the majority was domestic violence, assaults, aggravated assaults, things like that. Worked in that unit for a couple years and then moved into our narcotics and organized crime unit and worked in that unit for about 5 years, doing primarily large scale narcotics investigations. In September of 2009, I was selected and moved into our robbery and homicide unit. And I've been in that unit since September of 2009, where I am now.
Just loyal.
As part of your job,
You're muted.
are you called out to respond to scenes?
Yes.
And what are your normal working hours?
So we work 4 10s, so 4 10-hour shifts a week. There are 6 people in our unit. So I am one of the 3 that works Tuesday to Fridays, and then the other half of our unit works Monday to Thursdays. But there is one detective in our unit that's on call all the time. And then depending on the scale of the case, the on-call is responsible for being available to come in off hours. But depending on the scale of the case, they'll call in additional detectives to help, sometimes supplementing from other units within the department, depending on the case.
Were you working on Thursday, July 11th of 2019?
I was.
And where were you located? Where's your office?
So my office is at our main precinct, which is in downtown Chandler. But that day I was not in the office. I was driving to kind of a community event that was in West Chandler.
Were you asked to respond to a scene at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Why were you asked to respond to that house?
So I had initially heard some radio traffic about a potential shooting that had happened there. And then, so I was aware of the call for service that was going on that patrol had responded to. And then I was contacted by my supervisor shortly thereafter by phone because I wasn't in the station. And they had asked that myself and several detectives respond down to assume that investigation from patrol.
Do you recall approximately when you arrived at that house?
I believe it was right around 9:28, 9:30 is my arrival time on CAD, but it would have been within a couple minutes of that, depending on how significant the radio traffic was that I could get out onto the radio.
In 2019, as a detective, did you have body-worn camera assigned to you?
We did not.
So you were not wearing a body cam unit at that time?
No, we did not get ours issued until I believe a couple years later.
Can you describe for us the crime scene when you arrived?
So when I arrived in the neighborhood, it's a gated community. I arrived on the north side of where the residence was. Marked patrol units and uniformed patrol officers were there. There was already yellow crime scene about a house or two north and a house or two south. And I could see several of the initial patrol officers that had responded that were present when I got there.
When you got there, was the fire engine still there?
I believe they were, but there was what we call our care unit. Our CR 288 is the crisis unit. They're a fire personnel, but they respond out to our scenes at our request as well.
Okay. And so that was there.
Correct.
Did you observe any individuals that you learned to be the shooter at the scene?
I did. Alex Cox.
Can you describe where you saw
Is that
him?
the real spelling of her
When I
name?
approached the house, I was walking south towards the
Yes.
house. He was seated on a curb.
Weird.
I remember there being like a trash can or something right there. And Officer Krautheim was outside. And I remember seeing him sitting there as I walked past up to a supervisor at the scene.
And can you describe for us the demeanor of Alex Cox when you went by him?
He was sitting on the curb, didn't really appear, just kind of normal, wasn't really agitated or upset. He had what looked like, I think it was a paper towel or Kleenex in his hand. And at one point he reached back and kind of touched the back of his head. But he was just seated, just kind of sitting there.
Did you observe yourself any injuries at that time to his head?
I did not. I didn't have contact with him at the scene at all.
Okay. When you arrive at a scene like that as a detective, what's sort of the process of what does everyone do when you get there?
So initially what we try is that the first one or two investigative type personnel usually will make immediate contact with the supervisor on scene, usually a sergeant or a lieutenant, and try to just kind of do a quick assessment or triage of what's going on. What is kind of the quick initial what happened? Is anybody outstanding? What are kind of the things we need to do? Because then as personnel from like my unit and other investigative units arrive, we can start assigning tasks and roles. We always, by practice, assign a case agent, and then a scene agent is separate. And then any other personnel that get there start assigning tasks, what needs to be done, what needs to happen.
So what is the roles of a detective versus the patrol officers who've been there?
So patrol officers are going to be your first responders. They are going to be the ones that dispatch when you call 911 or the non-emergency number. Patrol is going to come to your house first. They're the uniformed in a marked patrol car. They're going to respond out and do the initial investigation, initial scene safety, initial first aid, until it's safe for fire to get there. They're going to be your initial first responders. If the call or event or incident that they're responding to is going to be more significant or more serious, or maybe needs more specialized equipment or investigation, or potentially they might need a search warrant, then you're going to see where detectives are going to get called out to assume an investigation from patrol. So there will be some overlap. And then once we come out and kind of take the investigation over, patrol then gets released from the event, and it will become kind of property of the detectives that come out to assume the case.
Do you have patrol officers still helping things like securing the scene and making sure that, no one is just running up into the house or something?
Absolutely.
While you were on scene, did you notice any other civilians kind of waiting around?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
At one point, I realized that where Officer Krautheim was standing, basically across from the house, it was within the crime scene, that an adult female, Lori Vallow, and then her daughter, Tylee, had at some point got there. I'm not sure exactly when, but I realized that they were standing in the vicinity of Officer Krautheim within the crime scene near a red car.
Did you see the interaction between Officer Krautheim and these two, Lori Vallow and Tylee?
I did, from across the street.
When you saw that interaction, did you know who they were at that point?
I did not know who they were. I found out a short time later.
So did Officer Krautheim advise you and other detectives who they were?
Yes.
So you said the female was Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table wearing like a navy blue blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Can you describe Lori Vallow's demeanor when you saw her across the street there?
So she was standing, the car they were near was parked along the curb, and she was standing basically in front of the parked car. And Tylee was standing next to her. Just kind of appeared to be having this kind of ordinary interaction with Officer Krautheim. Just kind of talking to him, didn't seem real animated or emotional. Just seemed very kind of ordinary and kind of nonchalant.
Oh, nonchalant, you
Were
say?
any police cars visible at the crime scene?
Yes.
I muted.
Yeah.
And so there's yellow crime scene tape up.
Correct.
Okay. So when Officer Krautheim came over, did he talk to you and some other detectives?
He did.
And did he advise you about his interaction with Ms. Vallow and Tylee?
He didn't talk to me about their interaction. He just more identified who they were.
Okay.
And at that point, we had had some discussion about kind of additional roles that had just developed.
So at some time while you're sitting there and you're standing around talking with sergeants and whatnot, is that when you learned who you believe to be the shooter, Alex Cox, was?
Yes.
And at some time while you are again getting these updates, did you learn who the deceased male was inside the residence?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was Charles Vallow.
During this time, did it become known to you the relationship between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Correct. They were brother sister.
And during this time, did you become aware of the relationship between Miss Vallow and Charles Vallow?
Correct. Husband, wife.
After you, or I guess during the time when you were speaking with these officers, were you updated by Officer Krautheim about whether or not Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
No, I had talked to my sergeant actually about speaking with her specifically about doing what we refer to as a death notification.
Well, let me go back. So did you believe that Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
I did not.
You thought she had no idea?
I didn't think she knew because she wasn't there when I got there.
Had you been advised that by Officer Krautheim or his sergeant relating to information he had received from Alex Cox that she was not present?
I didn't believe that she was present at the time the incident occurred prior to me speaking with her.
Okay. And that was based upon information that you had obtained from briefings?
Correct.
Okay. Since you thought that Lori Vallow did not know her husband was deceased, what did you do?
So I had a brief discussion with my sergeant, and we agreed that it would be the right thing to do a death notification to her. She is legally his wife. They are married. She would be his legal next of kin. She's standing basically in the crime scene, and
it's fair.
I think professionally it's in delaying letting someone know that their loved one is deceased isn't appropriate. So we made a decision at that point to contact her to do an actual death notification. So it was clear that he was deceased.
Okay. So because she's there at the scene, do you just walk up to her while she's standing right there in front of the car to notify her? How do you do that?
No, so her and Tylee were now seated within the care unit that I had mentioned, our CR 288. They have a van, and we utilize it a lot. So they were seated within that van. I had approached the van with my sergeant, and my intention was to try to get her to come out of the van because Tylee was in there with her, so I could have a discussion with her outside of the view of any children. When I made contact with her, we ended up having the conversation with her in the van with Tylee.
So let me ask this. What was her demeanor when you see her in this van?
Pretty much the same as her demeanor before. Not real emotional. She was pretty calm. Didn't seem overly affected.
I think you had used nonchalant previously.
Yeah, it's a good word to describe it.
Yes. Lori's going to hate that.
So how did that notification go down? Were you able to tell her what happened?
So opened the van. I made contact with her. I think at some point I asked her something to the effect if she would step out of the van to talk to me. And at that point she said that she already knew because she was there, which was kind of a surprise. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And at that point, I confirmed with her that he had died and he was deceased, and quickly kind of conferred with my sergeant away that at this point her and Tylee are now witnesses to the event and they need to be interviewed, obviously.
Bingo.
So it's normal for detectives to have to make death notifications?
Yes.
And you have made death notifications in other cases?
Unfortunately, yes.
And so in this case, you yourself was the one surprised to learn that you didn't have to give her a death notification.
I was.
Did her demeanor change at all when she's telling you that she was there and knew he was dead?
No.
So At this point, now that you know that it's not just a death notification, she now may have relevant information, what happens at that point?
I had made a request of her that we would like to obviously talk to her, and if I could transport them back to the police station. If possible, we like to do the interviews in a more contained environment, obviously one that we can record and one that's not in the middle of a crime scene. So I had asked if her and Tylee would come back to the police station with me, and I ultimately ended up driving them, both of them, back to the police station.
Is there a special area at the police station that you took them to?
I did. I took them to what's referred to as our FAC, which is our Family Advocacy Center.
What's the difference between the FAC and, you know, maybe what people have seen on TV of just like the cold room with a table and two chairs?
So the Family Advocacy Center is a separate part of the police department. It actually has a separate entrance, and it's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do forensic interviews of children there. It's not, there are not uniformed officers that work within that area. It's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do use it sometimes, obviously, for witnesses. There will never be like in custody and custodial, like suspect interviews or anything in there. It's a separate section of the police department that's kind of an entity on its own.
So when you're going to interview Lori Vallow, do you have any concept sort of what she saw, what her involvement is at that point?
No.
So when you said you drove her and Tylee to the police station?
I did.
So they left their car at the scene?
They did. They came with me in my city vehicle.
Can you describe Lori's demeanor as you're driving her to the police station?
So obviously I drove. She was in the front passenger seat. Tylee was seated behind her. The majority of the drive, we were actually talking about Tylee. It's a little bit awkward because you're trying not to talk about anything that happened until you can get to the police station. So you're trying to kind of make this strange small talk almost. But we were talking primarily about Tylee and her schooling and such. But we were driving and she was just kind of chattering along as we were driving.
Did she seem stressed at all while she's talking to you?
Not really.
Did she, was she crying or emotional at all while you're driving?
No.
While you were before you left in the car, did she ever try to ask you any questions about how her brother was doing or what, what's going on with her husband or anything like that?
Not of me, no.
I would be hysterical.
You got her to
like
the police station, but how long did that take approximately?
It's probably a 20-minute drive from the house to where the station is, about.
Was she chatting away the whole time?
For the majority of it.
When you get to the police station, do you separate Lori and her daughter, Tylee?
I did.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
Was she free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Did you know if she had a cell phone with her when you were interviewing her?
I don't believe, well, she did. She had a phone with her at one point, but she wasn't on it or doing anything.
Did she provide you with a cell phone number when you were talking to her?
In the initial part of the interview, yes. The initial part of the interview is biographical, name, date of birth, phone number, address, that type of thing.
Did you ever ask to look at her cell phone?
I did not.
Did she ever offer to show you her cell phone?
She did not.
Did you know at that point, well, let me ask you, had you been inside the scene at that point, inside the house?
So I did not go in the house until later. Prior to me coming back to the scene later, I was never inside the house.
So at that point, when you are first meeting with Lori, to driving her there, did you know if she had Charles Vallow's cell phone with her?
I did not know.
Did you sort of assume that Charles Vallow's cell phone would have been at the scene with him?
I did assume that, yes.
So I want to start with, you told us that you asked some basic biographical information. And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 186.
Go ahead.
Ooh, I bet that's the interview. I hope we get to watch the video and not just get audio.
Have you watched that CD, Exhibit 186, previously?
I have, yes.
Is your initial on it to identify that you've watched it?
My initials and my badge number.
And is that to identify that you recognize that as the part of the interview where you're asking Lori Vallow for biographical information?
Correct.
And that shows it's an accurate copy of that portion of the interview?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
The only objection is to the portion, Your Honor. It's not going to be a full,
It's
just a portion of
redacted.
it.
Are you saying it's redacted?
This is only one portion of it. We're going to be going through lots of portions of it.
What was the number?
186.
186 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I can publish it.
Go ahead.
Oh, they're breaking it down in parts. Okay. Come on, camera guy. Let us see it. As lovely as this woman is, I don't want to sit and stare at her for like 20 minutes, watching her stare at the screen. I guess that's what you guys are doing with us.
Okay. I know Lori's your first name, right? L-A-U-R.
L-O-R-I.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. V-A-L-L-O-W.
And your date of birth?
6/26/73.
And then your phone number?
808-755-5452.
And you live at the house, right?
So in this portion that we see in 186, she gave you a phone number of the 808-755-5452?
Correct.
During your investigation, did you learn that Lori Vallow had more than one cell phone?
I did.
Did you learn whether or not she was employed outside the home?
I don't believe she was.
Did you ever read her Miranda rights?
No.
Why not?
She was not in custody. She was there consensually. And at the time that I was talking to her as what I believe to be a witness.
Now, did you talk to her about sort of when she moved into the house, some background about her son and Charles and that relationship?
Yes.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 187.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize Exhibit 187, again, having your initials and badge number on it?
I do, yes.
And is that marked as clip 2, the portion of your interview where Lori Vallow is telling you about sort of moving into the house and some background on JJ and Charles?
That's correct.
State will move to admit 187.
Any objection?
The objection would be Rule 106, Your Honor, the rule of completeness. We would ask that the whole thing be played,
All right.
the entire video.
The objection's overruled. The exhibit's admitted.
And if we can publish it.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to give me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tyler, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. So he was like a drug baby and had all those problems. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business. So he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul. And then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me, what kind of threats? Just
No, nothing specific, huh, Lori?
You know, whatever.
he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him. So that's just how it is. Like,
So I want to talk a little bit about this portion of your interview with Lori Vallow. She told you about the adoption of JJ by her and Charles, correct?
Correct.
And that JJ suffered from some disabilities.
Welcome back, Amy.
During this part of the interview, did she tell you that Charles had sent some
Thanks.
messages?
She did. She said there were threats on her phone.
Did she ever offer to show you those threats?
She did not.
So
Because
she
they
had
didn't
the phone with her,
exist.
but she didn't show you anything.
No.
Did she ever explain what she meant?
No.
And we had just discussed that you'd given you a phone number of 808, correct?
Correct.
And during that investigation, or this investigation, sort of in the days that followed, did you learn later that most of the communication between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow was on one of her other cell phones, one with a 480 area code?
I did.
I was thinking that, Kelly.
Even though she gives you a totally different number, that's not the phone that you understand to have the communications between her and Charles.
Right.
Does she also say in that clip that Charles Vallow didn't want to divorce her?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that she didn't even like Charles? Yeah. And that she didn't want to deal with him?
Yes.
And that he traveled to just kind of get away?
Correct.
When you were talking with Lori Vallow, did she tell you that Charles had filed something against her saying she was crazy and asking to limit her supervised visitation?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that sort of in retaliation that she basically stopped talking to him and JJ for 30 days?
Correct. That he was in Houston. JJ was in Houston with Charles.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 188.
She's crazy pants.
And do you recognize Exhibit 188 as also being signed and have your badge number on that?
Yes.
Meaning you've reviewed it and has identified that as that portion of your interview with Lori Vallow, including those areas of the supervised visitation.
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 188.
We're going to have to get a new
We're
chair.
going to object that the whole interview should be played.
188.
You're squeaky.
Me?
And if
Your chair.
Go ahead.
Oh.
A little bit.
Noise at all.
Don't be offended.
There's no noise.
Maybe it was just when you were moving around. My bad.
No. Maybe.
Mine's
I need that. Or I need a butt pillow. I don't know. I need something though. It was rough.
him, and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing.
You know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada, yada.
So I know it got cut off sort of in the end there. She told you that after he filed this paperwork saying she was only going to get supervised visits.
Gushers.
She just didn't talk to him for 30 days.
Nice.
Correct.
All right, let's take our afternoon stretch break, recess, 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
You heard him, everybody. Stretches. Oh, I have no arms. My arms disappeared. Just a head. Oh, goodness. Squeaky llama. Okay, well, I guess my chair makes noise. I don't hear it.
Detached.
What?
I'm reading the seal. What does that mean?
Do to something.
Look it up.
Look it up. Oh. All right.
Good enriches.
God enriches.
Oh, God. Yeah. I said good.
go.
Oops. My bad.
There we
Yeah,
go.
that's.
Hold on. Yes,
I can't read.
Oh.
Aww.
Drive-by kisses over here.
Llama feet.
Yes. I think somebody's putting in we're going to be getting some fiber soon. Internet. I should clarify. Not like not like that kind of fiber, though. We could probably use that, but
I was like,
no.
do you have problems going to the bathroom or what?
I was thinking bacon.
Is it too early for wine? No, because I was going to get up and get a glass for myself. So Mama says it's time for drinks, everybody. And it's cocktail hour everywhere. Maybe it's happy hour. I don't know.
I might get some tea.
Charlie's.
I really miss drinking.
I know, you poor thing. Soon, a couple months, you'll be fine. Or just, hey, elbow feet, will you get me a glass of wine?
No. Do you want Charlie's?
Yeah, that's it.
Ew.
What do you want? You want food? Or just...
Ooh, Terry, that's a lot.
Ew. Yeah, that would be bad. I don't miss those days at all.
Mm-mm.
After going through 129 resumes, oh my goodness.
She's looking for a replacement.
I was talking about hot tea because I don't have any. I'm trying to lay off the sugar for this. For this.
For this demon baby? Yeah.
We'll see.
You know what we're having, Amy? We're
I
having
heard.
Charlie's. Did you hear? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. I immediately went, ew.
Charlie's. Philly cheesesteak. Thanks, babe.
Oh, I can't act like I know what that is.
Like a Philly cheesesteak? Like, please?
Extra mayo.
We're in the South.
Extra mayo.
We have
You don't
barbecue
have
problems.
Oh, okay. Well, you're missing out because it's delicious.
Charlie. I
You
fully
know-
intend to.
When I was pregnant with my son, I craved Philly cheesesteaks. That's what I got all the time.
I haven't had any strong cravings. I wanted my food spicier, but I haven't had anything, that's like, wow.
Well,
So no major cravings of anything?
Not really. Mm-mm. I mean, I've wanted sweets a little more than usual because I'm not usually a sweets person, but really just kind of spicy.
Oh my goodness, Keita.
And then this last trimester, I'm suddenly
Drink her water.
so hungry. So hungry.
Sorry, my dog drank her water too fast. She
It's
was
so
excited.
adorable seeing you pregnant.
Red
Diana.
is Captain Crunch. My mom craved watermelon and cheese, which I guess is a thing, like watermelon and feta. But I didn't know what she was talking about, so I was thinking she was slapping American cheese on some watermelon. Ugh.
I mean, you Southerners do weird things, so
Yes, Sam.
that's true.
When
Have you cried over food? Yes.
when I left working, we were talking about like we were rebudgeting, and I really, really wanted some fruit. And for some reason, I got it in my head that we weren't going to be able to afford fruit now. And so I cried because I just wanted some oranges. So my husband put me in the car and was like, we're going to get fruit. So,
We got fruit money, babe. We got fruit money.
Yeah, well.
That's hilarious and adorable.
Yeah.
I
really
love that.
wanted the oranges, man.
I craved oranges from my first pregnancy.
Okay, let's see if there's any updates over here. They're still playing the video.
Mall pretzels and boxes of Kraft mac and cheese, Polly Pie. Fair enough. The whole box. That's commitment. I commend you.
She said boxes, so plural. Like she didn't just want one box. She wanted
Well,
many.
boxes. Yeah, you're right. Go Polly.
So they take a 15-minute break. But, some stuff has happened during this break, sidebar-wise. Yeah, because it should have been on, but they didn't show it because it says, judge says, we'll now take our 15-minute break. Then it says, judge asks one juror to stay behind. Judge asked the juror if he discussed Social Security after the witness this morning. Juror says he was having an issue with Social Security and spoke with another juror about it. Judge asks if he can set aside his feelings and not have it affect the case. The juror says he can do that. Judge reminds him not to talk about witness testimony or about the case until it's time to deliberate. But Ms. Trina Kay, prosecutor, has one follow-up question. Lori does not have any. The judge tells the juror not to talk about it with other jurors. Juror 16 is now brought in. Judge asked the juror if during the testimony of the Social Security investigator, he started to talk with another juror about something to do with Social Security. The juror says yes. The other juror told him he had a Social Security issue. This juror commented on the amount being high in relation to Lori. That was the extent of the conversation. The judge reminds juror he cannot talk about the case with other jurors until after closing arguments, and the juror can remain. And then they're in recess. So that's what we didn't see that.
That's not so bad.
That's not so bad. That's not so bad.
Oh, Polly said just one box, not boxes. Eat whatever you want, Polly. It's fine. You know what I really want right now, and I've been thinking about it for a couple days, so maybe it's a craving. Do you guys have Pizza Inn up there? No. Okay, but everyone down here will pretty much know. I want chocolate chip pizza from Pizza Inn so bad. So bad.
What?
Anyway, it's like a dessert pizza.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. Oh my God, it's so, and I haven't had it since. Thank you, Terry. See, I knew Terry would.
Terry knows.
But I haven't had it since I was a kid, but I thought about it the other day, and I just can't stop thinking about it now.
Terry says Papa Murray's has it too.
I don't have one of those super close, but I didn't. Interesting.
Should we just have a food show?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, that looks delicious.
Oh, did you look it up? Isn't it?
It's got
share with the class.
It's got like brown sugar on it or something.
It's so good.
That sounds good. Just a second, guys. I'll be right back.
I'm not sharing with the class.
Rude.
Pizzerts is what it's called.
And sometimes they put like a I don't know, some kind of just icing on it. Sometimes it's too much, but I go for it. I haven't had a s'mores pizza. My husband really likes the chocolate pudding pizza or whatever, but just want me some chocolate chip pizza.
I found a recipe for it.
I could make that some. That's commitment that I don't know how I want to spend.
At least you're honest.
Like, I think I have to make bread tomorrow. So maybe. What'd you think about it, Kelly? Did you have chocolate chip pizza? If not, I'm sorry, but you did it wrong. Yes. Oh, it's just me. Hi, guys.
I'm back. I really didn't go anywhere.
What a jerk.
My son keeps walking in the room. I don't want him to be like all,
Man. Sorry, we had to play the Where is the Keys game.
They did
Did he just get home?
He did a little bit ago, but he went to go get food for us. So,
Well, my point is he had the keys last.
do you think that's helpful? I don't want to talk about things getting looked at in my house. Oh, it was a frustrating morning. That's all I have to say about that. Anyway, I'm back. Back with the wine. Oh boy.
Nice. Just pizza into. We're still on this. I'm still on this.
Did you share the pizza with the class, Amy?
I did not.
No, she did
So
not.
rude.
Sorry.
I'm
not gonna DoorDash one chocolate chip pizza. That's
so order 2. It's not like it's gonna go bad.
my poor husband. He's already questioning why I bought 600 ducks.
It's baby brain. It's fine. The baby needs it.
I said, don't judge me.
Polly says you could freeze it.
You can freeze it. Oh yeah.
All right. Terry says order 3 and have a full day of.
My doctor hates you guys.
It's for the baby.
We're sorry, Annie's OBGYN.
Yeah.
Amy, it looks like you're under interrogation right now. With the light coming right at you like it is.
It's from my second screen.
Oh, is that it? Where have you been?
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
I kind of do feel like I'm under interrogation talking to you guys sometimes.
Okay. Oh my
I
goodness.
guarantee they've seen.
What else has gone on in the world? We talked about Edward Cocaine.
Llama, I have to tell you something. I'm going to tell you live.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am.
I think I'm going to be going to North Carolina again.
Right after the baby.
Before you see me again.
No, it'll be after.
Oh, well, that's fine.
No,
that's fine.
It would be before. Oh, shit.
Are you going to meet me? Well, you've already met me. Are you going to meet the baby before you meet
I
Llama?
live close, right? You are. You're going to see the stupid baby.
I'm going to have to rectify that. I have to figure that out.
Well, you're not driving, are you?
Just so y'all know, I am way closer to Amos
Oh yeah.
than Annie is to either one of us.
I've seen Annie.
I think that your states connect.
She could literally drive
yeah.
me, drive back in the same amount of time it would take her to drive to you. It's crazy. But whatever, it's fine.
But it's not favoritism. It has just worked out that way every single time.
She
My
has
husband
to
has more
drive
time.
through Ohio each time.
Well,
Have you
actually,
driven?
we flew the last time. We'll be flying again.
drive
Half
one
the
time?
way. Yeah.
The
Mhm.
first
She tries
time,
to take the turnpike.
First time I flew.
Yeah, but you drove back.
Actually, all times I went there, I flew, but the first time we drove back.
Yeah.
We were coming through Pennsylvania. Remember? Because we went.
Yeah, I know how
the
to
whole
get
internet,
from
my life story.
I know how to use maps, Amy. Gosh.
Look, I don't interstate, okay?
Yes, Kelly.
Well, fine. I guess you can go meet her cute baby.
Stupid baby.
Oh, stupid babies.
We can FaceTime you. We can video.
We're
not.
Snarky much llama.
I know, right? You'll leave
I
them
think
too.
I was just defriended.
I mean, damn, I'm going to meet Terry and JT before I meet you.
You already met JT.
I've already met JT. I just remembered that. I forgot. I did. We did. We met in November. Yeah.
I met JT.
I met JT with you, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think I met
Yeah.
him before that.
Yes.
I mean, I know I saw him with.
Yep.
It's fine.
And
The
I met
best party
Captain.
is going to be here in July. So.
Oh, and Cap'n.
We met Cap'n.
Polly Pie's next. We're just all gonna show up.
The daggers through this internet right now.
You
Is
feel it?
something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can't feel my love. I love you.
I know. That's fine.
Get a room.
I've met no one. I know,
Okay.
Polly. And you live like never mind. We're not gonna say where everyone lives, but
Closer.
like you live close to people.
Closer than anybody else, I think.
Yes.
July is going to be fun.
July is gonna be fun. By the way, Terry True Crime and JT over at True Crime and Wine Time are gonna be doing live in-person shows.
It's so
Saturday,
exciting.
May 3rd. They'll be talking, they'll be in the Austin, Texas area. I don't remember. Spring.
I
Oh,
grew
shoot.
up there.
Kelly, I'm not gonna say where, but I do know Raleigh, so that's cool.
We are afraid any place can't handle the two of us. That's funny. But yeah, they're doing a live show there. They'll be discussing the Austin yogurt shop murders, which I'm vaguely familiar about or with. But it's been a long time since I've looked into it. So, and then they'll be in Ohio.
Say that V word again.
V word.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it because then you'll say it. VAGUE.
Vague.
Okay.
What? Did I say it weird?
I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell if you put the Wisconsin spin on it or not.
What does that mean?
They say vag
I'm not sure.
instead of vague.
That they say vag.
Yes.
I would never.
Yeah.
At least not on purpose. Anyway. I've
That's
never even
too
heard
close
somebody
to
say
it.
it.
Vag, bagel. So I had a roommate from Wisconsin once, and
Vag.
That's too
Yeah.
close to another word.
Mm-hmm. Not even vagu. They're just like not even pronouncing the U and the E. They're like, fuck it.
no,
It's just vag.
just vag, bagel instead of bagel. There were a couple of them, but those are the two that really just stuck out because every time, just
Yeah.
I mean, bagel, that makes a
No.
little bit more sense.
It's a boot.
It's the word bag and L.
it's boot,
A
and
boot?
it's roof.
What?
Roof.
Yes.
Roof. That's the same.
Anyway, we're not gonna get all accent uppity here.
A G? Is that it? Oh no. We love how the people say things weird. I've definitely never heard of VAG, so I don't know. I
Me either. Never
only
heard
know
of that.
one person from Wisconsin, so
That's crazy.
I don't think I'll be going to Wisconsin anytime soon either.
Been there.
Me either. This is totally irrelevant, but I was watching that show School Spirits that I was telling some people about today, which is good. I recommend it. It's like, it's good for what it is. Second season ended up being better. But they're in Wisconsin. Okay. They're in Wisconsin, and this is taking place during a school year. And I don't know if these showrunners have ever been to Wisconsin. Okay. Because everything is green. There's no snow anywhere. And that's what, like Wisconsin till what? Like the beginning of October, they probably start getting snow and stuff. I don't know. It's not realistic, is all I'm saying.
Well,
Wisconsin's on my no-go. It's too cold all the time. Anyway, it's also a show about ghosts, so I guess suspension of.
And they don't have a Wisconsin accent.
No. Actually, it took me like 8 episodes to even find out they were from Wisconsin.
I mean, I don't really know if there's such thing as a Wisconsin accent. They say some words differently.
Fun. Yeah. I guess I can't say fun. I mean, you guys say funny words to me, but.
Oil.
It's oil. I agree.
That's
My
right.
husband disagrees.
It's your husband who says it different. That's right.
I've been trying to re-educate him, but it's not working.
No, where is Lisa when we need her? Summon the Welsh puppets.
I bet she doesn't even know that we've gone through.
Oil.
She would die if she knew.
Just chant it. Aluminium. Aluminium.
Aluminium.
Yeah, that's how she said it.
Mm-hmm.
Aluminum.
Oh,
aluminum.
Scared me. Court came back. Hold on.
Talk about spirits.
Right.
It's crazy and asking to limit her to supervised visitation. Did you understand or know what that was about at that time?
I did not.
No, Terry, it's aluminum.
Aluminum.
It's tinfoil,
Did
actually.
you talk to Lori Vallow about sort of
Same.
Charles coming into town?
Speaking of tinfoil, we need to wear it.
So you understood that he did not live here in Phoenix.
I did.
And did she talk to you about booking a room for Charles and that he was going to come out and see JJ, his son?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 189.
Go ahead.
And do you recognize Exhibit 189, again, that says clip 4 with both your signature and badge?
Yes.
And is that the portion of the interview where you are talking to Lori about Charles coming into town, him traveling and coming here to see JJ?
It is.
State will move to admit 189.
Any objection?
Will object, Your Honor. The defense will on Rule 106 of completion ask that the whole interview just be played.
All right. Was it 109?
189.
I'm sorry, 189 is admitted.
And if we could publish it.
The time because he travels for business and the business pays for it, right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers in their retirement plans, but he goes to them, but he mostly works in California.
Okay.
No matter.
I'm going to say I agree with Lori. They just need to play it fully. I hate that I agree with her, but I agree. This is stupid.
I think that they're doing it on purpose just to annoy her because she wants them to play the whole thing. And they're like, no, we're not. We're only playing parts. Nina boo boo.
On initially when that played.
Okay.
But there is a portion in the interview where she does tell me that.
Where she says, I'll book you a hotel.
Correct.
During your interview, did Lori Vallow tell you that Charles traveled a lot for his work?
Yes.
And did she tell you that his travel was an excuse not to care for his son?
Yes, that he was gone a lot.
Did Lori Vallow tell you that she had left Charles Vallow in Texas and moved back to Arizona?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that Charles was still living in Texas?
Yes, in the Houston area.
Did she say that Charles had rented her a house for her and JJ and her daughter Tylee to live?
Correct.
Did you talk to her about whether or not she had an interaction with Charles the night before, on
Yes.
July 10th? And did she advise that it was just limited to a text message?
Correct. Not in person, just via the phone.
Okay. My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 190. And do you recognize that again with your
This seems like a
initials
waste of
and badge
CDs.
number
Is all I'm saying.
as a portion of your
Yes.
interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles was not at the house that night. He just let her know he'd be over at 7:30 the next morning?
That's right.
State will move to admit 190.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Right, 190 is admitted.
Kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like,
So you understood that she had no interaction with Charles on July 10th.
In person, correct.
But she knew what time to expect Charles the next morning on July 11th at 7:30.
Right.
When you were talking with her, did you talk to her about what time Charles actually showed up?
Yes.
And did she say 7:40, 7:35-ish?
I believe she said 7:35.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 191.
I bet that prosecutor's just like,
Exhibit 191 is having been
Suffer,
initialed
Lori,
and
suffer.
have your badge number on it.
I do.
And is that in clip number 6, the portion of your interview where she's talking about what time Charles showed up that morning?
Correct.
State will move to admit 191.
Same objection.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense objects.
All right, 191 is admitted.
And if we can publish.
Go ahead.
So
Do you remember about what time he got there?
he said he'd be there at 7:30, but it was more like 7:40-ish or 7:35. I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Yeah.
On
Punctual.
time. Yes.
So at this point, you understand that Lori Vallow knew Charles was coming to Arizona,
Correct.
and she knew he was going to show up on the 11th at 7:30 a.m.,
Correct.
and that he was coming there to pick up their son, JJ.
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to you about when Charles shows up, sort of how they get JJ in the car, and that she goes out to the car with Charles and JJ, and then that she ultimately ends up with Charles's cell phone?
That's right.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 192. And do you again recognize that with your initials and your badge number?
I do.
Clip number 7, a portion of the interview where you are being told by Lori Vallow that she put JJ in the car, and eventually how she got Charles's phone.
Correct.
State will move to admit 192.
Same objection.
The defense will object to 106.
192. 192.
I'm sorry. The rule 106
Oh.
is the objection. I'm sorry.
Got you. All right, 192 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
You know, he's just been difficult, so.
Yeah.
Anyway. So I got Jada's stuff ready, and he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes, because it's like 15 minutes to school, and like you can't get there early, they don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King, because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and the Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants, because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him, and just going like, and he's big and he's heavy, and it's hard for me to handle that. Anyway, so I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother. And I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house. And I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brothers.
So in this portion, Lori Vallow told you that she kissed JJ goodbye and Charles took JJ and the backpack out to the car,
Correct.
and that she went inside and got a hold of Charles's cell phone.
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles came back inside and saw her with the phone and told her to give it back to him?
That's right.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you that she gave the phone back to Charles?
She did not.
So Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is demanding the phone back, and she instead says, show me your text messages?
Correct.
Ain't your business, Lori.
We heard previously that Lori Vallow had told you that Charles had taken JJ away from her for 30 days, and so she didn't talk to him, right?
That he had JJ for 30 days and they didn't talk, yes.
And so now she's telling you she's demanding to know why he's in Arizona? Why he came to Arizona? Is that what she said? Why are you even here?
I believe so, yes.
So Charles had to take care of his son, and now he's here to visit his son?
Correct.
Is what
Correct.
she even said.
Yes.
So did she tell you that she had confronted Charles about texting her brother, Adam,
In
this portion of the interview?
In the portion of the interview, she discusses with me asking Charles why he's talking to her brother, Adam.
And were you aware at this time, when you are interviewing Lori Vallow, that Charles and Adam had been texting?
No,
Did you even know who Adam was at that point?
I didn't know who Adam was.
And so, and again, I think you told us you were not aware at that time that Lori Vallow was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone. And were you aware at that time that Charles had flown Adam in?
No,
So you're just kind of hearing this and listening to what she's saying.
correct.
Did you go into some additional detail about, again, Charles demanding that Lori Vallow give him back his cell phone?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with clip 197.
Go ahead.
It's out of order. Clip 8. Do you recognize Exhibit 197, Clip 8?
I do.
And again, did you initial and put your badge number on that?
I did.
And did that reflect, again, another portion of your interview where Lori Vallow is describing to you what is going on when Charles Vallow is demanding his phone back, what she does?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 197.
Same objection.
Defense will object to playing the whole video, Your Honor.
197.
Yes,
197 is admitted.
and if we may publish.
Go ahead.
And working. Okay. So this morning he comes back in and.
He comes back in, I haven't given his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it, so he couldn't
Taunting.
get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff
His
like
property, but okay.
So this is the second time that Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is telling her to give him back his phone.
Correct.
And she is refusing to do so.
Yes.
And she advised that she was walking around the house, right?
Correct.
So he's screaming at her and she's walking around.
Correct.
During this initial confrontation over the phone, does Lori Vallow tell you it's just her and Charles?
Yes.
And so did you ever ask her why she didn't just give the phone back to Charles so he could take JJ to school?
I did not.
During your interview with Lori Vallow, did she tell you at some point that since she wouldn't give Charles back the phone and he's screaming at her, that her daughter Tylee and her brother Alex came out?
She did.
Did she tell you that her daughter Tylee came out with a bat?
She did.
Did she tell you that Tylee sort of poked at Charles with the bat
Yes.
while she and Charles were arguing?
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles took the bat away from Tylee and Tylee sort of fell back or something?
Correct.
She ended up on the floor.
Correct.
And that Lori then told her to go outside to JJ.
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you why her brother Alex Cox brought a loaded gun to her house?
She did not.
Did you ask?
Did she tell you that she had asked Alex to come over to the house?
She did.
Did she ever tell you, well, let me say, so when she talked to you, she told you that she had wanted Alex to be there sort of to protect her in case anything went bad, right?
Correct.
So did she tell you why Alex didn't go to the door with her when Charles is pounding on the door being a jerk or whatever?
She did not.
So she didn't explain why the gun was there or why Alex wasn't part of this initial phone argument?
Correct.
Did Lori ever tell you during your interview that Charles started this argument?
No.
During your interview of Lori Vallow, was it always her saying that it was her that started this argument because she would not give Charles back his phone?
Correct.
So she told you that she was afraid of Charles coming over, invited her brother over to protect her, and then she started a fight by refusing to give Charles back his phone.
Correct.
During this interview, did Lori tell you that after Tylee went out to be with JJ, that Charles came at her with a bat?
Yes.
And that she moved into the kitchen and that while she was not able to see what was going on, she hears a shot.
That's correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 193. Clip clip 9. Do you recognize Exhibit 193?
I do.
Did you initial and put your ID on that?
I did.
And is that a portion of this of your interview with Lori Vallow where she talks about what her brother is doing and Charles is doing, and her walking around into the kitchen with the phone?
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 193.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, 193 submitted.
And if we may publish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back, yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards.
Like he was swinging, but like swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontward.
Okay.
One second. So in this clip, she's describing to you how Charles was swinging the bat at her, correct?
Correct.
And in that clip, let me ask you this, does she go on to talk to you about whether or not her husband was a semi-professional baseball player?
She did, yes.
And she told you that, again, Charles is holding a bat and yelling at her to give him his phone.
Correct.
And she didn't give him back the phone?
She did not.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she saw the shot?
Yes.
Did she say she saw it or not?
She did not see the shot. She heard the shot.
So she indicated she does not. Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother pull out a gun?
No.
Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother go get a gun?
She did not.
Did she indicate how many shots she heard?
She specifically said the shot, as in one shot.
Did you at some point, well, let me ask again. So you had not been into this residence yet?
No.
So when she's telling you she's going around, did you understand what that was?
Not really, because I hadn't been inside. She was kind of describing the kitchen and the room they were in, but I hadn't seen it firsthand.
When you were talking to Lori Vallow, did you ask her if Charles or her brother Alex had said anything before Alex shot Charles?
Yes.
And did she indicate she doesn't recall hearing that?
Correct.
And if my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 195, clip 11. Do you recognize Exhibit 195?
I do.
And again, it's your initials and badge on that.
But it is.
And is that portion of the interview where you asked her if she'd heard anything said between Charles and Alex prior to the shooting?
Correct.
State will move to admit 195.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
195 is admitted.
If we may publish.
I gotta get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got Gigi in the car. And he was trying to come in. And Tylee was like looking at me.
That's actually the wrong one. Well, play that one, I guess. Let me see, and we'll talk about that one since it's admitted. Okay. Yeah, we'll play it and talk about it.
I gotta get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got Gigi in the car. And he was trying to come in. And Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And I told her to get in the car and we're gonna take Gigi to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
So in exhibit, what we have is 195. Is that actually then the portion where she's talking about what she did after as well as what Alex was doing when she went back in there?
Correct.
So she advised you that after she heard this shot, she just left
She did. She went outside.
and then drove off in Charles's rental car?
Correct.
And she told you that when she saw Charles on the floor, Alex was standing in front of him.
Correct.
Did you ask her to describe any distance of how far away?
I did not.
And then if we can approach then with what is I think that is exhibit 194. That, again, a portion of this interview, we're talking about the shots actually.
Correct.
And you watched that previously and initialed it and put your badge number on it?
I did.
State will move to admit 194.
Same objection, Your Honor.
194 is admitted.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tylee to get out of the house.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, But, yeah, and then I was kind of turned around and we were all right there in that room except for the kids had been outside by that time and I heard the gunshot. And
So you heard the shot? Did you actually see the shot or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him and so back around. So I don't know if he went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
So again, that's the portion where she is advising you that she only heard the shot but didn't see the shot.
Correct.
So she's advising you she doesn't know what her brother was doing.
Reasonably, yes.
During this whole interview that you had with Lori Vallow, did she ever tell you that she handed over the phone to Charles?
She did not know.
So during the initial confrontation, when it's just her and Charles and he's demanding her phone, she won't give it back to him.
Correct.
When her daughter comes out and involves herself in this altercation, she wouldn't give him back the phone.
Correct.
And she advised that he's still at that point demanding his phone.
Yes.
And again, he's there to take JJ to school, right?
Right.
And then her brother comes out and again, he's demanding the phone and she still won't give it to him.
Correct.
Did she ever explain to you why she didn't just hand the phone back over?
She did not know.
I can have my paralegal approach with 286.
Same, Amy. Kay mentioned that earlier in an interview we watched.
Have you looked at Exhibit 286 before?
I have.
And is your initials and badge on that?
It is, yes.
And is that a copy of the full interview?
It is, yes.
So it includes whatever conversations you had about throughout that, about Charles Vallow and her views on him,
Yes.
and repeatedly that she never gave the phone back to Charles Vallow.
That's right.
State will move to admit 286.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
286 is admitted.
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
She did not.
Yeah, never mind. Do you know who called 911?
I believe Alex Cox called 911.
We've discussed that she had multiple cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And so did you later learn that she also had Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I did.
So she has at least 2 cell phones with her, but she did not call 911.
That's correct.
After you interviewed Lori, did you have to get her and Tylee back to where the car was?
I did, yes.
Did you and someone else drive her, Tylee, and Alex Cox back?
Myself and at the time Detective, but now Lieutenant Moffett did.
So can you tell us about that?
So the interviews were concluded and we were going to get them back to the house. The search warrant was still ongoing at the house, but to get them back to get vehicles, they weren't in custody. So I obtained our victim services has a minivan because it just holds a lot of people. And we use the minivan to take everyone back to the scene instead of driving 2 different cars with people. So I drove and Detective Moffett sat in the very back. Tylee was sitting up front with me and Lori and Alex were behind me.
Okay. What was Lori's demeanor in the car with her brother and you and Moffett?
She was unaffected, not emotional. The best description I can give is that she chattered the whole way, basically back to the house. Not upset, almost not happy, but just really unaffected by everything that was going on. It was kind of striking.
Is there any acknowledgement about what had happened?
No.
Basically just talking like it was any other day?
That's a good description, yes.
Did you ever hear her talk about or say anything like, oh, I need to let Charles Vallow's sons know that he's dead?
No, not specifically. She had referenced at one point, like calling people, but not that she needed to like do additional like death notification.
When you got back to the 5531 South Four Peaks place, did you see Lori, Alex, and Tylee leave in that red Kia SUV?
They did. They left in the rental car.
What did you do initially after that?
So that was the first time that I came into the house. I came just into basically the threshold first part of that room. Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were finishing the search warrant, and they were talking about some of the things that they had found. And there was some initial kind of discussion between us, and then I ultimately left because I had a different case to go work on. So I left to go do something else.
Did you go back to the police station?
I did.
Around 2 or so, did you get a call to see if you could help find Lori or Alex to come back to the house?
Yes. The detectives that were at the scene that were done doing, they were finishing the scene investigation. They were wondering if I could try to get in touch with Lori or Alex to try to get them to come back to the scene because their intention was to try to do a walkthrough and some additional investigation. So I made a couple phone calls to the number that Lori had provided to me.
So you made more than one call to that 808 number.
I believe 2.
Did you leave a message?
I left a message, yes.
Okay. After you had called and tried to reach her, what did you do?
I ended up going back to the scene very briefly while they were finishing. And at that point, Alex had come back to the scene. Lori and Tylee were present with that red rental car again. And I was outside, and the other detectives were inside finishing up crime scene work.
Did you ever learn from Detective Coons or Duncan that they had searched the house and they couldn't find Charles's cell phone?
When I went back the second time, the detectives on scene, Coons and Duncan, had said that they couldn't find his phone.
And you had interviewed Lori, so you knew that at some point she'd had it, right?
Correct.
And she had, in fact, told you multiple times that she had refused to give it back to Charles, right?
That's correct.
But you had never asked her, do you still have it?
I did not.
So you're at the house, you see Lori and Tylee. Did you go ask her about it?
I did.
So can you tell us about that?
I walked up to where the vehicle had pulled up. Tylee was actually still inside the car, and I asked them if they knew where Charles's phone was. And at that point, they volunteered that they had the phone. I believe Tylee pulled it out of the cup holder to hand to me. And I asked them if they knew what the passcode to the phone was, and both of them were able to give me the passcode, and I took custody of the phone from them.
Did Lori tell you anything about where she found the phone?
I think she said that she found the phone in the car.
When you were asking her about her now deceased husband's phone that she found in the car, what is her demeanor like when she's interacting with you again here?
It's the same that it's been the whole time. Pretty calm and kind of unaffected by what's going on.
Did it seem odd to you that she said that she found that inside his car when she was talking to you about having it in her hands and refusing to give it to Charles?
It struck me as a little odd, yes.
So they give you the phone, and you said that you were able to get the passcode or PIN for it. Did Lori say she knew it as well?
Lori and Tylee.
And what was the passcode?
I believe it was all zeros.
Okay. Did you ever check to see if they had the phone?
I did not.
Did you later give Charles
Welcome
the
back.
phone to,
Thanks. Got food in my belly.
I did.
Exactly.
I didn't even think about that, Polly.
And it's 0000.
Do you remember or know it, recognize what Exhibit 245 is?
I do.
And what is that?
So this is evidence item 131035-1, and it's a cell phone in a black case. And then it's kind of common practice, the passcode's on a sticky on the phone.
Is that the phone that was given to you by Tylee with Lori there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you provide that to Officer Allness to then give it to a Detective McDonald?
So Sergeant Ulness, at the time of this, was the sergeant over our computer crime section, which is where Detective McDonald worked. And it's common practice for us to turn over items to them so they can do exams.
Does that phone have the number for this case and other information to indicate to you that it is the phone that you got from Lori Vallow and or Tylee?
It does.
So each case, is there a specific number? Each case has their own DR number or incident number?
So each investigation will have their own DR number, and then our evidence, each item generates its own unique evidence item number, and those numbers are associated specifically with the specific report number.
And does that then tie in specifically to the phone that we've been discussing that belonged to Charles Vallow?
Correct.
The phone that Lori had talked to you about as the whole reason this whole incident occurred.
Right.
The state will move to admit 245.
Any objection?
No objection.
245 is admitted.
Did you later then submit a request to have an examination or extraction done of Charles's cell phone?
Correct.
And then you said you use the sticky on the front to let them know how to get into it.
Correct. We'll put it, if we know it, we'll put it in the request, but oftentimes we'll put it directly with the phone also.
I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Ooh, Lori. Here we go. The detectives. Let me just take a drink here.
Ma'am, why did you not perform CPR on my husband?
I mean, a lot of the things that she
Pinkman,
testified to,
who
she
was
said directly
the
to her.
case
So what is she
agent
going to say?
On July 11th, 2018.
That would have been Detective Moffett, who's now Lieutenant Moffett.
Okay. And then when did Detective Duncan, when did the switch happen from Detective Moffett to Detective Duncan being the case agent? Do you know?
When Detective Moffett was promoted to Sergeant Moffett. Once you're promoted, you go back to patrol as a supervisor. So when you leave the unit, we reassign case officer responsibility to a detective that's currently inside the unit. So if somebody retires or promotes, that case agent responsibility would shift over to someone else.
Okay. Do you know when that was about?
I don't.
Was it like sometime?
She said she doesn't know.
2019 or much later?
Is it like 10 days? 10 years?
She's been doing that the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
You had talked
She
about
doesn't
when
know.
you got the call to come and respond to the house on July 11th. About what time was that?
It was probably about 10 or 15 minutes after the initial radio traffic. I just remember I was on the 202 going westbound and my phone rang.
And when you showed up, you had stated that Alex was seated on the curb. Is that correct?
He was the first time I noticed him, yes.
And you also stated that an adult female and Tylee were already across the street when you arrived?
No.
Oh, we weren't there yet.
No.
Okay. How long after you arrived did we arrive?
I don't know when you arrived. I just became aware of you at some point. I did not see you arrive. You were not there when I got there, but at some point you got there and I became aware of you outside.
Okay. But you weren't in the
Pretty
house, correct?
No.
In the morning? So where were you that you didn't see us coming up at that, in between that time?
I was in front of the house.
And was your view obscured by something?
I don't believe so.
So you didn't see us drive up, you just noticed us being there at some point?
Correct.
Okay. And when you first saw us, what were we doing? Were we talking to the officer
I believe so.
or waiting to talk to the officer?
When I first saw you, Officer Krautheim was standing with you, and it appeared like you were all talking together. I couldn't hear you from where I was at. I just noticed you.
Okay, so you saw him talking to us, but you didn't see us initially come up before when he told us to stay where we were. You didn't see that part.
I just became aware of you standing there.
Okay.
Objection. Asked and answered.
And you talked about my demeanor, right? Being ordinary. Is that what you said?
Being ordinary?
I
You
don't
said
think
ordinary,
that's the word. What was it, Lori?
non-emotional, nonchalant.
Oh, there it
Correct.
is.
What's your definition of nonchalant?
Pretty
There it is.
almost detached, just calm, doesn't really matter, kind of
It's
not
going on
extraordinary.
tomorrow's thumbnail.
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I do not.
Do you know what a person should act like if they're in a stressful situation?
So there isn't one way to act. There's just behavior that is striking.
Striking behavior.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
She does not like being called
At
basic.
some point when you came over to talk to me and my daughter, did we express to you that she needed her medications that were in the house?
I believe so. And that
And what did you instruct us about?
at one point I advised the detectives that were inside of that request, but that a search warrant was happening inside the house. So we would do our best to facilitate people getting things from the house. But the search warrant's going to take precedence to what's going on.
Right, so basically that it's a crime scene and we can't really enter, but someone would try to get them for her?
Correct.
That's
Okay, and did someone go and get them for her?
At that point, we did not have a search warrant. We weren't going to be entering the house or removing any items from the
Objection.
house. We didn't have legal
Relevance.
authority to go in and remove items without a search warrant. So nothing was going to be removed from the house at that point.
But you were aware that she needed her panic attack medicine?
I was a-
Objection as to testifying and asked and answered.
Sustained, you can ask her if she was aware that she needed that medication.
You were aware that she needed her medication?
I was aware you made a request for her medication.
And it would have been non-emotional if I was trying to be calm for my daughter?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Were you being calm?
I believe so.
Was Officer Krautheim being calm?
I think so.
Did they have a dead relative there?
Firefighters being calm?
I didn't see the firefighters or have any interaction with them.
Were the other detectives being calm?
I believe so.
The EMS guys were being calm?
Again, I didn't see them and have any interaction with them.
But it was a pretty calm environment. that day? Was it out?
Your husband is dead, shot by your
I don't know
brother.
if I'd agree with that, but.
Well, no one was running around hysterical, right?
Well, you can't say that word. Amy, you can't say that word.
I'll take it out.
You better.
The information
It's
that you
6:19.
received
You
from
can't
the
say that word on YouTube.
briefing,
They don't like it. They do not
was
like
that
it.
from Officer, is it Croughton? Croutine? Sorry, don't.
Krautheim.
Put your time out.
Okay, thank you. Was Officer Krautheim the one that gave you the briefing on
Yes,
what had
please.
happened?
You need a
So
beat
Officer
button for Amy
Krautheim and
of all
Officer
people.
Oh
Wizbicki,
my God.
Sergeant Wizbicki
She's
now,
horrible.
provided
Sorry.
information to
Sorry,
the
everyone.
detectives
That's
and
what I
my
take that
sergeant that had arrived.
Listen to the pro over
And
here.
then who briefed you personally?
Got it.
So it's a kind of a collective conversation where the initial information is provided and then we start doing assignments, basically.
Right, so Officer, sorry, say his name one more time.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
That's what I
Okay.
said.
I'm
Kraut.
gonna write that in
Yeah, it's your accent.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was your
So-
accent that made it sound like
He was
something
wearing
else.
a body cam, is that correct? That day?
So sorry, 80s
Officer
and Terry.
Krautheim.
Correct.
And so was that briefing on body cam?
I don't know.
And you talked about the death notification to me and to Tylee. You said that Tylee and I were in the van. Is that correct?
Correct. When I came over to talk to you.
And who was with you?
My sergeant, Sergeant Lockwood.
And was Detective Moffat not with you as well?
He was not.
And so you had stated that you had asked me to get out of the van? Is that correct?
I was trying to get you to come. My intention was to get you to come out of the van. And then you made a statement that you were there. You already knew.
What did you say that made me say that I was already there?
I was asking you to step out of the van. And you said, I was there. I already know.
I already know what?
That Charles had died. I was trying not to tell you in front of your daughter.
That would have been nice, but that wasn't the point. How did I know you were coming to give me a death notification?
Can I reject speculation?
Sustain.
Did you notify me that I'm going to give you a death notification? I don't want to do it in front of your daughter? What did you say?
It's kind of
It
spoiler
would be
alert.
slightly redundant to tell you I was doing a death notification if I didn't want to tell you in front of your daughter.
Yeah, some people
Why
actually
would
care
I
about kids,
say
Lori.
to you, I already know?
Sustain, that's the form of the question calls for her to speculate about your state of mind.
So did you speak to me giving me a death notification, or was it Lockwood?
Lockwood?
Lockwood, sorry. Who spoke to us?
We were both involved in the conversation.
And what was said to us?
You said that you were there and you already knew. And at that point, shortly thereafter, I asked you if you and Tylee would come back to the station to do interviews so I could talk with you.
You asked us if we would come, or you said we're going to go down to the station and interview you?
I asked you if you would come. It was a consensual contact. It was a voluntary interview.
And is this on body cam?
I did not have a body cam at the time, no.
Did Lockwood have a body cam?
He did not. He was assigned to investigations.
So we voluntarily went to the station, is that correct?
Correct.
And you drove, is that correct?
I did.
And it was a 20 or so minute drive.
About that.
And we arrived at the station and you separated us into 2 rooms, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you ask me permission to speak to my minor daughter?
I indicated to you that I wanted to interview both of you and that we would go do the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center.
And what is the protocol for interviewing a minor?
It depends on the circumstances where you're interviewing them.
Okay, and are you a certified forensic interview of children?
I am.
And so would that be something that you would ask the parent if you could interview the minor child?
It depends on the circumstances.
Okay, and did you ask me?
I did not specifically ask your permission.
Did you ask Tylee if she wanted to be interviewed?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Well, the question, I'll overrule the objection. The question is, did you ask Tylee, yes or no?
I did at one point ask if I could speak with her.
Did either of us know that we were being videotaped?
I don't know.
Were we told that we were being videotaped?
No.
At that time, when we entered into the rooms, you left Tylee in there alone and came in to interview me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long was that interview that you and I had?
I think it's about 35, 40 minutes, maybe a little longer.
And so that whole time, Tylee was in the room by herself?
Correct.
Not knowing she was being videoed? Correct.
I don't know if she knew or not.
And without her medication? Correct.
I don't know, but I believe so.
And I was worried about her, if you recall. Is that correct?
Objection to relevance.
Sustained.
Objection, relevance, you don't care.
Do you always wear your gun when you are doing a forensic interview of a child?
The majority of the time now, yes, because my assignment's different. When my assignment was in our family violence unit and I was doing forensic interviews of child victims, then no.
Did you treat us like we were victims that day?
Actually, yes.
And did you think that wearing your gun might be intimidating to a child?
But I thought everybody was calm.
No, given her age, no.
Is that your normal protocol?
I object to asked and answered.
She can answer. Overruled.
For which part?
For wearing your gun doing a forensic interview of a child?
So I wasn't doing a DFI of Tylee. I was doing an interview with a witness to a scene. If it was a DFI, it would be different.
Yes, Terry.
So a dedicated forensic interview of a child is much different. It's structured much different. It's conducted much differently, and they're typically done of victims of very specific allegations. Physical child abuse, sexual child abuse, things along those lines. The interview with Tylee was done basically as a witness interview. I did defer some to almost like a victim status, but her interview wasn't a DFI. It wasn't done as a dedicated forensic interview. She was a witness, a potential witness to a homicide.
How long did you interview Tylee for?
I believe we talked for about similar amount of time, 30, 40 minutes.
At the time, that day on July 11th, did you believe Tylee?
I'm going to object.
Sustained.
With your experience in forensically interviewing children, did you think Tylee's demeanor was genuine that day?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Tylee's not on trial.
Think that she might be making something up?
I'm going to object again to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you learn during Tylee's interview?
I'm going to object right there to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you learn during my interview that Tylee came in with a bat?
I did.
And was that confirmed by
And
Tylee?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, pretrial ruling
yeah.
hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?
No, that's hearsay. It's sustained.
At the end of our interviews, Detective Inklin, where did you put us?
You stayed in the Family Advocacy Center until we were ready to leave.
And did you put us in a room with a victim's advocate
I did.
and introduce us to her?
I did.
And we spoke to her?
I believe so, yes.
And then after however long that was, then you came in with my brother Alex, is that correct?
We met them outside of the Family Advocacy Center, and then we left to go back to the house.
And you stated that I chatted the whole way back, is that correct?
You did.
It wasn't Tylee and Alex chatting the whole way, it was me specifically?
You mostly.
It wasn't me just looking out the window and them talking to you?
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
You could answer. Overruled. You could answer.
Can you ask it again?
It wasn't Alex and Tylee speaking to you and me just looking out the window the whole way home?
No.
And then when we got back to the house, what happened then?
You, Tylee, and Alex left in the rental car, the little red like SUV, and I spoke briefly with the detectives who were on the scene.
Who told us to leave in the rental car?
I don't recall who told you. I just know that Alex could not take his vehicle because the search warrant was still going and the vehicle was on the curtilage of the property.
Right. So we were told we couldn't take the truck, is that correct?
I believe so.
And we were told we couldn't take Tylee's Jeep, is that correct?
Correct. It was in the garage.
And we couldn't take my car because it was in the garage as well?
I believe so.
And so our only alternative, because we couldn't enter the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And that we were told that we could come back later, but not at that time, is that correct?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, yes.
And so we were told that we could take the rental car because it wasn't behind the police tape, is that correct?
Correct. It wasn't part of the search warrant.
That we could leave and that we could come back later after we picked up JJ from school, is that correct?
You could come back, assuming you picked him up from school, yes.
Well, that's not what we were instructed to do.
Objection, again, testifying.
Sustained.
I can't wait till she takes a stand.
So we left, is that correct? And then you entered the house after that?
You left, correct, and I entered the house after that, correct.
We're gonna need to get that
And what did you
beat
do
button.
inside the house after we left?
I had some brief discussion with the detectives who were on scene and at that point left to go work on another case.
So in the brief discussions that you had with whoever this was, were you briefing them on the events of what had happened up to that point, or?
So Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were present, along with Detective Werther. There was a crime scene technician as well. And they were briefly discussing some of the artifacts that they had found in the search warrant and kind of what they were going to do. And I indicated if I wasn't needed, I was going to go work on other casework.
Okay. And then you left shortly after that?
I did.
About what time do you think that was?
I honestly have no idea.
Do you know what time we got back to the house?
I don't specifically recall, no.
You indicated that When we came back to do for Alex to do the walkthrough, that you realized you didn't have Charles' phone, is that correct?
They had indicated prior to you coming back that they had not recovered Charles's phone. So when you returned, I asked you and subsequently Tylee about Charles's phone and where it was at.
And did she hand over the phone to you right away, right?
She did. She picked it up out of the cup holder and handed it to me.
And that's where it had been pretty much the whole day since I ran out the door with it.
I'm going to check to speculation and
Sustained.
testifying.
And then you asked us for the code, is that correct?
I did.
And Tylee gave you the code, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was about what time?
It was later in the afternoon, but I don't remember what time.
And then what happens to the phone as far as chain of custody? What happened from you taking it from Tylee to where it went next?
So our computer crimes detectives work within the main station where I work. Most of our detectives work out of there. And they do the physical exams and the downloads of the phones, computers, electronic devices there at the station. Our property room is separate. It's about a mile away from the police department. So typically when we have cell phones or devices that need exams, we will immediately deliver the device to the computer crimes section. Their workspace, their cubicles and workspace upstairs is a dedicated locked area. The only people that can get into where their cubicles and exam space are the detectives that work in that area. So it sounds silly. We go up and bang on the door and get in touch with somebody, and we will turn devices over to them. And then in our property section and our report management, we do what's called an evidence continuity sheet. So that shows how items travel from place to place, person to person, like a phone to a computer detective, or like evidence from the property room to the lab or something like that. So we will physically hand over items to the computer crimes detectives. Often cell phones have very time-sensitive criteria as well. So we don't typically impound them straight into property. They go straight to a computer crimes detective.
Okay, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Thank you for that. I'm going to backtrack to, from your hands, it goes into a evidence bag?
No, it's usually in a bag. It's not sealed because we hand it over because they're going to do an exam.
So who did you hand it over to them at the station, or did you give it to someone else at the house?
No, it got handed over at the station in their workspace. They typically don't come out to scenes unless we request them. So the majority of the time we're turning evidence over to them at the station or their work area.
Okay, so just so I understand, it went from you to them.
Correct.
So you had it in your hands and delivered it to them at the station that day?
I believe so, yes.
And so according to the grand jury, it was at 3:11 p.m.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
The objection sustained.
My understanding was that it was about
Hold
3.
on. Let's break for the evening recess. Let's have the jurors report and be ready for 10:15 tomorrow morning, 10:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Back tomorrow. That's a good question. I don't know.
Either.
I know there's other cases where the person's passed and they haven't allowed them to come in, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to see.
The jury's no longer present.
Like, wouldn't just the detective have to verify?
All right, you
that
can't
it's
phrase
legit?
questions as your understanding or what you believe or what you remember. All those are forms of testifying, so you have to be careful how you ask your question. Also, I sustained an objection because of the reference to the grand jury and what was said in the grand jury proceedings. You can use that time and ask the witness, is 3:30 sound right, for example? But let's move on. The reason that I allowed in the various different clips of the defendant's statement over the defendant's, I should say, interview at the police station over the defendant's objection, Rule 106 isn't really applicable in that situation. Rule 106 is intended to complete a statement when only a portion of the statement is offered and it distorts or changes the meaning of the actual statement. And it's really meant for very short statements, not entire interviews or versions of what happened. Additionally, the state has the discretion to only admit certain parts of your statement that are admissions. They're not going to admit statements, nor should they admit statements that are self-serving hearsay. So there's a reason why your interview has been cut up into different pieces. That's just for the record.
Oh, to protect
let's
you.
have everyone ready
Okay.
at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll discuss those other motions, give the defendant a chance to meet with her team about those other motions that we talked about this morning. So we'll do that at 10. We'll have the jury here and ready to go at 10:15 to resume with this witness. Anything else from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Yes, we have one item, Your Honor. On Thursday, we were handed this by the state in the morning. It's a new extraction of the devices of Charles Vallow, and it's the gray key that we had requested, but none of them open. So we have a flash drive, and we got it to our expert, and now it's. What? So they're not opening. So I don't know if we need to get a new extraction or if it was tested
Well, I
before it
don't-
was handed over.
I don't know if it's a matter of what program's being used to open it. Do we know? I think we need more information.
We can't utilize it if it's blank.
Well, is
So
Mr. Dworkin says he can't open it at all?
it's my investigator that can't open it, and then he'll hand it over to Mr.
Why
Dworkin
don't you
as well.
just tell me, sir? What's your name for the record?
Jeff White.
All right. What's the problem?
I tried to open it. I had Lonnie on the phone this morning. He's out of town, but he is on his way he's on his way back. He won't be here till probably 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. And I need to go up and see if he's able to extract any information from it.
Are you just trying to click on it and opening it? Or are you opening it with a particular program?
I sat with him and we were going over things for about 4 hours this morning.
Okay. I guess.
Oh, well.
Where's the extraction coming from? Who's handing that over to you?
That is the Chandler Police Department handed over the raw data from Gray Key. So it's just raw random data. So I don't know what.
So it's not, is it?
It's not parsed into any sort of way to read.
The reader. That's what I was working with Lonnie.
There is no reader with it. It would have to be then input into a Cellbrite to parse the data. It is the Gray Key raw data.
All right.
And was trying to do that this morning. And that's.
She sounded very like Angela
I spent 4
there.
hours doing this morning.
Like
I think
who?
unless you have a Cellbrite.
Angela from the office.
You're not going to be able to open that.
I have two different kinds of. I have the old version and the new version of Cellbrite, and I couldn't get them to open. The Cellbrite that they gave us is an old version, the 7.2, I think it is, and I think
They gave us? We
I'm
didn't
sorry?
give you Cellbrite.
It's on the.
That's a UFED reader. That's not Cellbrite.
The Cellbrite is on the Discovery. is on the.
That.
I'm sorry.
With the Discovery we just handed over?
With the Discovery that was handed over before, it's downloaded onto my computer.
Some off.
All right.
With the
We
F9,
thought you were
I'm
just
not sure
clapping.
That's correct. I think that it would need to go to Mr. Dworkin to review.
Just clapping
Is
Lori's
there
head right there.
Yeah.
Is there someone at the police department that Mr. Dworkin could maybe get on a call with to try to figure out what the.
It's bothering me that Colby's
should be
hair isn't.
hopefully in the next hour.
Isn't even in the back.
I guess if he has a problem, I mean, obviously I have multiple problems with the fact that we're still talking about an expert that has been presumptively precluded.
Right.
While the state is nearing ending its case in chief. That
I
being
guess
said,
in theory, it could be for the next trial, but I don't know that that's going to happen either.
So I guess I would need to know first if that's actually a problem for Mr. Dorgan or not. And then if so, we would have to try to, perhaps he could explain why it's a problem.
I guess, is there someone Mr. Dworkin can contact?
She's kind of
point to
I
try to figure out
know.
why
Angela.
it's a problem on this end versus that end.
I
don't
don't
get
know,
the
have anyone
Angela
off the top of my
reference.
head. My case agent is out ill today, so I couldn't tell you.
She looks just like her.
Your Honor,
It
she
sounds
had an expert come to testify this about the gray key. I don't know if he's a person that was on the stand on Thursday that we could ask about this. I don't know if he made the extractions and gave them to the prosecution.
I don't know if that's technically an extraction as opposed to the raw data.
Or you don't even know what they're talking about.
I'm still trying to figure out, is it a problem with what's been disclosed or is it a problem with who's trying to open it, the correct programs? I guess get with Mr. Dworkin later tonight and see if it can be resolved. If not, I'm going to have to figure out who he needs to contact or try to.
Did you say that guy's last name is Dworkin?
Tomorrow sometime.
Yeah.
We'll let you know in the morning, Your Honor.
But again, this is unlikely to be an issue for this trial, but it could be something for the next trial. All right, we'll be at recess. I wish I had a better resolution, but I don't right now.
Sounds like a them problem, is what that sounds like to me. Well, you guys, that's all we got for you today.
Amy, have you seen The Office?
Yes, now I know who you're talking about.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Sorry. I'm still trying to
love you,
recover
too.
from my flub.
You're fine. You're fine. Well, you guys,
Canceled.
that's an interesting day. They got through, what, 4 witnesses today? We only got a few more to go. She'll be back tomorrow. What was her name? Cassandra with Wenas. So
I was getting really into the questioning. It was pretty intense.
Oh, God, Lori's the worst. Lori's the worst. Yeah, so we'll be back tomorrow around 1:25 Eastern time. So be prepared. Bring your snacks. And hopefully it'll be another awesome day of court. Anything else you guys want to talk about?
No.
I was going to say I got meetings to go to.
I have to mute myself for the rest of the evening.
Oh, you're fine, Amy. Don't beat yourself up. We'll get you a beat button. We'll get you.
What did you do? What did I miss?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Tell you after. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. I mean, I've gotten fired up before, so it happens. Don't worry about it. All right, kiddos. Well, are we good with ending for tonight? I'm sorry, we can't really say it. Oh, something somewhere just started playing. Okay. Anyway, all right. Well, on that note, I guess we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Go forth and be amazing. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Still don't have one. Goodbye.
Bye.